Hey there, welcome to our project management full course. If you have ever wondered how big projects come together, whether it's building a skyscraper, launching a new app, or planning a massive event, you are about to learn the secret. Project management. It's the art of organizing tasks, managing resources, and guiding teams to achieve goals efficiently. Project management is not just about ticking off to-do lists, it's about ensuring projects are completed on time, within budget, and with the desired quality. It's the backbone of any successful venture, no matter the industry, from tech and healthcare to construction and marketing. Project management makes the magic happen. In this course, we will discover how to plan, schedule, and budget projects, handle risk like a pro, and explore methodologies like Agile and Waterfall. By the end, you will see how project managers are unsung heroes behind every success story. Ready to dive in and learn how to make things happen? Let's get started. Before we begin, are you ready to take your project management skills to the next level? Simplilearn's PMP Certification training is your gateway to success. As a globally recognized PMI partner, we offer the top-notch training designed to help you pass the PMP exam on your first attempt. Our course includes exclusive masterclasses in generative AI for project management, helping you stay ahead of the curve with the latest trends and technologies. You will learn 35 PDUs, access 12 simulation assessments, and get over 500 premium practice questions to sharpen your skills. You can search for the course link in the description box below and pin comments.
Project management. Now, as defined in PMI's PMBOK, project management is application of knowledge, skills, tools and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements. So every project will have an objective to accomplish. Similarly, the objective of project management is to make the final deliverables in a finite time and budget. This involves having clear understanding about the deliverables of the project, required resources for the project, resource in terms of human resources, technical resources, financial resources, etc. Project manager should have a full picture of those aspects. We can call it as constraints or aspects and manage those throughout the project lifecycle, for which a project manager should have a full view about a project and what is that this project has to accomplish. That objective should be clear. So as part of project management, the 6 constraints which project managers should look at are scope, time, quality, cost, risk and resources. So each of these areas has very important role to play in project management. The clarity in scope, the clarity in terms of schedule within which the project has to be delivered, the cost, what it incurs to that particular project. Once it is finalized, one cannot vary, one cannot change without any proper approvals. Similar to that, we have quality management, which has to ensure the scope, the specifications, what are defined, project output will be accordingly achieved. Risk, every project is taken up for a specific reason by organization. So organization should assess the risk associated with the project, and similarly as project progresses, various different risks has to be identified, like risk related to project management, risk related to technology area, risk related to resources, risk related to financial things. So broadly, risk management plays a very important role. So there will be something called contingency reserve kept for a identified risk above the cost what is estimated for various deliverables from the project. So every project require resources. Resources may be in terms of human resources, financial resources, technology resources, environmental resources. So all these resources are used to produce the output of the project. So these resources has to be managed with the sufficient optimization and standardizations required. Now let us understand the definition of a project. So what is a project? PMI defines a project as a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service or result. The temporary nature of a project indicates that a project has a definite beginning and end. So when I say product, unique product, it means every output, it may be similar products you are producing with the same features and functionality, but the output of every project is unique because it is unique in terms of all the 6 constraints what we just discussed now. Now when I say product, it is very easy for us to visualize. It may be a desktop, it may be a laptop, it may be a car, it may be a machine, etc. But how do I visualize a service? Now project's output is a service. Now it's about building a capability. A project, through a project, a capability can be built to ensure services can be provided. That's what the output of project is, service. For example, if I think about a taxi services, for providing a taxi services, I need a mobile app, I need taxi, I need a server, I need a data center. So all these are various different products and services. Here service example can be internet service. So combination of all these services and products builds the capability for an organizations who can provide the taxi services. So building that capability, we say it is an output of a particular project which is called service. Similarly, results can be improvement of something, improvement in customer satisfaction, increase in some specific objectives or specific results needs to be achieved in performance perspective. So output of every project will be unique product or a service or a result. This we need to clearly understand. So when we say there is a definite beginning and end, every project starts at a certain point in time and ends at certain point in time. So it has a definite beginning and end. That is the reason it is temporary in nature. It is not an ongoing business activity.
Before we begin, let's have a look at an incident where two project managers, John and Ted, are talking to each other. John is a senior project manager while Ted is a part of his team. John finds Ted to be upset, so he asks him, is there anything he can help him with? To which Ted replies that his project failed. John further asks him what could be the possible reason for the project failure. Ted tells him that it's because he was not able to manage the time and budget. Now John asks him if he is PMP certified, to which Ted says he isn't. Then John suggests Ted that he must take the PMP certification, which will not only give his project better performance, but also help him upskill in his career. So today we will discuss about PMP certification in detail. Let's first have a look at all the topics we will cover. We will begin with what is PMP, then we will check top 10 reasons to get PMP certified, followed by the basics of PMP. Then after we know the PMP basic concepts, we will check who can get this certification and pattern for the PMP exam. Then we will learn about the PMBOK guide, which is an integral part to prepare for the PMP exam. Finally, we will see the cost and the validity of the certification. So without any further ado, let's begin with what is PMP. PMP, or Project Management Professional, is the world's most renowned project management certification for project managers. This certification is provided by the Project Management Institute. Now, when we know what is Project Management Professional or PMP certification, let's have a look at some reasons why you should get PMP certified. Today, I will give you top 10 reasons to take PMP certification. PMP certification helps you become a better project manager. The process that helps us acquire the certification goes to several phases like gaining project management experience and passing the PMP exam, which helps you in bringing sanity to the project manager. The process helps project managers to learn different industry trends, have practical knowledge, and several other project management constraints. The second reason that we have is project management certification makes a resume more valuable. As we have discussed earlier, that PMP certification is the most renowned project management certification, so having it on the resume will definitely help the interviewer recognize our skills. There are companies that only accept project managers who are PMP certified. PMP certification not only helps in switching the job or finding a new one, it helps in progressing in the current company as well. The third reason that we have is it provides more job opportunities. When one acquires the PMP certification, it proves that one has expertise in completing the project effectively and efficiently. So the certification increases the trust factor of the interviewer in you and increases your probability of getting that job. The fourth reason that we have is salary hikes. PMP certified project manager is one of the highest paid jobs around the globe, and this trend will continue to grow. The global survey by the Project Management Institute shows that PMP certified project managers tend to get 20% more salary than the non-certified project managers. The next reason that we have is PMP certification validates your dedication to the job. The certification requires several months of training. It requires several hours of project management experience and exposure. This experience and exposure explains the seriousness of a project manager towards its career path. Then, sixth we have is PMP certification is globally acknowledged. PMP certification is the most renowned certification all over the world. It helps project managers to be a part of different types of industries all over the globe. PMP certification is the most renowned certification all over the world. Project managers who are PMP certified may get jobs in different types of industries all over the world. PMP certification not only provides theoretical knowledge but also helps in gaining practical knowledge, which further helps in increasing the confidence of a project manager. The next reason that we have is better project performance. PMP certified project managers tend to deliver better projects than the non-PMP certified project managers. This is because PMP certified project managers are well aware of 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, and 49 processes, which helps them have a clear picture of different aspects involved in a project. The 8th reason that we have is it increases your networking opportunities. There are several communities that one becomes a part of when they sign up as a PMI member. These communities have meetings regarding new job opportunities, and this helps in having a professional network. The 9th reason that we have is job security. Job security is a major reason that a professional thinks of before opting for a particular profession. Today, in the world of recession, where companies are drowning, the demand for PMP certified project managers goes on increasing. The last and the 10th reason we have is expertise in practical application. When one appears for a PMP exam, they need extensive preparation. They need to have thorough knowledge of process groups and knowledge areas, which help them develop several essential skills and move ahead in their career. Now, as we move further, we will look into the PMP basic concepts. The PMP basic concepts are the 5 project management steps. These project management steps start from the day we begin our project to the day we end our project. They begin from initiation to closure. The first step that we have is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closure. Now, let's have a look at each of them in detail. The first step we have is initiation. Initiation involves defining the project scope. This is the step where we explain what our project will have, for whom we are making that project. It helps us to identify our stakeholders, who all will be the part of that project, and determine the project feasibility. After the step of initiation, when we have decided the scope of our project, the second step that comes is planning. In the planning phase, we define a flow to all the activities of our project. We define this flow keeping in mind all the constraints of a project like time, resources, and risk. After we have defined the flow of these processes, it is time for us to look at the execution. In the execution phase, we evaluate the plan and the sequence of the tasks we have made. We finally put the plan in action and the project tends to start. After the project building has started and the process of execution has started, it is time for the monitoring and the controlling phase. In monitoring and controlling phase, the progress of the project is tracked and important steps for quality assurance are taken. In monitoring and controlling phase, the work being done is compared with the work as defined in the project plan. In this phase, the progress of the project is tracked and important steps for quality assurance are taken. Finally, we have the closure step. In this step, the deliverables are delivered to the client, the documentation of all that took place during the project lifecycle is done, and project is fully evaluated. Now, when we have seen reasons for getting PMP certified and we know the basic concepts of PMP, it is time for us to know who can get PMP certified. For getting PMP certified, there can be 2 cases. The first case says you must have a secondary degree. A secondary degree means high school diploma or an associate degree or a degree that is globally equivalent to all of these. Then you need to have 7,500 hours of leading and directing projects and 3,500 hours of project management education. There can be 2 cases. First case can be you must have a secondary degree. That means a high school diploma, associate's degree, or the global equivalent degree. Then you must have 7,500 hours of project management experience and 35 hours of education in project management. The second case can be you must have a 4-year degree along with 4,500 hours of project management experience and 35 hours of education in project management. Now, when we know who can get PMP certified, we will see the PMP exam pattern. The exam comprises of 200 questions, out of which 175 questions are used for evaluation. One can answer these questions if they have thorough knowledge of 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas. The time provided to complete the exam is 4 hours. The questions that are asked are of different types, the most common type being formula-based, situation-based, and knowledge-based. Now, when we have discussed about the exam pattern, discussing about the PMBOK guide becomes very important. So the next topic that we have is PMBOK guide. PMBOK guide or project management body of knowledge is a book that comprises of several processes and different terminologies needed to crack the PMP exam. The whole syllabus of PMP exam is covered in the PMBOK guide by the project management and 10 knowledge areas. Apart from this, there are 49 processes that are divided amongst 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas. Finally, let's have a look at the cost and validity of the PMP PMP certification. When we talk about the cost of the certification, there can be two cases. The first case can be if we are not a member of Project Management Institute, the exam fees is $555. The second case can be if we are a member of Project Management Institute, the exam fees is $405. If we talk about the validity of the certification, the certificate is valid for a period of 3 years. After every 3 years, the certificate needs to be renewed. To renew the certificate, one needs to furnish a proof of 60 PDUs or professional development units. After so much information, Ted thanks John for his time and promises to take the PMP certification at the shortest notice. Now, let's have a look at the salary trends of a PMP certified project manager and a sample resume. If we consider the salary of a non-PMP certified project manager, it is approximately $91,000, while if we consider the salary of a PMP certified project manager, it is approximately $111,000, which is approximately 20% higher than the non-certified project manager's salary. Now, let's have a look at the resume of a PMP certified project manager. If you are somebody with PMP certification and looking for a project manager or a senior project manager role, your resume should look something like this. The summary in the beginning would include how much experience you have and anything that supports your claim of being a project manager. Like here, James Brown has written, he has more than 10 years of experience with generating and building projects. Then, when you talk about your experience, you should put something that emphasizes on the responsibilities that you had, your area of expertise, put something that shows your skill set for the desired post, and also something that you learned from your former job role. This shows that you have command over your work and also the determination to skill and upskill yourself. Like here, James Brown has 3 years of experience as an assistant manager training new associates and then more than 3 years of experience as a project manager where he not only led projects but also learned new project management tools like Trello and Primavera. After this, add relevant information regarding your education. Your resume must include skills that you have or you have gained in your years of experience. Like here, James Brown has divided his skills into two parts, where he has written his technical skills and non-technical skills. He has included a skill of Agile and quality assurance software, as well as he has his knowledge of different project management tools. Then putting your certifications play a major role. This proves that you are up to date and updated with current market trends. James Brown has his certifications in C and Java, and more importantly, he has his project management certification, Project Management Professional. Here's Max, an assistant project manager who looks tensed and is pacing around the room. Then Jack, a project manager who works with him, walks into the room and asks him, why does he seem so tensed? To which Max replies, he's facing difficulty in estimating the budget. Jack responds, it might be because he's not planning the project properly. Jack reassures Max and begins to tell him about project planning. So without any further ado, let's begin with what is project planning. Project planning is the second step or phase of the project lifecycle. Project lifecycle has 5 different phases from initiation to closure. Today, we will be learning about this phase that comes immediately after initiation, in which the project plan is documented and further requirements are defined. Project planning includes the following things. The first and the foremost thing is describing the objectives or outputs we are expecting the project to yield. Second, we have is the elaboration of the scope to make sure what the project is all about and what all can be expected from the project. The third step we have is forming a schedule. This schedule is important to run or perform different tasks of a project, each task having its own start date and end date. This helps the project to finish in the scheduled time and limit. Lastly, we have making and generating progress reports, in which all that went during the tenure of the project is documented. This helps in evaluating the project and helps in the forthcoming projects. Now, let's have a look at the project planning fundamentals. The first fundamental that we have is the determination of scope, cost, and resources. The determination helps us in having a rough estimate about the time that is required to finish the project. It helps us in determining the number of people required and what should be their skill set. We can divide the project into smaller manageable sections, and this is made possible with the help of work breakdown structure. The second fundamental refers to identifying the problem. There are several techniques by which we can collect information and discover issues. There may be several problems in a project, and in that case, several risks or issues are prioritized, and the risk that requires immediate attention is dealt with first. Then comes identification of stakeholders. When we can identify the stakeholders, we can know who all will be affected and in what way, which helps us having a better understanding of the project. Stakeholders may be anybody. They may be the part of the project team, or project managers, or customers. They help during the project and contribute to its success. Then the last fundamental we will discuss is defining project objectives. A project plan is made keeping in mind the requirements of the project team and expectations of the stakeholders. If the project team can meet the expectations of the stakeholders, then only we can say that the project is successful. Now, when we know about project planning and its fundamentals, it's time to see why project planning is so important. Project planning reduces the cost and time of the project as every step is monitored and optimized in the best possible manner. Project planning increases employee satisfaction as every employee who is a part is engaged in the team for improved project performance. Project planning helps in the implementation of quality assurance as the output of every step is duly tested. Lastly, project planning helps in reducing project risk as planning helps to analyze, prioritize, and deal with that risk. Moving on, let's have a look at the tools for project planning. The first tool that we have is a Gantt chart. Today, Gantt charts are one of the most popular project management tools. They help in tracking the status of the work at a particular time and their dependencies on each other. Gantt charts help in showing different phases and steps involved in a project. The second tool we will talk about is Critical Path Method or CPM. Critical Path Method helps in scheduling the project activities so that the project runs properly. The Critical Path Method focuses on the longest stretch of dependent tasks and determines the time needed to complete them. The next tool is Project Evaluation and Review Technique or PERT chart. PERT provides a graphical representation of the project's timeline, explaining the dependencies of different tasks. This tool not only helps in making a schedule, but also helps in coordinating with all the team members. The fourth tool we will check is Work Breakdown Structure. Work Breakdown Structure is a very common tool that makes it possible for the team to break its work into manageable sections. Work Breakdown Structure is a step-to-step process that helps in completing the project efficiently. The last tool we will see is Project Documentation. Project documentation is an integral part of the project lifecycle. Project documentation helps in understanding the mistakes done during the project and, more importantly, provides guidelines for the upcoming project. Now, when we know about different tools for project planning, it becomes essential that we know the necessary steps of project planning. There are 7 steps in project planning. Let's have a look at each of them in detail. The first step is identification of stakeholders. As we have discussed, stakeholders could be anybody. They could be a part of the team, or a project manager, or a customer. When we identify stakeholders, we can find out the expectations and requirements that are to be looked upon in this project. This gives us a clearer picture of the project and helps in establishing the project scope. So the next step we have is defining the project scope. This helps in determining a list of specific project goals and deliverables that are to be achieved during the course of the project. After we have defined the project scope, it is time to set project objectives and prioritize them. The initial ideas that were there before are now elaborated, and final steps to complete the project are defined. In the next step, the deliverables are determined. After all, project deliverables are the only reason why the project is being created. This step involves finding out what these deliverables will be and the deadlines of their delivery. Then the step that comes into picture is creating a project schedule. The project schedule refers to the guidelines when a particular task is to be started and when it is supposed to end. This helps in monitoring the growth of the project and later helps in generating progress reports. The next step is the step of risk analysis. This step plays an extremely important role in the success of the overall project. It helps in identifying the risk, prioritizing them, and taking steps to limit them. The last step in project planning is to generate progress reports. In this step, we update the stakeholders about the project growth, and it is done so that all the concerned team members can have a look at the progress of the project. After all this information, Max thanks Jack for the explanation and looks forward to plan projects within the budget and of better quality. Agile project management, as the name suggests, is a flexible approach to building a project. In Agile project management, the project is broken down into several stages or sprints. Agile does not work on the principle of delivering the final product at the end of the project. It works on delivering sections of a project or mini projects. The process of project management in the case of Agile is Agile based. So there won't be any central control of project manager as it was there in the traditional way of working. Before we move forward, let's have a look at the Agile development cycle. Agile methodologies consist of several small cycles or sprints. At the end of each stage, we get a mini project. There's a product backlog that explains new features, changes in the existing features, and several other improvements in the project. Then we have a sprint backlog, which has a list of tasks that are to be completed during each sprint. The sprint consists of planning, designing, execution, testing, and deployment stages. And at the end of each sprint, a mini project is delivered. With every sprint, new features are added to the product, which plays a significant role in the overall project growth. After all the sprints and early validation in the development, the final deliverable has a fewer chances of failure. Let's now have a look at some reasons why industries have started moving towards agile project management. The first reason is high product quality. When we talk about high product quality, we refer to the build of the product as per stakeholders' demands. Testing is performed at short intervals of time wherever needed to ensure high quality of the product. Then another reason is customer satisfaction. Whatever is done in the project is known by the customer. The deliveries don't take longer durations as they used to take in the case of traditional ways. The changes may be provided by the customer in the execution phase of the project. Third reason is reduced risk. Since the project is divided into sprints, so if the risk affects one sprint, it doesn't mean whole of the project will be at risk. The process of risk analysis continues to take place with all the other processes. Another significant reason for agile project management is better and faster return on investment. The project is now developed in several sprints and each sprint has its own version. Therefore, the project becomes market ready after a few sprints only. Since the projects can now be released with ease and in shorter duration, this helps the organization to stay ahead in competition with respect to other organizations which have still not moved to agile methodology. Now we shall check the principles of agile project management. There are 10 principles for successful agile project management. The first principle is the satisfaction of the customer by delivering the project fast and with least number of errors. The next principle refers to decreasing the amount of time between the phase of planning and delivery. The third principle states that the team of managers and developers work together and increase the productivity of their work. The next principle states that the changes requested by the stakeholders can be taken into consideration and worked upon during the development phase as well. The fifth principle pays attention to the factor of coordination among the team members. Then the sixth principle refers to the process of monitoring and tracking the progress of the project at the end of each sprint and making amendments wherever needed. Moving on, the next principle states that there must be a feeling of trust and support towards the team to complete the project's objectives. The next principle emphasizes on face-to-face conversations with the development team. The face-to-face conversation helps in both solving problems and easy knowledge sharing. Then the ninth principle emphasizes on finding solutions and maximizing the amount of work done with simplicity. This ensures timely completion of tasks by all the team members. The last principle states that Scrum tools like Monday.com or Zoho sprints must be used to simplify the complicated codes, which further helps in saving time. We shall now see the steps in Agile project management. The goal of Agile methodology is to produce shorter development life cycles and more frequent product releases than traditional waterfall project management. So we will now check 6 steps in Agile project methodology. The first step in the process is project planning. Project planning includes feasibility study, development of scope, breaking the project into executable tasks or sprints, and then estimating the amount of time needed to complete those sprints. The second step is the step of roadmap creation. A roadmap is a plan of action that shows how a project shall evolve over time. A list of all the features that the final product should have is created, and the steps to achieve those features are taken. The next important step is release planning. Since we are doing the project keeping in mind the Agile project methodology, the project will complete in sprints. That means there will be the release of features at the end of each cycle. And unlike the traditional waterfall model, the development cycles will be smaller. The fourth step in Agile project management is sprint planning. The sprints are made keeping in mind what all is to be accomplished in that particular step. At the beginning of each sprint, the goal of that sprint is decided and steps to achieve that goal are taken. The next step in the process emphasizes on daily meetings. There are short meetings every day to discuss if the team was able to finish the task for each sprint and check if there are any amendments that are required. Each team member talks about what they achieved in the last sprint and what are they going to work on in the next sprint. The last step is the step of sprint review and retrospective. There are 2 meetings after each sprint. First meeting is for the sprint review. This meeting is with the stakeholders to show them the finished product. This helps both sides to build a relationship and discuss if there are any issues in the end product. The second meeting is for having a sprint retrospective. This meeting involves the stakeholders to discuss what went well and what went wrong during the sprint. Sprint retrospective takes place after the sprint review and before the next sprint planning. Now when we know the steps needed for Agile project methodology, we must understand some Agile project management frameworks. There are several frameworks available today. Here, we will be discussing some of the most popular frameworks. The first framework we will discuss is the Kanban framework. Kanban framework is a well-known framework for implementing agile software development. In the case of Kanban framework, work items are represented on the Kanban board, which helps all the team members to see the state of every piece of work at any time. Kanban board not only helps in visualizing the work, but also optimizing the workflow among the team. The next framework we will discuss today is the Scrum framework. Scrum framework is a popular framework for managing complex knowledge work like in the field of research and advanced technologies. Scrum is a simple framework that helps teams work together and learn through their experiences gained while working on a problem. The third framework we will see today is the hybrid framework. The hybrid framework is a combination of agile methodology and non-agile methodology. In the case of a hybrid framework, planning is done using the traditional way of project management, while the execution and delivery is done using the agile methodology. Since the hybrid is a combination of the two, it handles the requirement changes and delivers the product in different stages. The fourth and the last framework we will see is the lean framework. The lean framework works on the principle of providing maximum customer value and creating zero waste. It focuses on optimizing the flow of products all through the value stream. This helps in eliminating waste all through the process and create processes that requires less human efforts. This also simplifies the process of information management and makes it more accurate. Finally, let's have a look at some companies that have opted for agile project management. Today, around 22% of the organizations worldwide have all their teams working on the principle of agile project methodology. Let's have a look at some of the most prominent companies in the world that use agile project management. In the list, we have IBM, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, Philips, and Samsung.
If you're interested in becoming a certified project manager, then you are at the right place. This tutorial will teach you everything you need to know about the project management professional certification. We'll cover all the important stuff like how to start a project, how to make sure it goes smoothly, and how to finish it strong. By the end of this video, you'll have all the skills and knowledge to lead projects like a pro and stand out in your career. Now, before we move on, let us discuss our agenda for today's session. But before that, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon for future updates. So we are going to start our session with an introduction to what is a PMP certification. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about advantages of PMP certification. Then we are going to discuss the job roles. Moving ahead, we will also discuss about skills you will develop. Then we are going to deep dive into the exam details. And finally, we are going to conclude our session with a discussion on cost of the certification. Do you know, friends, that the average salary of project manager in India is around 19 lakhs per annum, and in United States it's around 90,000 US dollars. These figures highlight the lucrative opportunities in the field of project management. Welcome to our tutorial on the project management roadmap for beginners. In this video, we will guide you through the essential steps to kickstart your career in project management. From understanding the key concepts to developing crucial skills to exploring popular methodologies and gaining practical experience, we have got you all covered. By the end of this tutorial, you will have a clear path of becoming a successful project manager. So let's dive in. But before that, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon for further updates on our latest videos. So let's start, guys, first by understanding what exactly is project management. So guys, project management is the essential practice of planning, organizing, and overseeing a project to meet specific goals within a set time frame and budget. It involves defining the project scope, setting clear objectives, and coordinating all necessary resources like people, tools, and materials. A project manager's job is to make sure all the tasks are completed on time, within budget, and up to the desired quality standards. This requires effective communication, solid risk management, and quick problem-solving skills. Project management also means keeping an eye on the progress, making necessary adjustments, and ensuring all the stakeholders are informed on the same page with the project goals. There are various methodologies like Waterfall, Agile, Scrum, which offers different ways to handle projects. I hope so you have got a brief idea regarding this. Now let's move on and discuss briefly regarding what are the key skills needed to become a project manager. So guys, to be an effective project manager, you need to develop a diverse set of skills that will help you to navigate the complexities of managing projects. Here are some of the essential skills that project managers should have. The first one is communication. Clear and concise communication is very vital in this domain. You need to convey ideas, expectations, and updates to your team and stakeholders. Effective communication helps to avoid misunderstandings and keeps everyone aligned with the project goals. The second one is organization. Being organized is very crucial for managing multiple tasks, deadlines, and resources. An organized project manager can keep track of all the project components and ensures everything runs smoothly. Third one which we have is problem solving. Projects rarely go exactly as planned. So strong problem solving skills are very essential. You need to quickly identify issues, analyze possible solutions, and implement the best course of action to keep the project on track. Next one we have is leadership. Inspiring and motivating your team is a key aspect of project management. A good leader guides their team, delegates tasks effectively, and fosters a positive and productive work environment. Next one we have all over here, that is time management. So guys, prioritizing tasks and managing your time efficiently ensures that project milestones are met. Good time management helps you to stay on schedule, meet deadlines without compromising the quality. Next one we have is adaptability. Projects can be unpredictable sometimes. So being adaptable and flexible is very important. You need to adjust plans, strategies as necessary to accommodate changes and unforeseen challenges. And finally we have is solid risk management. You know friends that identifying potential risk and developing strategies to mitigate them is very crucial for project success. Effective risk management helps to minimize the impact of uncertainties on the project. So by honing these skills, you can become a more effective project manager, capable of leading your team to success and delivering projects that meet or exceed expectations. Now we are going to move forward to understand the core project management concepts. So guys, understanding core project management concepts is very essential for successfully managing the project. The first one that we have all over here is scope. So guys, scope defines what the project will deliver and work required to complete it. Clearly outlining the scope helps to prevent scope creep, where uncontrolled changes or continuous growth can derail the project. Next one we have all over here is resources. This involves identifying and allocating the necessary resources, including team members, tools, material, and budget. Efficient resource management ensures that the project has everything it needs to proceed without delays. The third one that we have all over here, that is schedule. So guys, the project schedule outlines the timeline for all tasks and milestones. Creating a detailed schedule helps you to keep the project on track and ensures that deadlines are met. The fourth one that we have all over here is budget. So guys, this is very important factor. And managing the project budget involves estimating cost, setting budget, and controlling expenses to ensure the project remains financially viable. Effective budget management helps prevent cost overruns. Finally, we have is risk management and quality. Let's first talk about risk management. So guys, identifying, assessing, and mitigating risk is very crucial. A proactive approach to risk management can help anticipate potential issues and develop contingency plans, reducing the impact of the project. If we talk about quality, then ensuring that the project meets the required standards and specification, it is very required for it to become a success. So quality management also involves setting quality criteria, continuously monitoring, and evaluating the project deliverables. Now let's move on and discuss about project management methodologies. So guys, project management methodologies provide a structured approaches to managing projects and ensuring efficiency and consistency. The first one that we are going to discuss all over here is called waterfall model. It is a linear and sequential approach where each phase of the project must be completed before moving on to the next. It's best suited for projects with well-defined requirements and minimal changes. The next one that we have all over here is called Agile. Actually, Agile is an iterative and flexible approach that focuses on delivering small, incremental improvements. Agile promotes adaptability and continuous feedback, making it ideal for projects with evolving requirements. The third one that we have all over here is called Scrum. Scrum is basically a subset of Agile. Scrum breaks into the project for short, time-bound iteration called sprint, which basically lasts for 2 to 4 weeks. So, in this, there are regular meetings such as daily stand-ups and sprint reviews, which ensures constant progress and feedback. So guys, choosing the right methodology depends upon the project's nature, requirement, and team dynamics. Ensuring a tailored approach to project management is very, very crucial. Now let us discuss about some of the tools that you should be aware of if you want to become a project manager. Effective project management relies on the tools to organize, track, and manage tasks efficiently. Some of the popular project management are, the first one that we have is Trello. Trello is a visual tool that uses boards, lists, and cards to organize tasks and projects. It's highly intuitive and flexible, making it ideal for teams that prefer a straightforward, visual approach to managing tasks and tracking progress. Next we have all over here is Asana. Asana offers a comprehensive suite of features for task management, project planning, and team collaboration. With its ability to create projects, assign tasks, set deadlines, and track progress, Asana helps to ensure that everyone stays on the same page. The third one that we have all over here is called Microsoft Project. This tool is a powerful project management software which is used for planning, scheduling, and managing projects. It offers advanced features like Gantt charts, resource management, portfolio management, making it suitable for complex projects. Next one that we have all over here is called Jira. Originally designed for software development teams, Jira is an excellent tool for managing agile projects. It supports Scrum and Kanban methodologies, which enables teams to plan sprints, track issues, and monitor progress through detailed reporting. Next one that we have all over here is called Slack. While primarily it is a communication tool, but Slack integrates with many project management tools to facilitate seamless collaboration. Teams can communicate in real time, share files, integrate other tools to create a centralized hub for project activities. So these were some of the tools that you should be aware of, and by leveraging these tools, project managers can enhance their productivity, improve collaboration, and ensure that projects are completed on time and within budget. Now let us move to our final part, that is certification and education. So guys, pursuing formal education and certifications can significantly, with focus on project management, can offer a depth expertise and improve career prospects. The next one that we have all over here is called Certified Associate in Project Management. This entry-level certification is from Project Management Institute and it is ideal for beginners. It actually demonstrates your understanding of fundamental projects and management concepts and prepares you for more advanced certification. A third one that we have all over here is called Project Management Professional. It also offered by PMI Institute. The PMP certification is one of the most recognized and respectable credentials in the field. It requires significant project management experience and demonstrates your ability to manage and lead projects effectively. The next one that we have all over here is called Scrum Master Certification. For those interested in Agile defined framework, it is White Practitioner or PMI ACP certification. This certification is from PMI and it validates your knowledge and skills in Agile processes. It covers various Agile methodologies including Scrum, Kanban, Lean, and many more, making it ideal for those who are working in Agile project environments. The next one that we have all over here is called Certified Scrum Product Owner CSPO certification. This certification is for those who want to focus on the product owner role within a Scrum team. It teaches you how to manage product backlogs, prioritize work, and ensure that the team delivers high-value products. So guys, by pursuing these educational paths and certification, you can build a strong knowledge base and gain practical skills, and also enhance your credibility in the field of project management.
Let's begin with discussing what exactly project management is. Project management is the process of leading the work of a team to achieve all project goals within the given constraints. The information is usually described in project documentation created at the beginning of the development process. The primary constraints are scope, time, and budget. Project management is the application of processes, methods, skills, knowledge, and experience to achieve specific project objectives according to the project acceptance criteria within agreed parameters. Now let's focus on the steps to becoming a project manager. And we will see the steps how to become a project manager. And you could see the first step is understanding the role, the second is getting certification, third is you should have experience, then skills, and then you should expand your knowledge with time, and you should build your network, and then demonstrate the leadership, and you should have a good portfolio, and your professional growth, and then you should seek employment and ace the interview. So we'll discuss each of the particular steps to becoming a project manager. So becoming a project manager is an exciting finish. They coordinate resources, manage budgets, mitigate risks, and ensure timely delivery of project objectives. Research the key responsibilities, industry standards, and the best practices associated with project management. And the next skill is acquire education and certifications. While not always mandatory, obtaining a degree in a relevant field such as business administration or project management can provide a strong foundation. Additionally, consider pursuing certifications such as Project Management Professional (PMP) or Certified Associate in Project Management (CAPM) that is offered by Project Management Institute (PMI). These credentials demonstrate your commitment and competence in the field. Next skill we have is gain relevant experience. To build practical skills, seek opportunities to work on projects in any capacity. Offer to assist project managers or volunteer for projects within your organization. This hands-on experience will provide valuable insights into project dynamics, team collaboration, and problem solving. Document your project involvement and accomplishments to showcase your experience to future employers. And next skill you need is develop key skills. Project managers require a diverse skill set. Enhance your skills in areas such as communication, leadership, organization, negotiation, time management, and risk management. Effective communication is particularly crucial for collaborating with stakeholders, managing conflicts, and ensuring project goals are understood by the team. Next, you should expand your knowledge. Continuously learn and stay updated on industry trends, methodologies, and tools. Familiarize yourself with project management frameworks like Agile, Scrum, or Waterfall, and explore project management software and collaboration tools such as Microsoft Project, Jira, or Trello. Attend workshops, webinars, or conferences to network with industry professionals and learn from their experiences. Next, you should build a network. Networking is vital to career development. Connect with other project managers, join professional associations, and participate in online communities. Engage in discussions, share knowledge, and seek mentorship opportunities. Building a strong professional network can provide guidance, job leads, and opportunities for collaboration. Next is demonstrate leadership. Project managers are leaders who inspire and motivate their teams. Showcase your leadership qualities by taking on additional responsibilities, leading small projects, or coordinating cross functional teams. Seek opportunities to manage team dynamics, resolve conflicts, and foster a positive work environment. Leadership experience will strengthen your project management credentials. Next is develop a portfolio. Create project management portfolio that highlights your achievements, successful projects, and the impact you made. Include project plans, timeline, budgets, and any metrics demonstrating your ability to deliver results. This tangible evidence will distinguish you from other candidates during job applications or interviews. Next is pursue professional growth. Embrace continuous professional development by seeking learning opportunities, attending workshops, and obtaining advanced certifications. Stay informed about emerging trends and technologies in project management and explore specialized areas such as risk management, change management, or stakeholder engagement. A commitment to ongoing growth will position you as a dedicated and knowledgeable project manager. And the next we have is seek employment opportunities. Once you have acquired the necessary skills, knowledge, and experience, explore project management job openings. Tailor your resume and cover letter to highlight your project management expertise, showcase relevant achievements, and emphasize your ability to deliver successful outcomes. Leverage your network and online job platforms to discover suitable opportunities. And the last we have is ace the interview. Prepare your project management interviews by familiarizing yourself with common interview questions and crafting well thought out response, highlighting your experience, problem solving skills, and leadership capabilities. Demonstrate your ability to handle. Having known about the steps and processes of becoming a project manager, let's proceed with the most critical aspect of project management as a career, that is, salary of a project manager. Entry level project managers in the USA can earn an annual salary ranging from $60,000 to $70,000. Senior project managers or those in leadership positions can earn salaries exceeding $120,000, and project managers even reach $150,000 or more. Entry-level project managers in India can expect to earn an annual salary of around 8 to 12 lakhs per annum. Senior or highly experienced project managers can earn salaries ranging from 12 to 28 lakhs per annum. Now, we'll see some of the top companies hiring network engineers. These companies are Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, IBM, Cisco Systems, Intel, and Deloitte. And that goes for a wrap. But before we end this tutorial, let's take a minute to hear from learners about their success stories. Post-graduating from Simplilearn's postgraduate program in project management.
Now, let us learn about project management in Excel. Microsoft Excel is one of the most common applications these days. It is used in both offices and at homes. Microsoft Excel is an easy project management tool that allows the team members to easily see the tasks in a project, develop a plan, and track its progress. Before we learn more about project management in Excel, let's first have a look why do we use Excel. Microsoft Excel is an easy tool to plan a project, so it can be used by people who are beginners in terms of project management. In Excel, one can find several analytical tools like concatenate, len, and counter, so this makes data analysis easy and effective. As the entry of data is easy, same is tracking and controlling of project status. Then, there are several project management templates in Excel that help us to have an effective distribution of project data. We will be checking several project management templates towards the end of this video. Now, let's have a look at the process of making a Gantt chart in Excel. Before we begin this, it's important we know what is a Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is like an horizontal bar chart that is used for project management. With the help of a Gantt chart, we can check the status of the task, the date they start, the date they end, and their dependencies on each other. Gantt chart helps in coordinating and monitoring different tasks in a project. Now, let's have a look at the steps that will help us in making a Gantt chart. First step we have is make a project table. We have several rows and columns. Like here, we have 3 columns. In the first column, we have the tasks. In the second, we have a start date. And in the third column, we have the duration or tenure of the task. The second step is to make a bar chart in Excel. For this, we will select the entire second column. Then we will go on the Insert tab and click on the bar graph chart. There, we can select stacked bar graph in 2D bar charts. As a result, we will have the entitled bar graph on the screen. In the third step, we will add the duration to the bar graph. We will right click on the chart, and in the menu that appears, we will select Data option. A window that appears on the screen. In that window, we will select Add option as shown. We can also see the start date is already in the entry section. Then in the dialog box that appears, type tenure in the series name and click on the range selection icon that's shown in the figure. Now select the relevant data from the tenure column and click on OK. Now we can see a bar graph that has 2 colors on the screen. This bar graph now has the duration of the tasks. The fourth step we have is adding description to the Gantt chart. Now we will open the box again, and in that box we will select the edit option as shown in the figure. Then we will select the tasks as we had selected the duration of the tasks before and click on OK. We can now see the tasks have appeared towards the left side of the Gantt chart. The fifth and the remarkable step will help us convert this bar graph into a Gantt chart. We will now click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Then in the Format Data Series dialog box, we will select No Fill option. We can find our Gantt chart on the screen now in accordance with the data that we had entered. Now we can see the tasks on the left side are in the reverse order. So what we will do next is, we will click on the task panel, then go to the Format Access dialog box and select the categories in reverse order option. Now we can find our tasks in the right order. One more thing we can notice is Gantt chart is starting with some other date and not with the dates that we had entered. So for this, we will copy the first date in some other cell, then clicking on the copied cell, we will go to the home menu to select the dialog box as shown in the figure. Then in that drop down menu, we will select the number option. We can now find a value displayed in the copied cell. We will copy that value, click on the dates on the chart, and as the Format Access dialog box opens, we will paste that value in the box that says minimum shown in the figure. As a result, we will have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, we can give several designs to a Gantt chart, change colors, and make it more presentable for us. Now when we know the basic steps of making a Gantt chart, I will show that practically to you in Microsoft Excel. Our first step is to open Microsoft Excel, and in Microsoft Excel, we will make a project table. In a project table, we will have 3 columns. The first column will be task. The second column will have the start date. The third column will have tenure or the duration of the task. So beginning with tasks, we have task 1. In task 1, we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Then comes task 2. In task 2, we have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4. Then we have task 3. In task 3, we will have two subsections, 3.1 and 3.2. Then we will start with the starting dates. In starting dates, we will put 1st January. The task 1.1 will be 1st of January. Then this will be 4th January. Let's say this is 5th January. Then we will put this as 11th of January. And this will be again 11th January only. This will be 15th January. Let's put this as 17th January. Let this be 19th January. Task 3 begins on 23rd January. And the 3.2 section begins at 26th of January. Now let's put the tenure or the duration of the task. We will begin with task 1. It takes 12 days. Then 1.1 takes 7 days. We say this takes 4 days and this takes 8 days. Then for task 2, it again takes 12 days. It takes 5 days, 5 days, and let's say this takes 6 days and this takes 4 days. Then we come to task 3. This takes 8 days and let's say this takes 6 days and the 3.2 section takes 5 days. So this is how our project table is ready. In the second step, we will select the entire second column. After we have selected this column, we will go to the Insert tab. In the Insert tab, we'll go to the bar columns, and in this, we will select 2D stacked bar charts. Now we have the entitled bar chart in accordance to our data on the screen. Then comes the third step. We will add the duration of the tasks to the bar graph. We will click on the chart, and after we click on the chart, we will select Select Data option. In the Select Data Source dialog box, we find the start date is already there. Now we will click on Add, and after we click on Add, in the series name section, we will put tenure. Then in the series value, we will click on this icon and select the entire tenure series and click on OK. So this is the bar graph that we have now. This is now in two colors, the orange color and the blue color. This bar graph now has the duration of all the tasks in our project table. Now in the fourth step, now it's time for us to add description to our Gantt chart. Instead of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we will put task 1, task 2 and the subtasks. So what we will do is, we will again go to that box, we will left click on the Gantt chart, select the Select Data option, and then we'll go to the start date. Here, we'll select the Edit option. In the Edit option, we will select all the tasks and click on OK. Now we can see all the tasks are aligned towards the left of the bar chart. As we can see, this is a bar chart or a bar graph and not a Gantt chart. The next step we have is converting this bar graph into a Gantt chart. So we will click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Here we have this Format Data Series option. Now we can see the dialog box on the screen. Here we'll go into the color section, fill section, and then we will select no fill. Now we can see the blue lines have disappeared. So this looks like a Gantt chart. So now when we have a Gantt chart on the screen, we can notice that the tasks here are in the reverse order. So what we will do is, we will click on these tasks and select the Format Axis option. Here, we will select Categories in reverse order. We can see our Gantt chart is now in order, like we have our task 1 on the top and task 3 at the bottom. The dates are starting from 11th of December, but the dates we have provided are from 1st of January. Now we will copy this cell, then go on the dates box. Here, we'll go to Format Axis. In the Format Axis, we can see minimum. In this minimum, we will paste this value and press enter. As we press enter, we can see our Gantt chart starting from the date that we wanted to start, and that too in the correct order, starting from task 1 to task 3. Now as a result, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, what we can do is make our Gantt chart more representable. We can change the color of these bars, we can give them shapes, and we can do many other things to make it more presentable. We will first select the bars. Like what we will do is, we will select task 1 and let's say we give it the color blue. Then task 2, we will give it color green, and in task 3, we'll give it the color black. So here the subsections will give different colors to the subsections as well. Then we come to task 2.1. This is how we can change the color of these cells, or apart from changing colors, we can select a bar graph and do the gradient fill. So this is how we can make a Gantt chart more presentable. After changing the colors or changing the shapes, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. Finally, let's have a look at some Microsoft Excel templates for project management. Microsoft Excel templates help in collecting data, putting them into order, and check their dependencies with each other. With the help of these templates, we can monitor the status of the tasks, and we can also check the progress our project has made. Moving forth, we will check some important Microsoft Excel templates. The first template we have is Excel Project Review template. This template helps us have an overview of the project. We can have a clear understanding of all the tasks that are planned and that are completed. This helps project managers to measure the progress of the project and take further steps accordingly. Second template we will check is Excel Budget template. In this template, we can monitor all the expenditures of our project. It helps us in managing the budget of a project and also helps in comparing the budget of a project at different phases. Let's have a look at the budget template in Excel once. We can download this template from officetimeline.com. The Gantt chart towards the right is in accordance with the dates towards the left. If we fluctuate the date, we can see the template working. The start date for task 1 could be changed to 10th June. If we change this date to 10 June, we can see the fluctuation in the Gantt chart. So this is how we can use this template directly. Let's have a look at the third template now. Third template we will see is Excel Sprint Project Tracker template. This template is used majorly in Agile projects, where the project is made in several sprints or sessions. This template includes the start date, the end date, and the duration of each task. We can also see the percentage completed of each task. Let's have a look at the Sprint Project Tracker template as well. We can see the Gantt chart towards the right and the data towards the left. So if we change any data, we can see the Gantt chart changing. For example, we can change the data in Sprint 2 Feature 3. Let's change the start date to July 2nd. We can see the Gantt chart changing. This is how we can use this template directly to track our sessions. Let's have a look at the fourth Excel template. This template is Excel Project Tracker. In this template, we have the data of all the tasks with their status and owners. We can track the percentage of tasks completed and also compare the planned duration of the task to the actual duration of the task. After the critical part tracker, let's check the Excel Project Schedule template. This template helps in effective management of the project, as it helps in monitoring the time that each task of the project takes. It provides a clear view of all the work associated with the project. Let's have a look at this template in Excel once. We can see the Gantt chart in accordance to the data. If we change the estimated hours at two places, let's say at the design review, we make it 15 hours instead of 5 hours. And at the create staffing plan, we make it 2 hours instead of 20 hours. We can see the Gantt chart fluctuating. This is how we can use this template to manage the schedule in a project. Moving forward, the next template we will see is Excel Project Status Report template. This template helps us having a list of project deliverables and the risks associated with that project. This template helps the project managers about different crucial activities involved in a project. After this, we have Excel Milestone Tracker. The milestone tracker helps us in tracking or monitoring different tasks in a project. Project managers use this template to monitor the project performance with respect to the timelines. The last template we will see is Excel Project Planner. Excel Project Planner includes a list of tasks with the respected owners along with the start date and the end date of that task. This helps in monitoring each task and comparing the estimated task date with the actual ones. Let's have a look at this template in Excel. We can see the Gantt chart with respect to the data entered. Let's make changes at several places in the data. We can make this 22 to 24. We will make this 23 go to 2. And we can make this 5th September go to 15th September. And when we make the changes, we can realize the Gantt chart is fluctuating. So this is how we can use this template to plan a project effectively and efficiently.
If you are looking to become a skilled project manager, have a look at the postgraduate program in project management by Simplilearn.
A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. For example, developing a new product, service, or result, constructing a building, industrial plant, or infrastructure, and implementing, improving, or enhancing existing business processes and procedures. In the next screen, we will focus on the characteristics of a project. A project can be distinguished based on its characteristics. The definition describes two characteristics of a project. First, it is temporary in nature. Temporary here does not mean short in duration. A project can extend for long duration based on the requirements. For example, creating a new indigenous missile defense system for a country. However, there is always a definite planned start and end date for a project. It cannot go on indefinitely. Secondly, the project is supposed to produce a unique output. The output could be a product, service, or result. There can be many common activities between two projects, but the outcome of each project should be unique in some way or the other. Now, let us look at what marks the end of a project. A project ends when either the objectives are met or the project is terminated because the objectives will not or cannot be met. The other reason to terminate the project can be that the need for the output of the project does not exist anymore. Usually, the sponsor of the project takes a call about the closure of the project. It is important to differentiate project work from regular operational work. For example, your office receptionist does the same work every day of picking any incoming call and directing the call to the right person in the office. This is an ongoing repetitive work and can be classified as operation. Operations, unlike projects, are neither temporary nor unique. Creating a new software system to effectively track your customer complaint can be an example of a project. When the software is successfully developed, the project objective is met, which marks the end of the project. When you start using this software to track customer complaints, you are entering into the operations phase. In the next screen, let us now look into project management. As defined in the PMBOK guide, project management is the application of knowledge, skills, and tools and techniques applied to project activities to meet the project requirements. Project management is achieved by proper application and integration of the 47 processes. Project application and integration means these processes should be executed in the right manner as well as in the right order. In the next screen, let us discuss how to manage a project. Program management is defined as the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to a program to meet the program requirements and to obtain benefits and control not available by managing projects individually. As defined in PMBOK Guide, a program is a group of related projects, which when managed as a group in a coordinated fashion, provides benefits and control that are not available while managing them individually. These benefits could be from decreased risk, economies of scale, improved management of dependencies, delivery of additional capabilities, optimal utilization of shared resources, and so on. Let us now learn the various features of program management. Random projects cannot be grouped together as a program. The projects in a program should be related in some way or the other, and there should be some value added in managing them together. A project may not be a part of any program, but a program will always have projects. A project can also be executed as a standalone project. A program is designed to deliver some strategic benefits value to the organization. These benefits can be tangible or intangible. Examples of tangible benefit could be increased profit margins or operational cost savings. Examples of intangible benefits could be improved team morale or building up certain competencies. While a project manager focuses relentlessly on the fulfillment of the project's requirements, that is, scope, cost, time, quality, a program manager needs to focus on ensuring that the organizational benefits are realized. In the next screen, let us understand what a portfolio is. Portfolio is yet another term used along with project and program. A portfolio may have multiple projects and programs that are managed as a group to achieve strategic objectives. Note that all projects and programs in a portfolio may not be necessarily interdependent or directly related. A portfolio can be created based on the business objectives. For example, an IT service company can have a portfolio named Japanese Projects, which is formed with an aim to take over the Japanese market by giving more attention to these projects. Within this portfolio, similar projects can be managed as a program, and all banking projects from Japan can be managed as a banking program. In the next screen, let us discuss portfolio management. Portfolio management is the centralized management of one or more portfolios. This includes identifying, prioritizing, authorizing, managing, and controlling projects, programs, and other related work to achieve strategic business objectives. Therefore, whether the company should have Japanese projects as portfolio or not is decided by portfolio management. In the next screen, let us understand the relationship between portfolios, programs, and projects. The image on the screen will help you to understand the terms portfolios, programs, and projects. A portfolio is part of an organization's overall strategy. It represents a conscious decision by an organization to invest in the portfolio. The overall objectives of a portfolio are then cascaded down to the lower-level components. The components could be sub-portfolios, programs, or projects. These components can further be broken down into smaller components for ease of management. Although a project may not contain operations, a program, or a portfolio, it can include other work. This other work may comprise training and development, customer support and services, etc. If the other work has synergy with the overall objectives and adds to the capability to deliver the higher level benefits, then it can be included in the program or portfolio as well. In the next screen, we will discuss Project Management Office. Project Management Office, or PMO, is a specific type of body or department within an organization. PMO performs several roles in the organization, and these can broadly be classified as primary roles and other roles. Typically, the PMO may take up any one or a combination of the three primary roles. It provides the policies, methodologies, and tools and templates for managing projects within the organization. It provides support and training in organization on how to manage projects. And finally, it provides project managers for different ongoing projects in the organization. PMO may also help in managing interdependencies between the projects, selecting, managing, and deploying shared or dedicated project resources, if need be, terminating a project, and organizing lessons learnt sessions and maintaining the project management knowledge base for an organization. In the next screen, we will discuss how to manage the triple constraints. Any project can be done successfully if there is no constraint on time or there is unlimited budget available. Unfortunately, that is not true in real life. A project is performed within some constraint, and these constraints are usually competing. Therefore, if you change one, it would affect the other. For example, if the project duration increases, it would lead to increase in the project cost as well. Triple constraint is a term that originally referred to the three competing project constraints within which the projects are performed. These constraints are cost, time, and scope. Quality is a primary concern for a project manager. Therefore, the project manager has to make trade-offs to keep the scope, cost, time, quality plane in balance. To achieve the balance, the project manager also needs to manage other aspects of the project. For instance, the people, stakeholders, risks, communication, and procurements. The project manager plays the essential role of integrating all these different aspects of project management. In the PMP examination, you can expect business scenario-based questions focusing on the triple constraints. In the next screen, let us understand who a stakeholder is. A stakeholder can be defined as the one whose interests may positively or negatively be affected or perceived to be affected by the decision, activity, or outcome of the project. As per the definition, the project team, project manager, project sponsor, PMO office, customer, etc. are the stakeholders of the project. A project sponsor is the one who gives a go-ahead for a project and provides the necessary resources to execute the project. Therefore, the head of projects in the organization who provides a green signal to start a project and allocates required resources to the project is the project sponsor. A project sponsor is usually somebody placed high up in the organizational hierarchy of the performing organization, that is, the organization in which the work of the project is being carried out. In the next screen, let us look at stakeholder management. One of the key responsibilities of a project manager is to manage stakeholders. A project manager has to involve the stakeholders from the beginning of the project until the end, so they are aware of every step. A project manager has to take up specific activities for stakeholder management, identifying both internal and external stakeholders. Missing out any stakeholder can be disastrous for a project. A stakeholder who is identified towards the end of the project may come up with his own requirement at that stage, and incorporating them can be risky. Determining stakeholder requirements. After identifying all the stakeholders, the project manager also needs to ensure that their requirements are clearly identified. Sometimes, stakeholders might themselves not know of their requirement, and it is the job of the project manager to get them right by doing a proper stakeholder requirement analysis. Determining stakeholder expectations. Stakeholders might also have some unstated expectations, which need to be clarified to see if it can become a project requirement. It is again the role of the project manager to determine the stakeholder's expectation. Communicating with stakeholders. Once all the stated and unstated stakeholder requirements are known, the project manager, as part of stakeholder analysis, should focus on communicating them regularly to keep stakeholders involved in the project. Once you understand the practices of stakeholder management, it will be easier for you to answer scenario-based questions in the examination. In the next screen, let us look at the various organization structure. Projects are performed in an organization, and the functioning of the organization might affect the project. The different organization structure types explained here are based on the level of authority that a project manager gets into in those organizations. In a functional type of organization, the organization is grouped by the area of specialization within different functional areas. For instance, marketing, accounting, engineering, etc. are departments within the organization. Each employee typically reports to a functional manager. In such types of organization, normally projects are undertaken within the department itself. If a project requires any assistance from another department, the request moves from the head of the requesting department to the head of the concerned department. The team members do their normal departmental work in addition to the project work. The next type of organization is projectized organization. In such organizations, there are no departments. The organization's resources mostly work on projects. Team members report to a project manager. The project manager has complete control over the resources. When the project is completed, either they move on to another project or they look for some job outside the company. They do not have a department for themselves. The third type of organization is a matrix organization, which is a blend of functional and projectized organizational structure. A team member belongs to a department as well as they are part of a project team. In such organization, team members have two bosses. One, their department head, and the second, their project manager. Since there are two bosses here, this type of organization is further classified into three different types. They are weak, strong, and balanced matrix organization. So out of the two bosses that team members have in matrix organization, if the project manager has more authority over the team member, such organizations are called strong matrix. Where the functional manager has more authority, it's a weak matrix organization. If they both share equal authority, then it is a balanced organization. There is another term that you might find in the exam called tight matrix. This generally refers to a co-located team, that is, a team that has been placed in the same location to enhance their performance. In the PMP exam, If there is no mention of the organization type, you can assume it to be a matrix organization. Let us look at each of these organization structures in detail. In the next screen, let us look at functional organization. In a functional organization, the resources of the organization are grouped by functions, sometimes called departments. Examples of functions could be sales, finance, administration, manufacturing, etc. Each function plays a definite role in the organization and is headed by a functional head or supervisor. All the resources in such an organization report directly into their functions. Therefore, a salesperson would report into the sales organizational hierarchy, a purchase executive would report into procurement, and so on. You would notice that in a functional organization, the project manager's role is not explicitly called out. When a functional organization embarks on a project, each of the functions that are involved may volunteer some resources to work on the project. One of these resources may end up playing the project manager's role. The resource assignments may not even be full-time, and sometimes even the project manager is part-time. Since the project manager has no authority over any of the resources, they are dependent on the functional heads. This makes it more challenging for the project manager to coordinate in the team. However, functional organizations provide an opportunity for specialization. For example, if a purchase executive was reporting into the purchase department, that executive would have exposure to all the purchasing that happens within the organization and has a well-defined career path. In functional organizations, project management happens at the functional head level. Next, let us look at the projectized organization in the next screen. The projectized organization has all the resources aligned around projects. The project managers have complete control over the resources working on their projects. The biggest advantage of the projectized organization is that the resources have loyalty to their projects and project execution becomes easier. This kind of structure is suitable for organizations whose work is in the nature of projects. There are few disadvantages in this structure as well. Firstly, the role of the resource is over once the project is completed. Secondly, highly specialized roles within a project may not be fully occupied all the time. For example, a purchase executive may have work for selected periods on a project while purchase activities are going on. However, for the rest of the period, their capability may not be optimally utilized. There is less scope for functional specialization as the project boundaries limit the kind of work for the resources. Each project manager is in charge of a project and its resources. Next, let us look at the matrix organization. In a matrix organization, the resources report to the functional managers and are managed by the project managers as well. There might even be a function that represents all the project managers in the organization, which provides project management expertise. The matrix structure has three variants, commonly referred to as weak, balanced, and strong. In a weak matrix, the authority of the project manager is the weakest and strongest in a strong matrix structure. The titles given to project managers in functional or weak matrix organizations are Project Expediter or Project Coordinator. They would be called project managers in a balanced or strong matrix structure and have slightly more authority over the time of the team members. The advantage of the matrix structure is that resources can be optimally utilized while preserving the capacity of the project managers to get projects executed efficiently. Resources can specialize in their functions and have stability in their careers, also contribute to the projects at the same time potentially. The disadvantage of matrix organization is that the communication overhead increases significantly. This is because every resource in the organization belongs into a project and into a function, leading to a dual reporting structure. In a matrix organization, project management happens at project resource level. In the next screen, let us summarize the advantages and disadvantages of different organizational structures. Each organization structure has its own set of advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of functional organizations is that resources may find clearly defined career paths and achieve specialization and skill development in their respective fields. It will be a flexible workforce since only one manager will be responsible, avoiding confusion. The disadvantage of such organization type is that project work is hampered. Department work is always given higher priority than the project work. In addition, there is no career path in project management, which leads to lower interest in projects. In the case of the projectized organization, one of the clear advantages is better communication within the projects. Since project work is the only work team members are doing, it also leads to loyalty towards the project goals. The disadvantage of such organization type is the inefficient use of resources, because every project team has their own support function. Therefore, this might lead to the duplication of effort. It also leads to the resources being left with no work, since their roles are over once the project is completed. It also hampers skill development, because the project requirements dictate what kind of work team members perform at different stages on a project. Now, let us look at the matrix organization. It also has the advantage of better coordination and maximum utilization of resources. However, the disadvantage is the higher potential for conflict among the managers, which might lead to communication complexity and overhead management. In the next screen, let us focus on the comparison on project lifecycle and product lifecycle. Project lifecycle spans the initiation of a project until the closure of the project. The product lifecycle, on the other hand, also encompasses the operational and maintenance phases. A typical product lifecycle starts with conception of the product and goes until its withdrawal from the market. The withdrawal might be because it becomes obsolete, or there is no further need for the product in the market. A product has a long life cycle. A product can require or spawn many projects over its life. For example, a project in product conception phase could be to determine customer needs, whereas a project during product maturity phase could be used to perform competitive analysis. Typically, a product lifecycle is longer than the project lifecycle. A project also has its own life cycle, and this life cycle depends upon the industry and the organization within which the project is being executed. Sometimes different organizations within the same industry use different life cycles. There can be questions in the exam based on the comparison of project life cycle and product life cycle, so understanding the differences will be useful in answering such questions. In the next screen, let us discuss more on project life cycle. A life cycle is composed of phases. Each phase represents a discrete unit of work required to be done on the project. There are different ways of classifying project life cycles. Let us first discuss the sequential versus overlapping life cycle. In sequential phases, the subsequent phase starts only after the previous phase has been completed, whereas in overlapping phases, two or more phases may run in parallel for some time. This could help fast-tracking and compressing the amount of time required. The other way of classifying life cycles is how they go about the process of planning. In predictive life cycles, there is a large upfront planning phase, where all the details of scope, cost, time are planned before beginning the subsequent phases. These phases then are executed in either sequential or overlapping modes. They are suitable for large projects where all the requirements are likely to be known in advance and where upfront planning effort is required to get the necessary approvals. Another feature of predictive life cycles is that each phase may potentially be different in the nature of activities and may require people with different skill sets. For example, traditional software development life cycle has phases like requirements, feasibility, planning, design, construction, testing, and transition. We will continue project life cycles in the next screen. Incremental and iterative life cycles have a short upfront high-level definition and planning phase. The product is then developed through a series of iterations, where iteration increments or adds to the functionality by a little. All the activities are intentionally repeated in iterations. Adaptive or agile life cycles are variants of incremental and iterative life cycles, where iteration is very short, typically 2 to 4 weeks. Agile methodologies are becoming very popular in the software development industry and in other industries where the requirements are highly changeable and frequent feedback is beneficial. Let us now check your understanding of the topics covered in this lesson. A project manager is supposed to fulfill a project's requirements, that is, to deliver a unique output in a timely manner. It starts in the form of an idea that is approved by a project initiator or sponsor. The project manager and the project team then elaborate their understanding of the requirements and produce the final deliverable, which can be a product, a service, or a result. Throughout the project management team needs to ensure that the stakeholders are engaged in the project and their expectations are being managed. The project management team also needs to ensure that there is good communication between the project team and the stakeholders. In addition, the team should make sure that the constraints of scope, cost, time, quality, and others are balanced. In addition to producing deliverables, a project generates data. Such historical data, archives, or records are important for planning future projects. There are 5 major process groups in project management. In the next screen, we will discuss how these process groups are related to each other. The 5 process groups in project management are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing processes. The image shows how these process groups interact with each other. The initiating processes occur only once during a project or phase within a project, at the beginning, whereas the closing processes occur only once towards the end. However, planning, executing, and monitoring and controlling processes are repeated several times during a project. The planning processes take information from the initiating processes and help to prepare an initial baseline version of the plan. As the team starts execution, they understand the ground realities better. The deliverables produced and the data of the progress are fed into the monitoring and controlling process group. In the monitoring and controlling process group, the information generated during execution is processed and utilized in 3 different ways. Firstly, it can be used for revising the plan, which is termed as replanning. Secondly, it can be fed back into execution as defects or corrective and preventive actions or approved changes. And thirdly, the information can result in the cancellation of the project or the successful completion of the project upon validation of the deliverables produced. While discussing processes, consider it from the perspective of project manager or as part of the project management team. This implies that you are essentially functioning in the integration management knowledge area. The initiating process includes 2 steps, which include getting the project charter approved and identifying stakeholders. Click each tab to learn more. A project manager is concerned about getting the charter for the project approved. Project charter sets the beginning of the project, where the management has decided in its favor and is ready to commit resources for it. The other process in the initiating process group is identifying stakeholders. The project manager and the project team should know the stakeholders and their requirements, which is the starting point for planning. You may get concept-based questions in the PMP exam, so study the initiating process to answer such questions easily. Planning accounts for most of the processes in the project management framework. As many as 24 out of the 47 project management processes belong to the planning process group. The basic objective of the planning processes is to produce the project management plan collectively. The developed project management plan under integration management assimilates the output of all the planning processes under various knowledge areas. The project management plan is the collection of all subsidiary plans that address different aspects of the project. The project management team integrates all these plans and ensures that they are in harmony with one another. The team also prepares a blueprint of how the project needs to be executed, controlled, and closed. The planning process starts with scope planning, which is to understand exactly what you are trying to achieve. This is translated into a project scope statement, which can be decomposed into a work breakdown structure, or WBS, which forms the basis of other planning processes. Any change to the scope invariably has a bearing on other parameters that can affect the project. Following the same logic, it is easier to understand how the planning processes in other knowledge areas, such as quality, cost, and time, can influence the time that will be taken, the cost that will be incurred, and the way quality will be managed. To satisfy the scope, cost, time, and quality equilibrium, the project team needs to manage communications, risk, stakeholders, procurements, and human resources. This is where the planning processes under these knowledge areas come in. All these planning processes interact with each other. Planning is an interactive activity that gets elaborated, refined, and adjusted as more and more information about the project is discovered. Planning without execution is futile, but execution without planning is fatal. However, in execution processes, the project team spends a lot of time putting the plan into action. When you perform the executing processes, you often blend the execution and controlling processes. Execution is all about performing the plan that is producing the deliverables and providing information on the progress. Processing of this information and the validation of the deliverables is a control function. The executing process is the direct and managed project work, where the project manager essentially puts certain mechanisms in place to ensure that the work is being carried out. The project manager primarily focuses on ensuring that the procurements are conducted. These procurements are deliverables or services that the project needs to buy from external sources. The project manager also needs to ensure smooth flow of communication within the project team and with the external stakeholders. The manager should make sure that stakeholders are engaged in the project and that the processes for managing quality are being followed correctly. It is important for the project manager to make sure that the right team is being used. They have the knowledge and competencies to do the job, and they work together as a team. The project manager should also manage the team to make sure they are positioned for success. Monitoring is observing and getting data about how things are going within the project, whereas controlling is taking actions to bring things back on track. Monitoring and controlling apply to different aspects of project management. The image shows the various areas of project management where monitoring and control applies. However, the knowledge area that has a corresponding control process is human resources, because human resources should be managed, not controlled. An important aspect of controlling is having an elaborate mechanism to handle changes. Closing processes bring a project or a phase within the project to an orderly conclusion. Only two knowledge areas include a closing process. These are integration management and procurement management. Closing a project or a phase falls under integration management and applies to the overall project. Before the project is formally closed, all the procurements or contracts that are entered into for the project must be formally closed as well. Study the closing processes in detail to answer concept-based questions in the PMP exam.
If you are looking to become a skilled project manager, have a look at the postgraduate program in project management by Simplilearn.
There are 47 processes in project management, grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the first knowledge area, that is, project integration management and its processes. In the next screen, let us understand the concept of project integration management. Project integration management involves unification, consolidation, articulation, and integrative actions that are crucial for successfully completing the project. The project integration management is high-level work that project manager does, and it involves managing interdependencies among the other knowledge areas. The other 9 knowledge areas involve detailed work in a specific direction. For example, project cost management deals only with how to manage cost in a project. The project management processes do not happen independently. For example, A new resource added to the project may require changes in cost or schedule or both. In dealing with such situations, the project manager integrates the processes of project management. The need for integration drives much of the communication and the work of the project manager. Let us discuss the key role of project manager, sponsor, and team in the next screen. Project manager, team members, and project sponsors have different roles to play in a project. The project manager is supposed to play multiple roles in the project. The key role is to perform integration. The project manager puts all the pieces of the project together into a cohesive whole. In doing so, the project manager tries to ensure that the project is done faster, cheaper, and utilizes resources optimally while meeting the project objectives. As the project progresses, the team members work on completing the project activities. The role of the project sponsor is to protect project from any unnecessary changes and to ensure that it has the required resources for completion. The project sponsor is the champion for the project within the performing organization, that is, the organization in which the work is being performed. In the next screen, we will cover the project selection methods. An organization can undertake a project under contract with an external organization or take up a project driven by internal business needs. There should be a formal process of selecting project in all organizations to ensure that it is making the best possible use of limited corporate resources. For example, if the organization has an option to take up any one out of the two projects, both of which use the same corporate resources, the organization would naturally select the one which is more profitable. There are two broad ways to select a project. One way is the benefit measurement method, where one project is compared with other competing projects. Another approach is based on mathematical models, wherein you examine the most optimal selection of projects by trying to optimize a goal. For example, maximize operating profits. Such methods may be called constrained optimization methods. There are different methods under both these categories, and you should be familiar with the names of these methods. Broadly, the benefit measurement methods focus on ascertaining the costs and benefits of undertaking the project. The methods under benefit measurement method include Murder Board, where a panel of experts shoots down a new project idea, peer review, scoring models, economic models, and benefit compared to cost. The constrained optimization methods rely on mathematical modeling techniques to determine the best selection of projects to achieve certain business objectives. The methods of constrained optimization method include linear programming. In reality, you might not have seen these methods to be followed in project selection. Often, personal relationship with the sponsor may be more important than anything else. This is quite normal, and any organization worldwide works this way. However, as a certified project manager, it is important for you to be familiar with more scientific methods of project selection. A typical question on the CAPM exam could be, what type of project selection technique is peer review? And the right answer is benefit measurement method. You need to understand the characteristics of various project selection methods to answer scenario-based questions. In the next screen, we will focus on the project selection methods. An organization has limited resources. They cannot execute all the projects that come their way. They can take only those projects for execution which are financially sound for the organization. There are various parameters used in making such decisions. Some of these terms are present value, net present value, internal rate of return, payback period, benefit cost ratio, return on investment, and opportunity cost. Click each tab to learn about the parameters. Present value is today's value of future cash flows. In order to reduce future cash flows to present values, a discount factor has to be applied. What this essentially means is, if a project can give a return of, say, $100 per year, $200 next year, and $250 the third year, what is the value of all these returns today? $250 return in the third year will not be the same as $250 today due to inflation or any other constraint. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. Net Present Value, NPV, is the present value of the total benefits, income or revenue, less the costs over a time. Therefore, if multiple items are involved, add the present value of all of them to arrive at the net present value. Problems where a project has to be selected over other projects on the basis of their net present value can be expected in the exam. Let us take an example of a typical question that we might encounter in the exam. You have two projects to choose from. Project X will take 2 years to complete and has an NPV of $35,000. Project Y will take 5 years to complete and has an NPV of $95,000. Which one will you choose? The answer is Project Y because it has a higher NPV. Do not get confused with longer duration of the project. It is important that NPV be more. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. Another term used in evaluating a project is Internal Rate of Return, or IRR. IRR is the rate of discounting at which the present value of costs matches the present value of benefits. It is the rate inherent in the project. Let us look at an analogy to understand the concept of IRR. Consider a project similar to depositing money in a bank account and earning interest. You will prefer the bank that gives maximum interest. Similar is the project. Choose from Project A and B, where Project A has an IRR of 25%, or Project B has an IRR of 15%. The answer is Project A, as the IRR is better for Project A. It is obvious, higher the IRR, the better. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. Payback period is the number of time periods it takes to recover your investment in the project before you start making profit on the investment made in the project. You have two projects to choose from, Project A with a payback period of 5 months or Project B with a payback period of 12 months. Which one would you go for? The answer would be Project A. It is evident that lesser the payback period, the better. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. Benefit-cost ratio is the ratio of the present value of benefits to the present value of costs. A benefit-cost ratio of more than 1 means that benefits are greater than the costs. If the benefit-cost ratio of Project A is 2.5 and benefit-cost ratio of Project B is 1.5, which project would you select? The answer is Project A, as the benefit-cost ratio is higher in Project A. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. Return on investment, or ROI, is commonly used in financial parlance to indicate how profitable a project is. Return on investment is the average rate of return or benefits expected as compared to the initial investment. If a project involves an initial investment of $100,000 and generates an average return of $20,000 per year, it means the ROI is $20,000 by $100,000, or 20%. Higher the ROI, the more profitable the project is. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. Opportunity cost is yet another term used in evaluating competing projects that you might see in the exam. It means the opportunity given up by selecting one project over another. Problems where a project has to be selected over other projects on the basis of their net present value and opportunity cost can be expected in the exam. For example, you may come across a question such as, What is the opportunity cost of selecting Project B if Project A has an NPV of $55,000 and Project B has an NPV of $85,000? The answer is $55,000. This is the NPV of Project A, which was selected over Project B. Click Close to go to the Process Selection Methods dashboard. In the next screen, let us look at the There are 6 project management processes, which are part of Project Integration Management knowledge area. They are the Develop Project Charter, done in the Initiation Process Group, Develop Project Management Plan, undertaken in the Planning Process Group, Direct and Manage Work Carried Out in the Executing Process Group, Monitor and Control Project and Perform Integrated Change Control, undertaken in the Monitoring and Controlling Process Group, and Close Project or Phase done in the Closing Process Group. Let us look at each of these processes in detail. In the next screen, let us understand how to read process-related information. As you can see in the Project Management Process diagram, these elements within the knowledge area represent the inputs from the same knowledge area. These elements represent the inputs from other knowledge areas. These represent the tools and techniques used in the process. These are outputs of the process. These represent the output within the same knowledge area, whereas these outputs are fed into the knowledge areas other than the one that the process is a part of. You can observe that the process in the image is color-coded based on the process group. Initiating Process Group is in yellow. Planning Process Group is in blue, and so on. You can read the processes and their color codes in the legend box on the bottom left of the screen. The process group affiliation is also indicated in the text of the description. It is important to understand the process group context to appreciate what the process does. In the next screen, let us look at the Develop Project Charter process. Develop Project Charter is an initiating process. A project charter is essentially a document that authorizes a project. Once a project has received a charter, it means that the project manager can start employing the organization's resources for the project activities. Let us look at the key inputs to be considered in preparing the project charter. The first input is the Project Statement of Work. This is created by project sponsor, or the customer describing their needs, project scope, and how the project fits into their strategic goal. If the project is taken up under a contract, the request for proposal, that is, RFP, can be considered as Project Statement of Work. The next input is the business case. This document establishes whether the investment in a project is worth, from a business point of view, the business need for the project, and the cost-benefit analysis. It provides important information to the project manager about the goals of the project and the boundaries in terms of the desired results, cost, etc. If the project is being undertaken as part of a contract or agreement, the agreement provides an important input for the project manager that establishes what must be done in the project. The next input to be considered for project charter is enterprise environmental factors. Any project to be executed within the organization has to deal with the organization culture and existing systems. You can consider this as an organization baggage that comes with the project. This is the reason a project being executed in 2 different organizations may be done differently. Another factor to be considered is organizational process assets. This is a broad term and includes all the organizational processes, procedures and policies, corporate knowledge base, and historical project information. Every organization develops a set of processes, procedures, and policies that are based on the best practices learned by the organization over time. The historical information includes past project management plans, risks, lessons learned, etc., of similar projects executed. Now, let us look at the tools and techniques used in this process. The first technique is expert judgment. Expert judgment is an invaluable input to the process of formally authorizing a project, because an expert can provide insights into why a project makes business sense or why it does not. From experience, they may be able to shed light about the validity of the business drivers, feasibility, assumptions, and constraints that need to be considered for the project. Facilitation techniques is another technique used. The chartering process is often a collaborative activity involving many influential stakeholders in an organization. Facilitation techniques help bring all these stakeholders together and engage in fruitful discussions in order to arrive at an informed decision whether to go ahead with a project or not. The only output of this project is the project charter. Let us try to understand what the project charter might contain. The project charter usually contains the high-level project requirement, and it should be created by the project sponsor and handed over to the project manager. The project manager can do the groundwork to prepare the project charter, but it must be signed by the project sponsor or somebody in the performing organization who is higher in authority than the project manager. It is important to point out that a project charter is not a project management plan. The detailed risk, schedule, cost analysis, etc. is part of the project management plan and should be done during the project planning phase, when there is more detail on the availability of the project to do so. The charter should be sufficiently high level to accommodate the minor changes that might arise in the project. In the next screen, let us discuss the second process under Project Integration Management, Develop Project Management Plan. This is the process of documenting the actions necessary to define, prepare, integrate, and coordinate the subsidiary plans. Examples of subsidiary plans are Project Time Management Plan, Project Cost Management Plan, Project Human Resource Management Plan, etc. The Project Management Plan does not just describe when the project would start, what activities should be done, and when the project would get over. It is a detailed document and describes how the project would be executed, monitored, and controlled, and closed. Many people think that project schedule developed using Microsoft Project is the project management plan. However, that is not true. Project Management Plan contains all the subsidiary plans and their baseline value. It also contains the allowed variance in the baseline value. Performance measurement baseline of project's time is the total of project baseline time and the agreed time variance for the project. For example, the Time Management Plan section would have mentioned the time taken by a project. The period mentioned in the Project Management Plan is 180 days. This 180-day period is also called the baseline time value. Therefore, the baseline value is the initial agreed value in the project management plan. So, if the time variance agreed in the plan is 10%, the project should be executed in maximum 180 plus 180 multiplied by 10% is 180 plus 18, which is 198 days. Whether the baseline time value should be 180 days or 300 days is decided by analyzing the project activities, and it should not be decided arbitrarily. In the next screen, let us look at the various inputs, outputs, and tools and techniques of this process. Let us look at the inputs considered in developing the project plan. Project charter from the previous process is an important input. The other inputs include output of the other planning processes, because the project management plan is supposed to integrate all of these plans. The examples of other plans are Time Management Plan, Cost Management Plan, and Quality Management Plan, etc. All of these plans are developed over a period as the project progresses. These will be discussed in detail later in this tutorial. In addition to these, enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are also inputs to developing the project management plan. In fact, these two factors have more influence in developing project management plan than in developing project charter. It is recommended that you understand these inputs, outputs, and tools and techniques clearly, as most of these will be repeated in other processes as well. The two tools and techniques employed in this process are expert judgment and facilitation techniques. The very obvious output of this process is the project management plan. In the next screen, let us look at some of the key terms which are crucial in understanding these processes. Let us look at a few key terms to understand project management processes. The first is the work authorization system. There should be a formal process of authorizing work within the project. So, be it internal team members or project contractor, there should be a formal process of giving go-ahead to start work on the project. The next two related terms are corrective and preventive action. You will come across these terms throughout this PMP tutorial. Corrective action is any action taken to bring expected future project performance in line with the project management plan. For example, if a project milestone is delayed, as a corrective action, you include additional resources to ensure that the final project deadline is not delayed. While corrective action involves implementing actions to deal with actual deviations from the performance baselines, preventive action deals with anticipated or possible deviation from performance baselines. For example, to ensure that projects are not delayed, you do a proper estimation of the work and assign enough resources to the project so that they are not delayed. A very important system that needs to be established early on in a project is the change control system. Since projects are executed in a dynamic environment, it is quite natural to expect changes in the project requirements. The change control system is the formal documented procedures, paperwork, tracking systems for authorizing changes. Therefore, the change control system analyzes each of the incoming change requests and decides whether to accept the change request or reject it. A configurable item is any product, service, or result within the project whose characteristics need to be identified, documented, and placed under change control mechanism. Examples of configurable items are project documents, source code, physical parts such as tools, recommended settings for machinery, etc. When a formal configuration management system is put in place, it is essentially establishing a control system that can preserve the characteristics of these items. Now, let us look at the next process of the project integration management knowledge area, which is direct and manage project work. Direct and manage project work is the process of performing the work defined in the project management plan to achieve the project objective. This process marks the performance and completion of activities in a project. The input to this process is obviously the project management plan, since the project is executed as per the project management plan. The other inputs to this process are any approved change requests that need to be implemented. These could be in the form of corrective or preventive actions upon which the team has decided to work. The other two inputs are enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. Let us look at the tools and techniques. Expert judgment is an important tool used in this process as well. Another technique is the Project Management Information System, or PMIS. The PMIS is a combination of documents, dashboards, software tools, etc., where the data and information related to the project gets collected as the work is being done. During execution, it is natural to expect that plenty of meetings will take place among the team members and among other stakeholders as well. There are several outputs from this process. Project deliverables are produced. As the deliverables are being produced, there would also be data related to the project performance that will be generated, such as what was done, how long did it take, how much did it actually cost, etc. Along with these key outputs, there are changes that new change requests may emerge. This could be because, during the execution phase, the team or the stakeholders may realize that what is being produced is not meeting the expectations or needs and that something else may need to be done. In the process, project documents and project management plan get updated. Let us look at monitor and control project work in the next screen. Monitor and control project work is the process of tracking, reviewing, and regulating the progress to meet the performance objective or objectives defined in the project management plan. Now, the estimated time performance measurement baseline is 180 days and 10%. The monitor and control project work is the process area that tracks whether 180 days and 10% time performance baseline is being met or not. Let us also look at the key inputs for the monitor and control project work process. Project management plan is the key input, as the performance measurement baselines are part of the project management plan. The other key input to monitor and control project work is work performance information. It is the status of the project, that is, the status of the project deliverables, the cost incurred, the time elapsed in the project, etc. Along with the work performance information, forecasts related to the cost and time form important inputs upon which the project manager has to act. Validated changes confirms that the approved changes have been appropriately incorporated. Enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are also inputs to this process. Expert judgment, analytical techniques, project management information system, and meetings are the various tools and techniques. One of the outputs of this process area is change requests. Change requests could be in the nature of corrective and preventive actions or defect repair. If the performance measurement baselines are not being met, this process ensures that project manager takes appropriate corrective and preventive action to get close to the performance measurement baselines. Along with the recommended corrective and preventive action, monitor and control project work also results in identifying defects, which must be taken care of. During the defect repair process, many reports related to the performance of the work of the project will be produced. Project management plan and project documents are also updated. In the next screen, let us focus on Perform Integrated Change Control process. Perform Integrated Change Control is the process of reviewing all change requests, approving and managing changes to the project deliverables, organizational process assets, project documents, and the project management plan. This is where all the recommendations for changes, corrective actions, preventive actions, and defect repairs are evaluated across all the knowledge areas and either approved or rejected. The inputs to this process are similar to that of the monitor and control project work process. Project management plan, work performance reports, enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets. The only additional input is the change request, since the Perform Integrated Change Control process is supposed to take care of managing the incoming changes. To make a judgment about the change requests, project management plan and the work performance reports are also referred to. Another important tool and technique used in this, along with expert judgment and meetings, is change control tools, and most important among them is Change Control Board. The team takes up the ownership of analyzing each of the incoming changes and also does the impact analysis for the changes, and finally approves or rejects a change. The project manager, project sponsor, and a few of the important stakeholders and team members may be part of the Change Control Board. The process should produce change requests that are approved, a log of change requests processed, requests that were either approved or rejected, and a few updates to the project plan and other documents. Change management and change control is the theme recurring in many questions in the examination. You can expect questions in the exam which test a project manager's response to a particular change in the project. In the next screen, let us take a closer look at functioning of this process. Now, let us look at the process of change. First, the project manager should determine that a change has either already occurred or if the change is necessary. One of the important qualities of a good project manager is that they will push back on unnecessary changes. The next step is to evaluate its impact on the project in totality. The team needs to understand what would be the impact on the time, cost, quality, risk, resource requirements, and so on. Once the impact is known, the project manager along with the team should look for various possible options to accommodate the change. For instance, in order to accommodate an increase in scope, it may be necessary to extend timeline, add resources, increase budget, or a combination of the above. Once the impact analysis and exploration of possible options are completed, the project manager should present it to internal as well as external stakeholders for their approval. It should be presented to internal stakeholders first, because the management of an organization may decide to absorb the change within the project's reserves without opting to bill the customer. If the project will have an impact on the agreed baselines of time, cost, scope, and quality, one needs to get in touch with the external stakeholders and the customer. These steps are an important aspect of a project manager's job, and the ability of a project manager to manage change will be tested in the CAPM examination. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Close project or phase is the last process of the project management integration knowledge area. This process ensures that the project or a phase is formally closed after completion. Remember that PMI expects a mature organization and a trained project manager to be diligent in following closure formalities. Without going through the formal closure formalities, the project cannot abruptly be closed. The project should be formally closed, even if it is terminated due to some problem. The key input to this process is the accepted deliverables. The deliverables have to be brought into a state that they can be properly transitioned. Transition means they are handed over to the organization or group that will be responsible for operations, maintenance, and support. The other inputs are project management plan and organizational process assets. Expert judgment, analytical techniques, and meetings are the commonly used tools and techniques. The closure of a project or phase results in a product, service, or a transition. In the process, one of the important outputs is updates to the organizational process assets. These include the actual performance against the plan, the key lessons learned during the project, the risks identified, the updates to the skills and experience of the team members, etc. Updating these assets is mandatory as it helps the organization gain maturity and learn from the experience. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Here is a quick recap of what was covered in this lesson. Project integration management involves unification, consolidation, articulation, and integrative actions that are crucial for successfully completing the project. Integrating the project activities is the key role of a project manager. The project team focuses on completing the project activities, and the project sponsor warrants the team against unsolicited changes. Benefit measurement methods ascertain the costs and benefits of undertaking the project, while constrained optimism methods rely on mathematical modeling to select the best projects that achieve business objectives. Various project integration management processes are develop project charter, develop project management plan, direct and manage work, monitor and control project, perform integrated change control, and close project or phase. Hello, and welcome to CAPM certification course offered by Simplilearn. In this lesson, we will focus on project scope management. Let us begin with the objectives of this lesson. After completing this lesson, you will be able to define project scope management, differentiate between project scope and product scope, identify the key terms used in project scope management, explain work breakdown structure, describe the project scope management processes. In the next screen, let us take a look at Project Management Process Map. There are 47 processes in project management grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the second knowledge area, that is, project scope management and its processes. Let us begin with the first topic of this lesson, that is, project scope management. Project scope management includes the processes required to ensure that a project comprises all and only the work required to complete the project successfully. The project scope management is concerned about the scope. What is not there in the scope is also clearly identified. In the next screen, let us look at the key activities performed under project scope management. Let us look at a few of the typical activities that happen as part of the project scope management. Constant monitoring is essential to make sure that all the project work is being completed. The gradual, uncontrolled increase in scope of the project is referred as scope creep. It is necessary to define the project scope boundaries and not let people randomly add to the project scope. Gold plating is doing more than what is required as part of the project scope. This has to be avoided in projects. As per the published statistics about projects done globally, less than 40% of projects can be considered successful. Therefore, the focus should be on what is required rather than squandering around with what is not required. 40% might be considered less, but a project is classified as successful only if it meets all its objectives and is done within time and cost budgets. In the next screen, let us understand the differences between product scope and project scope. Project scope management deals with managing both the product scope as well as the project scope. Product scope refers to the features and functions that characterize a product, service, or result. The word product may also include creation of a service. For example, in the banking industry, each of their services is called a product. Likewise, a savings account is one of their products. Mutual fund is another. On the other hand, project scope is the work that needs to be accomplished to deliver the output of the project, which could be a product, service, or result with the specific features and functions. For instance, to deliver a product, you may also need to produce a requirements document or a design document. These are not part of the product scope, but it may very well be part of the project scope. In the next screen, let us discuss a few key terms used in the project scope management. WBS stands for Work Breakdown Structure. It means breaking the project deliverables into smaller and more manageable components called work packages. The last level of work in such subdivision is called work packages, and the whole structure is called WBS. For example, a typical software development project would have various activities like finalizing requirements, designing the new system, coding, testing, and going live with the new system. Each of these translates into high-level deliverables, which can be further subdivided into smaller activities which are more predictable. WBS Dictionary, like any dictionary, contains the explanation of the terms used in WBS. A typical WBS dictionary has details like the control account, name of the work package, description of the work package, resource assigned, if there are any assumptions or dependencies to complete the work package, the due date to finish the work package, technical dependencies, and so on. WBS Dictionary is useful for the person or group working on the work packages as it further elaborates the decomposed work package. Control account is a level within WBS at which management wishes to exercise control. For example, perform earned value analysis, track performance, etc. In the next screen, let us cover work breakdown structure in detail. Along with the scope statement and the WBS dictionary, the work breakdown structure forms the scope baseline of the project. That is, it should reflect the entire scope of the project. Any deliverables that are not reflected in WBS are not part of the project. The creation of the WBS should involve the whole team. The creation of WBS creates common understanding about the scope and therefore leads to team buy-in. During decomposing the deliverables, you must ensure that each level is complete. That is, it includes all the work in the project before you start to decompose further. Decomposition continues until the lowest level deliverable cannot be logically subdivided further, or they can be estimated with reasonable accuracy. WBS is a deliverable-oriented decomposition. It should only contain deliverables and not activities. While developing the schedule, converting the deliverables into activities is one of the problems as WBS does not contain activity-level details. Concept-based questions on work breakdown structure can be expected in the exam, so it is essential to have a clear understanding of the concept of WBS. In the next screen, let us look into an example which shows how WBS is derived. Work breakdown structure of a core banking software development project is given on the screen. The scope of the project has been divided into WBS elements, like requirements documentation, design and architecture, code, test, and go live. Further, these elements are decomposed into work package level to make it easier to manage the deliverables in terms of scope, cost, and time. It also helps to estimate or assign the specific work packages to team members or groups. The design and architecture has been decomposed to model and prototype. Similarly, code is decomposed into work package 3.1 and 3.2, test into work package 4.1 and 4.2, and go live into product installer and warranty sheet. WP 3.1 can be represented as Model 1 and WP 3.2 as Model 2. Similarly, WP 4.1 may be test strategy document and WP 4.2 a test plan document. The number here indicates work breakdown code. In the next screen, let us discuss how project scope management is actually accomplished. There are 6 project management processes, which are part of project scope management knowledge area. These processes are plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS, validate scope, and control scope. The first 4 processes, that is, plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, and create WBS, are part of the planning process group, and the remaining 2 processes, validate scope and control scope, are executed as part of the monitoring and controlling process group. In the next few screens, we will look at each of these processes in detail. Let's begin with plan scope management. Plan scope management process creates a scope management plan that documents how the project scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. It is usually the starting point of the planning processes on a project. Understanding the scope and how it will be managed is fundamental to planning the other aspects of the project. Let us review the list of inputs to this process. The Project Management Plan provides other subsidiary plans and will help guide the scope planning activities on the project. The Project Charter provides an overall context and the high-level product and project description, which may help determining the approach for the scope management. Enterprise environmental factors provide the organizational context to the project. including the culture of the organization, the infrastructure, key personnel, and so on. Organizational process assets provide inputs such as policies and procedures, historical information, and knowledge base. Now, let us look at the tools and techniques employed in this process. Expert judgment refers to input received from knowledgeable and experienced resources. Meetings may be organized to determine the scope management plan. Everyone responsible for the project scope management, such as the project manager, sponsor, customer, and other stakeholders, must attend these meetings. Now, let us look at the outputs of this process. The scope management plan describes how the project scope will be defined, like who will be involved in the process, whose inputs will be sought, what techniques may be used to get these inputs, etc., developed, that is, in what form will the scope be elaborated and documented, monitored and controlled, and verified. The plan may also describe how WBS will be created from the scope statement, how changes to the scope will be managed, how deliverables will receive formal acceptance, etc. The Requirements Management Plan is a subsidiary of the Project Management Plan that describes how requirements will be analyzed, documented, and managed. A requirement is voiced by a customer or a stakeholder, whereas scope represents what the project team will do or deliver in order to meet that need. The Requirement Management Plan may also describe how the configuration management of requirements will be carried out, how they will be prioritized, how the metrics will be used to rationalize these choices, and how the traceability of the requirements will be maintained throughout the project. You may get questions in the CAPM exam based on the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs of plan scope management. So, understanding of these topics will help you to answer concept-based questions correctly. In the next screen, let us look at the second process, collect requirements. Collect requirements is the second of the 6 project scope management processes. It is the process of defining and documenting stakeholders' needs to meet the project objectives. Let us look at the inputs to this process. Scope management and the Requirements Management Plan provide clarity on how the team should go about collecting and documenting the requirements for the project. The Stakeholder Management Plan provides insights into the stakeholders' communication requirements and the level of stakeholder engagement needed. The Stakeholder Register may provide useful guidance about which of the stakeholders could provide the requirements for the project. It is very important that all the stakeholders' expectations are captured adequately and represented in the requirements document. The Project Charter provides high-level requirements and expectations and may be used to detail out the requirements. Now let us look at the tools and techniques that can be employed to collect the requirements. It is important for the project team to use a combination of techniques that will give them maximum clarity about the requirements. Some of the techniques may include direct interaction like interviewing, forming focus groups, conducting workshops, and using group creativity techniques like brainstorming and group decision-making techniques. It may also include some offline activities like conducting surveys via questionnaires, etc. Observation can be a very powerful way to capture requirements that may be difficult to state or articulate. Prototyping is a powerful technique where the team comes up with a model or sample artifact that helps the users visualize and gain more clarity about what is being developed. Benchmarking is useful for understanding and learning from the industry and organizational benchmarks about the bare minimum expectations. Use of context diagrams and analyzing the documentation provided can also help in collecting requirements. Requirements documentation is one of the most important output. The second output of this process is Requirements Traceability Matrix. This table helps trace whether the work has happened on the requirements, whether all requirements are reflected in the final product of the project, etc. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Plan Scope Management process creates a scope management plan that documents how the project scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. It is usually the starting point of the planning processes on a project. Understanding the scope and how it will be managed is fundamental to planning the other aspects of the project. Let us review the list of inputs to this process. The Project Management Plan provides other subsidiary plans and will help guide the scope planning activities on the project. The Project Charter provides an overall context and the high-level product and project description, which may help determining the approach for the scope management. Enterprise environmental factors provide the organizational context to the project, including the culture of the organization, the infrastructure, key personnel, and so on. Organizational process assets provide inputs such as policies and procedures, historical information, and knowledge base. Now, let us look at the tools and techniques employed in this process. Expert judgment refers to input received from knowledgeable and experienced resources. Meetings may be organized to determine the scope management plan. Everyone responsible for the project scope management, such as the project manager, sponsor, customer, and other stakeholders, must attend these meetings. Now, let us look at the outputs of this process. The scope management plan describes how the project scope will be defined, like who will be involved in the process, whose inputs will be sought, what techniques may be used to get these inputs, etc., developed, that is, in what form will the scope be elaborated and documented, monitored and controlled, and verified. The plan may also describe how WBS will be created from the scope statement, how changes to the scope will be managed, how deliverables will receive formal acceptance, etc. The Requirements Management Plan is a subsidiary of the Project Management Plan that describes how requirements will be analyzed, documented, and managed. A requirement is voiced by a customer or a stakeholder, whereas scope represents what the project team will do or deliver in order to meet that need. The Requirement Management Plan may also describe how the configuration management of requirements will be carried out, how they will be prioritized, how the metrics will be used to rationalize these choices, and how the traceability of the requirements will be maintained throughout the project. You may get questions in the CAPM exam based on the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs of plan scope management. So, understanding of these topics will help you to answer concept-based questions correctly. In the next screen, let us look at the second process, collect requirements. Given on the screen is an example of the requirements traceability matrix. It lists all the requirements recorded in the requirements documentation in the first column. In the subsequent columns, it traces how the requirement is being met by specific sections or objects in the subsequent stages. In case of a software development project, the requirement about enabling multi-user access may require changes in multiple places. These are specifically called out in the columns titled Design, Coding, Testing, etc. This ensures each requirement is specifically addressed through all the stages of the lifecycle and also provides a backwards traceability by clarifying why a particular change is made at each stage, that is, which requirement is driving these changes. A typical question in the CAPM exam can be one related to the creation of WBS. So understanding the requirements traceability matrix will help you to answer concept-based questions. In the next screen, let us look at the third project scope management process, define scope. Given on the screen is an example of the requirements traceability matrix. It lists all the requirements recorded in the requirements documentation in the first column. In the subsequent columns, it traces how the requirement is being met by specific sections or objects in the subsequent stages. In case of a software development project, The requirement about enabling multi-user access may require changes in multiple places. These are specifically called out in the columns titled Design, Coding, Testing, etc. This ensures each requirement is specifically addressed through all the stages of the lifecycle and also provides a backwards traceability by clarifying why a particular change is made at each stage, that is, which requirement is driving these changes. A typical question in the CAPM exam can be one related to the creation of WBS. So understanding the requirements traceability matrix will help you to answer concept-based questions. In the next screen, let us look at the third project scope management process, Define Scope. The next process in the project scope management is Define Scope. Define Scope is the process of developing a detailed description of the project and product, collect requirements lists for all the different requirements or needs expressed by the stakeholders. Define Scope deals with the detailing these requirements and determining what will be in the scope of the project and what will not be. It belongs to the planning process group. Let us look at the inputs to this process. The Scope Management Plan provides the details about the process of capturing and documenting the scope of the project. Project Charter, which describes the business need of the project, and requirements documentation developed as part of the Collect Requirement process also form inputs to this process. Organizational process assets are also a part of the Define Scope process. Organization templates may be used to write the project scope or refer to the lessons learned from previous similar projects. For projects which have product instead of a service as an output, product analysis is a commonly used technique. This defines what is required in a project's product. Alternatives generation is a technique used to see if the project requirements can be completed in a different way, similar to lateral thinking. Expert judgment is a technique using an expert, may be an external consultant to look at various requirements and come up with the project scope statement. In order to define the scope, you may also conduct specific workshops that are facilitated to generate ideas around the project scope. The output of this process is the project scope statement, which describes in detail the project's deliverables and the work required to create those deliverables. Therefore, the project scope statement has project's product scope description, product acceptance criteria, project deliverables, and project constraints. This process also results in updating the requirements documentation and requirement traceability matrix developed earlier. Let us look at the next process, Create WBS. The final planning process within scope management is Create WBS. Create WBS is the process of subdividing project deliverables and project work into smaller, more manageable components. It belongs to the planning process group. The WBS is created with project scope statement and the requirements document as input. The Scope Management Plan provides the details about the process of capturing and documenting the scope of the project and how the deliverables in the form of a WBS and how it should be maintained. The templates and standards related to the industry and the specific enterprise may be useful in creating WBS. If there is an organization's template for writing down WBS, that is also used. The other two inputs are organizational process assets and enterprise environmental factors. Decomposition is an important technique used in this process. In decomposition, the project deliverables are subdivided into smaller, more manageable components until the work and deliverables are defined at the work package level. The work package level is the lowest level in the WBS and is the point at which the cost and activity duration of the work can be reliably estimated and managed. The level of detail for work packages vary as per the size and complexity of the project. Another technique used is expert judgment. The output of this process is Scope Baseline. The Project Scope Statement, WBS, and WBS Dictionary are collectively referred to as Scope Baseline. Scope Baseline is part of Project Management Plan. This process also results in project document updates. Implementing WBS may result in getting more clarity about the requirements itself. The requirement document or the project scope statement developed earlier should be updated. In the next screen, let us look at the Validate Scope process. Validate Scope is the process of formalizing acceptance of the completed project deliverables. Validating scope includes reviewing deliverables with the customer or sponsor to ensure they are completed satisfactorily and obtain formal acceptance. Validate scope is closely related to quality control as well. However, scope validation is primarily concerned with acceptance of the deliverables, whereas quality control is primarily concerned with correctness of the deliverables and meeting the quality requirements specified for the deliverables. Quality control is generally performed before scope validation, but these two processes can be performed in parallel as well. Let us look at the inputs to this process. The Project Management Plan provides information about how the deliverables will be validated and accepted by the customer and other stakeholders. The requirements documentation acts as the basis on which the validation activity is to be carried out. The requirements traceability matrix documents how each of the requirements has been implemented and how it can be validated. The fourth input is verified deliverables and implies that the verification activity is first carried out by the team under the control quality process, and only then the deliverable enters the validation process. Work performance data gives more inputs on the deliverables that may be useful in validating and getting acceptance. The technique used to validate scope is inspection and group decision-making. Some of the typical activities that are done as part of inspection are measuring, examining, and validating to determine whether the work and deliverables meet requirements and product acceptance criteria. Group decision-making techniques may be employed if a team is working on the process of validating the deliverables. It helps in arriving at a decision by either consensus or majority or any other method. The output of this process is the accepted deliverable. Sometimes deliverable might be acceptable and that results in another output, that is, change request. Due to the validation process, the information about the deliverables, which have been accepted, and any observations during the validation process may be recorded. Some documents, like Report on Status of the Project's Product, is updated as a result of this process and listed as one of the outputs. In the next screen, let us look at the control scope process. Control scope is the process of monitoring the status of the project and product scope and changes to the scope baseline. Controlling the project scope ensures all requested changes and recommended corrective or preventive actions are processed through the same Perform Integrated Change Control process. The inputs Project Management Plan, Requirements Documentation, and Work Performance Data are the same as the inputs for Control Scope and Validate Scope. Work Performance Data has information about progress of work on the different deliverables. The other input is Requirements Traceability Matrix, which lists the requirements included in the requirements document. Organization process assets also influence control scope in a sense where an organization would have standard templates for monitoring and reporting scope-related updates. Scope control is performed using variance analysis. The variation is measured from the original scope baseline, which decides whether any corrective or preventive action is required. The key output of the control scope is work performance information, which is planned versus actual technical scope performance. If any part of the scope performance does not meet the acceptance criteria, it may result in change requests, which is the other major output of this process. All of these may result in updates to the project plan, as well as other project and organizational process documents. Business scenario-based questions on scope control can be expected in the CAPM exam, so understanding the concept of scope control is essential. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better.
If you are looking to become a skilled project manager, have a look at the postgraduate program in project management by Simplilearn.
There are 47 processes in project management grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the third knowledge area, that is, project time management and its processes. Let us begin with the first topic of this lesson, project time management. The purpose of project time management is to ensure that the projects get completed on time. This knowledge area is primarily concerned with developing a project schedule and ensuring that project goes as per the agreed schedule. If there is a need to change the project schedule, the change should happen by following a proper change control procedure. Another term used in the PMP examination is Schedule Management Plan. Schedule Management Plan is part of the Project Management Plan and has information on the planned project schedule and its management and control. Let us discuss the key activities of project time management in the next screen. The key activities that are part of the project time management include identifying activities, estimating time and resources, and sequencing activities. It is important to identify a list of activities that would be a part of the project. Next, an estimation of time and resources required for completing the identified activities are done. Finally, these activities need to be sequenced as per the dependencies. In the next screen, let us discuss project schedule. Project schedule represents the time dimension of the project plan and has information like when the project would start, when each of the project activities would happen, in what order the project activities would happen, when project would be completed, etc. Usually, software system is used to develop the project schedule. The project team can enter the list of activities in the software, as well as their dependencies, and the software can produce the project schedule as the output. Microsoft Project is the most popular tool used for project schedule development. Generally, project schedule is considered similar to project management plan. Project management plan is different from project schedule. Project management plan not only has information about the project schedule, but also other important project-related plans, like risk management plan, cost management plan, etc. Let us focus on Gantt chart in the next screen. Gantt chart is a type of bar chart that illustrates a project schedule. It shows the dependencies between the project activities as well as their percent completion. A sample Gantt chart is shown on the screen. 2 summary elements of the work breakdown structure are depicted. To complete those elements, there are a number of activities under them. Some of these activities have dependencies. For example, Activity B and C have a dependency. Activity C can start only when Activity B is completed. The chart gives you an idea about when specific activities are planned to finish and when the overall WBS element will get delivered. Create tasks and work with the Gantt chart. This will make answering Gantt chart-based questions easy and fun. In the next screen, let us understand the relationships that exist among project activities. Network diagram is extensively used in the project time management knowledge area to plot the activity dependencies. This is a graphical representation of the project activities in the form of a network. There are 2 ways to draw a network diagram. In Precedence Diagramming Model, PDM, or Activity on Node, AON, boxes represent activities and the arrows indicate the dependency. This type of network can have all 4 types of relationships between the activities. In Arrow Diagramming Model, ADM, or Activity on Arrow, AOA, the arrows represent activities. The relationships and sequences can be inferred from the direction of the arrows and linkages between the activities. In such types of network, only finished-to-start relationships can be shown. Such diagrams may need to make use of dummy activities to indicate some dependency between the activities. There may be questions in the PMP exam based on the network diagram, so create and work with the diagram. This will make answering network diagram-based questions easy and fun. In the next screen, let us look at a network diagram. A sample network diagram is shown on the screen. Activities A and C can happen in parallel. B and D require both A and C to complete, whereas E requires both B and D to complete. Activity on arrow network diagram makes use of hammock activities. They are used to show a comprehensive summary activity combining several other activities underneath for control and reporting purposes. In the next screen, let us look at a few important terms in time management. When a successor activity can start before the predecessor activity can complete, it is considered lead. For example, you can start preparing the test environment 2 weeks before the development activity finishes. When the successor activity has to wait for a few days after the predecessor activity has been completed, it is considered lag. For example, one needs to wait for 2 days for the foundation to settle before work on the pillars for the next floor starts. Rolling wave planning is an iterative planning technique in which the work to be accomplished in the near term is planned in detail, while the work in the future is planned at a higher level. It is a form of progressive elaboration. In the context of estimating techniques, analogous estimating is based on the previous project data. Therefore, if the last 5 similar projects took 6 months to complete, the next one will also take 6 months. This technique employs expert judgment. Another estimating technique is parametric estimating. This technique uses a mathematical model to calculate projected time for an activity based on the historical records from previous projects and other information. A few common parameters are identified based on the previous project data, and that parameter is used to predict the time required to complete the next activity or project. For example, you can normally complete 10 kilometers of highway construction lanes a week. Effort is the total amount of work required to complete the activity. Duration is the amount of time it takes in terms of elapsed or calendar days. If you have an activity that requires 10 people to work for 5 days, the total effort is 50 person days, but the duration is only 5 days. In the next screen, let us look at the project time management processes. There are 7 project time management processes. They are plan schedule management, define activities, sequence activities, estimate activity resources, estimate activity durations, develop schedule, and control schedule. The first 6 processes are executed during the planning process group. The ultimate goal of these planning processes is to develop the project schedule. The 7th and the last process is a part of the monitoring and controlling process group. In the next few screens, let us discuss these processes in detail. We will begin with plan schedule management. As defined in PMBOK Guide, plan schedule management is the process of establishing the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, developing, managing, executing, and controlling the project schedule. It belongs to the planning process group. Let us look at the inputs to this process. The project management plan provides other subsidiary plans and will guide the schedule planning activities on the project. The project charter provides an overall context and the high-level product and project description, which might help determine the approach for schedule management. Few projects might have scheduling constraint. For example, projects of Olympics 2016 should be completed at the same time. Enterprise environmental factors provide the organizational context to the project, including the culture of the organization, the infrastructure like scheduling systems available, key personnel, and so on. Organizational process assets provide inputs such as policies and procedures, templates, past performance data and estimates, historical information, and knowledge base. Now, let us look at the tools and techniques employed in this process. Expert judgment refers to input received from knowledgeable and experienced resources. Experts can draw from their previous experiences the proper approach to govern the schedule on a project. Meetings may be organized to determine the schedule management plan. Anybody responsible for the project schedule management, such as the project manager, sponsor, customer, and other stakeholders, must attend these meetings. Several analytical techniques may be used to determine the schedule management plan. These may include different planning approaches and philosophies, such as rolling wave planning, or different scheduling software that allowed to build what-if scenarios, and study the effect of advanced scheduling techniques like leveling, fast tracking, and crashing. Now, let us look at the outputs of this process. Schedule management plan is a component of the project management plan that describes the criteria and activities required to arrive at the project schedule, as well as how the project may be baselined, monitored, and controlled. In the next screen, let us define activities process. Define activities is the process of identifying the specific actions to be performed to produce the project deliverables. It belongs to the planning process group. The important input for the define activities process is the scope baseline. Scope baseline is a term used collectively to refer to project deliverables, constraints, and assumptions of the project. In addition to the scope baseline, the other inputs in this process are enterprise environmental factors, organizational process assets, and schedule management plan. A reason why enterprise environmental factors is an input to define activities is because the organization might be using project management software to define activities, and that may influence the activity definition process. The knowledge base containing historical information regarding activities lists used by previous similar projects is a good example of organization process assets applied to scheduling. The tools and techniques used in defining activities are decomposition and rolling wave planning. The last technique is expert judgment, where the experience of project team members is used in developing detailed activity lists. The output of the process is activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. Activity list contains a list of identified activities. Activity attributes are the additional information about the activity itself. A milestone is a significant point or event in the project. A milestone list identifies all the milestones and indicates whether the milestone is mandatory or optional. Let us move on to the next process, sequence activities. Sequence activities is the process of identifying and documenting relationships among the project activities and is also part of the planning process group. For every activity and milestone, except the first and last one, is connected to or at least one predecessor and one successor. The inputs to this process are activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. All these are the outputs of the define activity process. The other inputs are schedule management plan and project scope statement. Schedule management plan provides guidance in terms of methodology to be employed for many of the scheduling activities on the project. Organization process assets are also an input to sequencing activities because the organization might have some kind of knowledge base for scheduling project activities. The enterprise environmental factors relevant to this process may be scheduling tools in use, project management information systems, work authorization systems, etc. One of the important tools and techniques used in sequencing activities is the precedence diagramming method. In this method, The activities are drawn on a network diagram, and all the different kinds of dependencies between the activities are determined. While determining activity dependency, it is important to identify the type of relationship or dependency between the activities. The other technique is leads and lag, which is widely used for sequencing activities. The output of the process is the project schedule network diagram, which is a graphical representation of the project activities in a form of network, which also shows the activity dependencies. While designing the network diagram, new activities might be identified, and that would result in some of the project document updates, especially the ones that list all the project activities. In the next screen, let us look at the Estimate Activity Resources process. After sequencing the activities, the next step in project time management is estimating the resources required to accomplish each of the identified activities. Estimate Activity Resources process also belongs to the Planning Process Group. Here, resources do not mean only the human resources, but includes all other resources like equipment, raw materials, machinery, etc. Schedule Management Plan is the first input. Schedule Management Plan provides guidance in terms of methodology to be employed for many of the scheduling activities on the project. The other inputs to this process are an activity list and activity attributes that are the outputs of the time management processes. Risk Register is another input. Risks to the project may influence the decisions about the resources that need to be deployed. Hence, Risk Register becomes an input to this project. In addition, activity cost estimates are another input. Cost and resource estimates on a project are interrelated and influence each other. For example, the cost might dictate the number and type of resources that can be employed, or the time might dictate the cost that may need to be incurred. Along with this, the resource calendar is also an important input because it has the information about the availability of each of the resources. Some of the enterprise environmental factors that can influence estimating activity resources are availability of required resources within the organization. The organizational process assets is also an important input, as the organization might have standard policies for staffing or for hiring contractors on the project. With all these inputs available for estimating activity resources, there are various techniques used for estimating the required resources. The first technique is using expert judgment. In this technique, an expert in resource planning and estimating can estimate each of the activities. The next technique used is alternative analysis. In this, the activities are analyzed to identify different ways of completing them. This is to ensure only the required resources are assigned to each of the activities. This helps in resource optimization. Along with the two techniques, many organizations routinely publish their estimating data, and this could be used in activity resource estimation. Another technique that is routinely used in activity estimation is bottom-up estimating, which is decomposing the activity further down to understand it in more detail and estimating at that level. Later, all such estimates are added to arrive at the estimate of the activity. In real projects, one has to use all to estimate each of the activities. Sometimes, the project management software also helps in estimating. The software estimates are based on the inputs provided to it. Software should only be considered as a supporting tool in estimation and never fully rely on its output. Clearly, the output of this process is the activity resource requirements. Along with this, resource breakdown structure is also prepared. The resource breakdown structure is the categorization of all the required resources in various categories. That is, human resources, equipment, raw materials, etc. In the process of estimation, several other project documents may also be updated. For example, the resource estimates are directly correlated with cost estimates. Let us now move on to the next process, estimate activity durations. The next process is to estimate the duration required to complete each of the activities. The duration estimation should be done by someone who is familiar with the project. For example, the same activity, if done by a high-skilled resource, would take less time compared to a less skilled resource. This may vary regardless of the resource used due to the project requirements. In addition, the activity duration estimation should be updated continuously as you move ahead with the project, because as the project progresses, there will be more clarity on the project. The inputs of this process are similar to the ones in sequence activities process. Schedule management plan is the first input. Schedule management plan provides guidance in terms of methodology to be employed for many of the scheduling activities on the project. For instance, it may contain information about the estimation techniques to be employed and the people who need to be involved in the estimation process. Activity resource requirements is also an input to this process because resources assigned to an activity would significantly affect the activity duration. That is, the lower-skilled resources would take more time than the high-skilled resources. The other inputs include activity list, activity attributes, and resource breakdown structure. Resource calendars are also an input to this process. The type and skill set of resources available to the team may have an impact on the time it would take to complete the activities. Risks to the project may influence the decisions about the time required to complete the activity. Hence, risk register becomes an input to this process. The project scope statement defines the constraints and assumptions affecting the project duration. An example of enterprise environmental factor that can affect duration is organization's productivity metrics, which is collected based on the experiences from multiple projects. The last input in this process is organizational process assets. Now, let us look at the tools and techniques used for estimating activity durations. First is the expert judgment, which means using previous project experiences in estimating the current project duration. This can be used with other estimation techniques and used to reconcile differences if different techniques result in different estimates. Three-point estimating is a method where 3 estimates are used instead of 1. It is part of a project management philosophy known as Program Evaluation and Review Technique, PERT. Estimating activity durations is often done as a team exercise, as each activity may require multiple skill sets to be applied. Therefore, it is important to use group decision-making techniques to arrive at a consensus, or at least an estimate that is acceptable to all the team members. Reserve analysis adds buffer into the project schedule to deal with any uncertainty. The contingency reserve may be added as a percentage of the activity duration or fixed number of work periods. The other tools and techniques are analogous estimating and parametric estimating. The outputs of this process are the activity duration estimates and project documents updates. The activity duration estimates is represented in terms of the range of possible results. For example, 10 days plus minus 2 days, that is, the activity would take minimum 8 days and maximum 12 days. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Develop schedule is the process of analyzing activity sequences, durations, resource requirements, and schedule constraints to create the project schedule. It belongs to the planning process group. Generally, scheduling software is used for developing the project schedule. Entering the activities, durations, and resources into a scheduling tool generates a schedule with planned dates for completing project activities. Developing a project schedule is an iterative process. Revising and maintaining a realistic schedule is a task in itself, and it continues throughout the project as the work progresses. The most of the inputs of this process are the outputs of estimate activity durations process. They are risk register, project scope statement, project staff assignments, resources calendars, organizational process assets, enterprise environmental factors, schedule management plan, activity list, activity attributes, project schedule network diagrams, activity resource requirements, resource breakdown structure, and activity duration estimates. Various tools and techniques are used to develop schedule process. Schedule network analysis is a technique that generates project schedule. It employs various analytical techniques such as critical path method, critical chain method, modeling techniques, and resource optimization techniques to create the project schedule. The other tools and techniques include leads and lags, schedule compression, and scheduling tool. Let us now look at the outputs of this process. The project schedule consists of a minimum planned start date and planned finish date for each activity. Although project schedule can be represented in tabular format, it is more often represented graphically using either bar charts or network diagrams, or a combination of the two. The final schedule, which is the output of the developed schedule process, is also called schedule baseline. Once the schedule is baselined, it can be changed only through formal approvals. Meeting the schedule baseline is one of the measures of project success. Schedule data produced may include number of resources, key milestones, etc. Project calendars specify the available working days and the number of shifts in each day. It indicates how many hours and days are available for the work of the project to be completed. Project management plan updates are a result of the developed schedule process. Many of the other subsidiary plans of the project plan may get impacted, which may include cost management plan, scope management plan, risk management plan, etc. This may also result in other project documents being updated. In the next few screens, let us discuss schedule network analysis techniques. It is essential to know if the required resources are available at that time, along with the time estimate of each of the activities. Since schedule is calendar-based, it helps in estimating the same. Schedule network analysis technique generates project schedule. There are various schedule network techniques. Critical path method relies on determining the critical path on a project schedule. Critical chain method is a variant of the critical path method, wherein the critical chain is determined based on the logical, resource, and other kinds of dependencies between the activities. What-if scenario analysis is about trying to vary a certain parameter to observe the impact on the schedule. For instance, you may want to check result if you put in more resources on a particular activity to reduce its duration. Resource optimization techniques try to arrive at the optimal utilization of the resources used on a project. Ideally, you would want the resources to be fully utilized, but you would also want to build in sufficient buffers in case a certain resource is not available due to various reasons. In the next screen, let us look at the program evaluation and review technique. Program evaluation and review technique is based on 3-point estimates for an activity. The pessimistic estimate refers to the worst-case scenario, whereas most likely estimate is what you expect to happen in a realistic scenario. The optimistic estimate, on the other hand, represents the amount of time an activity would take in the best-case scenario. Based on these three estimates, the expected duration of the estimate is calculated as per the formula given on the screen. The formula for calculating standard deviation of an activity and variance of an activity is also given. There is no question asked on variance, but the formula is important because if the standard deviation of the whole project is to be calculated, the process is to calculate the variance of the whole project and then take its square root to calculate the standard deviation of the project. Concept-based questions on PERT can be expected in the PMP exam, so make a note of the formulae while you prepare for the exam. In the next screen, let us understand PERT with an example. Let us now figure out how we can apply the three-point estimation that PERT uses in order to draw some useful conclusions. Assume that the optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely estimates are 20, 70, and 30 respectively. Using these values, you can determine the expected duration and the standard deviation as indicated. Now, if the causes of variation are random, you can assume that the actual values would be evenly distributed about the mean and will follow the normal distribution, sometimes referred to as the bell curve. Further, you can use the properties of the normal distribution. There is a 68% probability of the actual value falling within first sigma from the mean, 95.4% probability for the second sigma, and 99.7% probability of the actual value falling within third sigma. Extending this logic, the notion of Six Sigma is reaching a level of confidence that only 3.4 times out of a million would the actual value fall outside the stated range. PERT allows you to plan based on the intended level of confidence in the outcome and determine buffers accordingly. Let us discuss the critical path method in the next screen. Critical path is defined as the longest duration path through a network diagram, which determines the shortest time to complete the project. Float can be considered as a buffer time available to complete an activity. Float is calculated once the network diagram is ready. It is also called as slack. There are three kinds of float. The first being the total float, which is the amount of time an activity can be delayed without delaying the project end date or an intermediary milestone. The second type of float is free float, which is the amount of time an activity can be delayed without delaying the early start date of its successor or successors' activities. The last type is independent float, which is the amount of time an activity can be delayed if all the predecessors finish at their latest finish dates and you want to start all the immediate successors at their earliest start dates. The slack of the activities on the critical path is 0, because there is no scope to delay activities on the critical path. Critical path actually represents the project duration. Delaying activities on the critical path is as good as delaying the project duration. Concept-based questions on critical path can be expected in the exam, so it is essential to have a clear understanding of the concept. In the next screen, let us learn how to calculate float. Float of an activity can be calculated by two methods. However, the first step in critical path method is to identify the critical path of the network. Once the critical path is identified, follow the forward pass to find early start and early finish for each activity. The float of the activities on the critical path is 0, so they represent the overall project duration. Use forward pass or backward pass to calculate the total activity time. Calculate late finish and late start using backward pass method. Note the total float formula before you start for the exam. In the next screen, let us look at forward pass and backward pass methods in detail. In forward pass, you can either go through the network starting with time 0 and keep calculating the time required to complete each of the activities until you reach the last activity of the project. The starting time for each of the activity in this approach is called early start, and the end time for each activity is called the early finish. Alternatively, in backward pass, you can travel through the network from the project end date and calculate the time required to complete each activity. The end date in this approach is called the late finish, and the start date of the activity in this approach is called the late start. The float of the activity is either the difference between the late start and early start, or the difference between the late finish and early finish. Both the differences work out to be the same. Before the start of the PMP exam, please make a note of the total float formula. Let us understand the critical path calculation with an example in the next screen. Let us look at an example for critical path. There are 5 activities in this project and 2 paths in the network diagram. Start 1, 2, 4, 5, end is one path, and start 1, 3, 5, end is the second path. Since the duration of the path start 1, 2, 4, 5, end is 18 days, which is more than the duration of the path start 1, 3, 5, end, the critical path of the project is start 1, 2, 4, 5, end. Let us take Activity 3 as an example. First, calculate the early start and early finish dates. Activity 3 can start only after Activity 1. Since the early finish of Activity 1 is 3, it becomes the early start of Activity 3. Activity 3 cannot start earlier than 3 because Activity 1 can be completed only by then. Therefore, early start of Activity 3 is 3, since the duration of the activity is 4 days. The early finish of Activity 3 is 3 plus 4 equals 7 days. Now, let us calculate the late start and late finish of Activity 3. Late start of Activity 5 is 14 days. The Activity 3 happens just before Activity 5, so the late finish of Activity 3 is 14 days. To calculate the late start, you can subtract the duration from late finish. Therefore, the late start of Activity 3 is 14 minus 4 equals 10. In the next screen, let us focus on schedule compression. Look at the 4 activities in the table. The normal cost of executing each of the activities, as well as how much each of the activities can be crashed, is also provided. Which activity would you crash to reduce the project time by 1 day? Activity A will be crashed if the duration of the project is reduced by 1 day, as the per unit cost of crashing the activity A is the least. All the activities are assumed to be on the critical path here. While crashing, if you end up saving time on a path, which is not the critical path, you will not end up saving time on the project. In the next screen, let us look into the impact of schedule compression. Different schedule compression techniques have different impact on the project. The impact of fast track leads to risk additions and increase in management time for the project manager. Crash leads to cost addition and increase in management time for the project manager. Reduced scope, on the other hand, saves cost and resources but increases customer dissatisfaction. Likewise, cut quality saves cost and resources but increases risk. Resource reallocation does not add cost or increase risk. In the next screen, let us look into the other techniques used in scheduling. There are several techniques that are used in scheduling projects. What-if scenario analysis. In this technique, questions like, what if a particular scenario changed on the project? Would that produce a shorter schedule? Are put forth to understand the impact of specific changes on the schedule. The goal is to produce a realistic schedule. Monte Carlo analysis. In this method, a computer simulates the outcomes of a project, making use of randomly generated values that map the probability distribution of the input variables. Together, these two techniques are called modeling techniques. Resource optimization techniques. These are also used to produce a resource-limited schedule. Resource optimization results in more stable number of resources used in the project. Critical chain method. This technique develops the project schedule that takes into account both the activity and resource dependencies. In the next screen, let us look at the last process in project time management, control schedule. Control schedule is concerned with determining the status of the project schedule, determining that the project schedule has changed, and managing the actual changes as they occur. The project schedule is an important input to this process. It is the actual schedule that needs to be controlled. Scheduled data contains information related to the schedule that may need to be monitored in order to take actions to bring the project back on schedule. Project calendar describes the working hours and days for the project. Work performance data has information like which activities have started, their progress, and which activities have finished. The other inputs of this process are project management plan and organizational process assets. The key tools and techniques of this process are the performance reviews. Performance review is measuring, comparing, and analyzing schedule performance such as actual start and finish dates, percent complete, and remaining duration for work in progress. The other tools and techniques include resource optimization techniques, modeling techniques, schedule compression, leads and lags, scheduling tool, and project management software. In development schedule process, these techniques are used for the first time to develop the project schedule, whereas in control schedule process, these techniques are used to update the project schedule. The key output of the control schedule process is the work performance information. This is represented in the form of schedule variance, SV, and schedule performance index, SPI. As a part of the control schedule process, the project team will generate forecasts, likely schedule for forthcoming activities, and project as a whole. The other outputs include organizational process assets updates, change requests, project management plan updates, and project document updates.
If you are looking to become a skilled project manager, have a look at the postgraduate program in project management by Simplilearn.
There are 47 processes in project management, grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the 4th knowledge area, that is, project cost management and its processes. In the next screen, let us understand the concept of project cost management. Project cost management involves activities like estimating the cost of each of the project activities, adding the cost estimates of the related activities to arrive at the cost budget, and controlling the cost to ensure that project activities are completed within the defined budget. In the next screen, let us discuss Cost Management Plan. The Cost Management Plan is a vital step in project cost management. It contains information like planning the project cost, managing and controlling the project in relation to the cost baseline, and managing cost variances. Project Cost Management Plan is a part of the Project Management Plan. The methods used in estimating the cost of each of the project activities are similar to the ones used in estimating project time. For example, time estimation methods like expert judgment, analogous estimating, bottom-up estimating, and reserve analysis are few of the techniques that are also used in estimating activity cost. Let us discuss control account in the next screen. Control account is an important concept in the project cost management. Project cost is generally estimated at individual activity level. It becomes difficult to manage cost at the activity level in large projects. Therefore, the cost is managed at a higher level. This requires related activities to be clubbed and their cost being managed together as one unit. This unit is called control account. While estimating the project time, WBS is created to break down the project into smaller deliverables. These deliverables are broken down into work packages, and these work packages are in turn broken into activities. Control account is defined at a level higher than the work packages. For example, if 5 work packages are part of the one control account, the cost of all activities belonging to these 5 work packages are managed as one unit. In the next screen, let us discuss the project cost management process. Project cost management has 4 processes. They are plan cost management, estimate costs, determine budget, and control costs. The 3 processes, plan cost management, estimate costs, and determine budget, are a part of planning process group, and control cost process is a part of monitoring and controlling process group. Let us look at each of these processes in detail. Let us begin with the first process, that is, plan cost management, in the next screen. Managing costs on a project is a critical exercise. If the activities are planned well, it becomes easier to achieve harmony with the overall cost and budget of the project. Plan cost management is the process of establishing the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, managing, expending, and controlling the project costs. Let us look at the inputs required for this process. The Project Management Plan provides other subsidiary plans and guides the cost planning activities on the project. The Project Charter provides an overall context and high-level product and project description, which help determine the approach for cost management. For example, for some projects, budget could be a constraint, whereas for others, budget would not be a constraint, but subject to the other objectives. Enterprise environmental factors provide the organizational context to the project, including the culture of the organization and the infrastructure, for instance, the scheduling systems available, the key personnel, and so on. Organizational process assets provide inputs such as policies and procedures, templates, past performance, data and estimates, historical information, and knowledge base. Now, let us look at the tools and techniques employed in this process. Expert judgment refers to input received from knowledgeable and experienced resources. Experts can devise an approach to govern the costs on a project by using their previous experiences. Meetings may be organized to determine the cost management plan. Everyone responsible for the project schedule management, such as the project manager, representatives from the appropriate accounting or financial organization, sponsor, customer, and other stakeholders must attend these meetings. Several analytical techniques may be used to determine the cost management plan. These techniques help to map the impact of various decisions on cost. For example, how do risk management processes impact cost, etc. Cost management plan is the primary output of this process. It establishes the units of measure, levels of precision, organizational process links, control accounts to be used, rules for performance measurement and reporting, frequency and methodology of monitoring the costs, and various other details that lay the overall framework for cost management on a project. In the next screen, let us discuss the second process under project cost management. Estimate cost. Estimate cost is the approximation of the monetary resources required to complete a project activity. Cost of a specific activity is estimated based on the information available at that point of time. As the project team gets more information about the project, the activity cost estimation may change. Let us look at the inputs of this process. Scope baseline is the most important input as it details out the project scope of work. Along with that, project schedule is also important. This contains information like when and which resource is required for the project. It is good to remember that the same kind of resources may have different costs at different points of time. Human Resource Management Plan is another important input. Various elements like personnel rates, rewards or recognition programs, etc., are covered in the Human Resource Management Plan, which is important in approximating the cost estimate. Human Resource Management Plan will be discussed in detail in the Human Resource Management Knowledge area. Risk Register is also an input because risk mitigation costs should be considered in cost planning. More information on risk and its effect in the project will be looked at in detail in Risk Management Knowledge area. Another input, Enterprise Environmental Factors, provides organizational context to the project. Organization Process Asset is listed as an input as organizations might have standards set of cost estimation policies or templates. Cost Management Plan is another important input. The Cost Management Plan lays the framework for the cost management processes in the project. It provides guidelines such as the units of measure, accuracy desired, methodologies, and tools to be used, etc. Let us now look at the tools and techniques used in this process. Expert judgment, reserve analysis, analogous estimating, cost of quality, parametric estimating, project management software, bottom-up estimating, three-point estimating, vendor bid analysis, and group decision-making are the various tools and techniques used in this process. Most of the tools and techniques used here are similar to the ones used in the time management knowledge area. Vendor bid analysis is a technique used to estimate project cost. For example, a project requires material procured externally through suppliers. In order to get that, you invite bids from 3 or 4 suppliers and assess their quotations. Based on their quotations, you can get an idea of the costs that will be involved in getting the material for the project. Group decision-making technique is another important technique for project cost estimation. Cost estimation is an exercise which may be carried out by a group or committee in order to gather well-rounded input. Therefore, group decision-making techniques may be used to arrive at a decision that team can work with. The outputs of this process are quite straightforward. Estimates of each of the activities are arrived at. Basis of the estimate includes things like how the estimate was developed, what were the assumptions made in estimating, etc. Project document updates is also one of the outputs because the cost estimates may result in updates to other aspects of the project. For example, quality, risk, time, etc. In the next screen, let us discuss the third process under project cost management: determine budget. Once the estimate of each of the activities is arrived at, the next project cost management process is to determine budget. It is the process of aggregating the estimated costs of individual activities or work packages to establish an authorized cost baseline. This is where the control account concept comes into picture. The estimated costs of the activities are aggregated to arrive at the cost budget at the control account level. Once approved, this cost budget becomes the cost baseline of the project. Project cost performance is measured against the cost baseline, that is, how much more would the project cost be compared to the original cost baseline. The cost baseline includes all authorized budgets, but excludes management reserves. The inputs used in determining the project budget are the activity cost estimates and the basis of estimates, which are the output of the previous cost management process. The cost management plan lays the framework for the cost management processes in the project. It provides guidelines such as the budgeting cycle, tools and techniques used to prepare and approve the budget, etc. In addition to these two important inputs, scope baseline is also looked at. Project schedule provides aggregate cost in a particular calendar period to ensure how much money can be made available during that time. Similarly, resource calendar provides information on the resource, which is assigned to the project at a particular point of time. This information is then used to indicate resource costs over the duration of the project. Risk register gives an understanding of the overall level of risk on the project and, therefore, the level of contingency reserves that need to be built into the budget. Agreements entered into with the suppliers are also required to finalize the budget. Again, organizational process asset is an input because organization may have few policies for reporting the cost budget, or there might be some cost budgeting tools being used. There are various tools and techniques used in determining budgets. Cost aggregation technique involves adding up the cost and aggregating them at the control account level, so that the cost can be managed in a better way. In reserve analysis, once the costs are estimated, some extra amount is added to the estimate as a management reserve to take care of any unplanned activities. Expert judgment is a technique in which an expert's help is sought to estimate the activity cost. Expert is someone who might have worked on a similar project in the past and has a good idea to estimate the activity cost involved. Historical relationships are used to predict the total project cost using mathematical model. This is similar to analogous estimate or parametric estimate method. Funding limit reconciliation technique is used to ensure that cost on the project is budgeted or spent as per the availability of the fund. For example, if the project can get the funding of only $50,000 a month, the project budget should be planned accordingly. The output of this process is the cost baseline. This is an authorized project budget over a period. This is used to measure, monitor, and control overall cost performance of the project. In addition to this, the project funding requirements are also arrived at. Funding requirements means how much fund the project requires monthly, quarterly, or yearly for the execution. The last output of this process is project document updates. An understanding of determining budget may be useful when answering questions in the PMP exam, so make a note of the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs of determining budget. In the next screen, let us discuss the last process of project cost management, that is, control cost. Control costs is the process of monitoring the status of the project to update the project budget and managing changes to the cost baseline. Updating the budget involves recording actual costs spent until date. Any increase to the authorized budget can only be approved through the Perform Integrated Change Control process. Some of the typical activities that happen as part of the control cost process are ensuring that cost expenditure does not exceed the authorized funding, monitor the cost performance to understand variance, and monitoring the work performance against the funds expended. The inputs to the process are project management plan, organizational process assets, project funding requirements, and work performance data. Work performance data contains the information about the project progress. The important tools and techniques used in controlling costs are earned value analysis management, forecasting, to complete performance index. Other important aspects of controlling costs are the review the performance, analyze the reserves to make sure the project has enough budgetary reserves to meet the expenses, and project management software, which helps in tracking and managing costs. Now, let us look at the output of this process. The key outputs of this process are work performance information in terms of cost variance, CV, schedule variance, SV, and earned value, EV, and forecasts about the cost performance. This process may also result in change requests arising out of cost control measures, as well as updates to project documents, the project management plan, and organizational process assets. Business scenario-based questions on project cost control can be expected in the exam. So if you have questions on these concepts, get them cleared, as that will help you score higher. In the next screen, let us learn about earned value management and its related terms. Earned value technique is an excellent way to track the project progress against the project plan. It is a method of measuring the project performance objectively and comparing it against the project baseline. Results from an earned value analysis indicate deviation of the project from cost and schedule baselines. Baseline is the initial approved value along with approved changes. Therefore, schedule baseline is the first approved project schedule along with approved changes. There are various terms used in earned value technique. Planned value is the authorized budget assigned to the scheduled work. Earned value is the work performed in terms of budget authorized for that work. Actual cost is the cost incurred in work performed. Budget at completion is the budgeted amount for the total work. Estimate at completion is the expected total cost for the project. Estimate to complete is the expected cost to finish all the remaining project work. Variance at completion is the projected budget surplus or deficit at the end of the project. All the parameters displayed on the screen are measured in terms of cost. You may come across business scenario-based questions on earned value management in the PMP exam, so ensure that you develop a clear understanding of this topic. Let us look at an example of a planned value in the next screen. Planned value is the estimated value of the work planned. This value is measured in terms of currency, say dollar. If the planned value is $340, then the work planned is worth $340. How do you calculate earned value? The solution is add the budget allocated to each of the activities that have been completed at the point of time. The resulting value is the earned value. In the next screen, let us look at the formula used to calculate earned value. In cost variance, negative means the project is over budget. Positive means the project is under budget. Similarly, in schedule variance, negative means the project is behind schedule, whereas positive means the project is ahead of schedule. The value of the next two parameters, Cost Performance Index, CPI, and Schedule Performance Index, SPI, values vary between 0 and 1. For example, a CPI of 0.8 implies that 80 cents of work is obtained for every dollar spent in the project. Similarly, if SPI is 0.9, it implies that project is progressing at only 90% of the speed originally planned. The next parameter is Estimate at Completion, or EAC. There are different ways of calculating the EAC value. The method used depends on how the cost and schedule variances are expected to play for the rest of the project. BAC by CPI is used if you expect that the current cost performance will continue until the end of the project. AC plus BAC minus EV is used if you expect that the rest of the project will be managed at the budgeted rate. AC plus BAC minus EV by the product of CPI and SPI is used if you want to factor in the impact of the cost as well as schedule variances. AC plus ETC is used if you want to re-evaluate the project based on a forecast value for the estimated cost of the remainder of the project. The next parameter is Estimate to Complete, or ETC, which is the cost of project from this point to the end. This is calculated by subtracting the actual cost from the estimate at completion. In addition, variance at completion can be calculated by subtracting the estimate at completion from the budget at completion. Variance at completion is the cost estimation whether it is over or under budget. Another parameter is the To Complete Performance Index, or TCPI. This is the cost performance needed to achieve a desired outcome. For example, if the project needs to be managed to the original budget, BAC, then TCPI, that is, the CPI that must be maintained for the rest of the project, is calculated as BAC minus EV by BAC minus AC. Similarly, if it has to be managed within a revised target, say EAC, then TCPI is calculated as BAC minus EV by EAC minus AC. Before the start of the PMP exam, please make a note of the formulas of earned value technique. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Let us take the example of a software development project. There are 4 phases, and each phase takes a month to complete and is expected to cost $10,000. The phases are planned to be completed one after the other. The status of the project at the end of the month 3 is summarized in the table. Requirements definition is completed and actual spending on this is $10,000. Architecture and design is done and actual spending on this is $12,000. Development and unit testing is only 50% done, though it was supposed to be completed by 3rd month. It has cost $9,000 until date. System testing and go live has not yet started. Note, S indicates start time, F indicates finish time, and PF indicates that it is partly finished at the end of the month. Based on the above information, calculate the CV, SV, CPI, and SPI of the project. Let us look at a solution in the next screen. Before we end this lesson, let us also look at a few definitions that might be useful for your PMP examination. Law of diminishing return. This means the more you put into something, the less you get out of it. For example, doubling the number of resources working on a project will not necessarily have the time. Working capital, the amount of money the company has to invest on the project and the day-to-day company operations. Funding limit reconciliation, the process of comparing the planned expenditure in a given period with the available funding for that period. Large assets purchased by the company lose value over time. This is called depreciation. There are two forms of depreciation: straight line and accelerated. Same amount of depreciation is taken every year. For instance, a car with a price tag of $10,000 and useful life of 10 years is depreciated $1,000 per year. At the end of the 10th year, the value of the car is considered zero for all accounting purposes. Accelerated depreciation depreciates faster than the straight line depreciation. For instance, a car with a price tag of $10,000 depreciates $3,000 the first year, $1,500 the next year, $1,000 the third year, and so on. There are 47 processes in project management, grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the 5th knowledge area, that is, project quality management and its processes. In the next screen, let us understand what quality is. The project manager is responsible for quality in a project. However, it is also the responsibility of each and every one in the project to ensure that whatever they do meets project quality expectations. Quality is defined as the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills requirements. A project is said to meet quality expectations when all the project requirements agreed in the beginning of the project are met and the resulting product is usable. Usable means that the intended users can use the product without any problem. In the next screen, let us look at some quality-related terms. It is important to discuss a few terms to understand the concept of quality better. Customer satisfaction is defined as conformance to requirements and fitness for use. It is important to understand the subtle distinction between quality and grade. Grade is a classification based on technical characteristics. Low quality is always a problem, but low grade may not be a problem. Rather, it would be a matter of choice. Similarly, it is important to understand the distinction between precision and accuracy. Precision is the granularity of measurement. That is, how fine-grained can you measure the outcome. Accuracy is how correct you are. That is, how close you are to the desired value. In the next screen, let us understand the concept of optimal level of quality. Quality comes at a cost. More effort put in quality will give better results. However, you cannot keep on investing on increasing the quality, as there is no limit to how much a product can be improved. Investment in quality is determined by knowing the optimal level of quality. Optimal level of quality, as shown in the diagram, is said to be achieved at the point where the incremental revenue from improvement equals the incremental cost to secure it. Suppose you are the manufacturer of toys, but the toys are below quality and the sales are low. To improve the quality, you invest in identifying the demands of children, sharing few samples, and recording their feedbacks. Once all these are captured and implemented in the products, you lure the parents to buy them. As the investment is increased to manufacture good quality toys, the cost will therefore increase, and it might become prohibitive for parents to buy. Optimal level of quality is reached at a point where you get maximum number of buyers for the toys manufactured. Now that we are clear on the concept of quality, in the next screen, let us discuss quality management. Quality management involves performing activities like creating standard policies and procedures, and ensuring that those standard procedures are being followed properly in the project. It aims to ensure that project meets all the initial agreed requirements without any deviation, and that the specified approach to quality is implemented on the project. 3 broad activities are done as part of quality management. They are quality planning, quality assurance, and quality control. Quality planning is the first step when quality-related activities of the project are planned. Quality assurance is the next stage of implementing those quality plans, and quality control is the last stage when periodic checks are done to see if project quality is improving. In the next screen, let us look into the differences between the three aspects of quality management. It is important to understand the different kinds of activities that come under quality planning, quality assurance, and quality control. Once the quality planning is done, the quality management plan is ready. This quality management plan has standards, templates, policies, and procedures to be followed in the project. It contains information on the level of quality being aimed and the plan to achieve that level. It is the aim of quality assurance activities to ensure that the activities planned under quality planning phase gets executed for the project. It is the task of quality assurance to determine if the project is complying with the organizational as well as project policies and procedures. This is ensured by conducting regular process audits to identify deviation from what is planned in the quality management plan. These audits are generally done by quality department of the organizations. Quality assurance focuses on the process, not on specific products. The role of quality control is to measure specific project data or results against standards to inspect and verify the project's product, defect repair, and measure whether quality indicators are improving. Quality control is about the product and data. For example, it was planned as part of quality management that project would get completed plus or minus 10% within the cost budget. 3 months back, when the measurement was done, project was over budget by 20%. When the measurement was done a day before, it was only 15% over budget. Therefore, the project has showed an improvement of 5% in the last 3 months, and it is quite likely that over the next 3 months, project may get within the planned limit of 10%. Instead of showing improvement, if the data shows cost increase, then corrective and preventative actions are required to get the project within the 10% limit. This is quality control. In the next screen, let us discuss a few quality management concepts. Let us look at some terms that are commonly used in quality management parlance. Total Quality Management, or TQM, is a quality management philosophy that involves holistic thinking about meeting the objectives of an organization. It places the responsibility of quality squarely on the management. Kaizen is a Japanese term that stands for change for better. Kaizen philosophy is one that should always be looking for small and continuous improvements in the process. Deming cycle, or PDCA cycle, that is, plan, do, check, act, is a process control and improvement approach propagated by the famous quality guru Edward Deming. It means you plan for something, execute it, check the output, and based on the lessons you act to bring the deviations under control. Kanban is a pull-based management system that originated in Japan, based on just-in-time (JIT) inventory management. The idea behind Kanban is to minimize the work in progress and achieve a smooth flow in the process from start to finish. Because building up inventory only to paper over the imperfections in the system tends to hide the problems. In the next screen, let us focus on cost of quality. Cost of quality is the cost that needs to be incurred to make a quality product. The sum of all the costs incurred is ensuring that project conforms to requirement is cost of quality. Cost of quality can be broken down into two major categories. First is the cost of conformance, or the money spent during the project to avoid failures. This can further be subdivided into prevention costs, which is the cost to prevent errors, like training the team, creating documents, on equipment, and in time to do it right. The other subdivision is appraisal costs, or the cost for assessing quality, like testing, destructive testing loss, and inspections. The second category is the cost of nonconformance. It is the money spent during and after the project because of failures. This is subdivided into internal failure costs. It is the cost of failures that occur before the product is released to customers, for example, rework and scrap. The second subdivision is external failure costs. It is cost incurred on failures that occur after it has been released by the team, for example, liabilities, warranty work, and lost business. Concept-based questions on cost of quality can be expected in the exam, so please make a note of the categories of cost of quality. Let us look at the project quality management processes in the next screen. There are 3 project quality management processes, of which the first process, Plan Quality Management, is done as part of the planning process group. The next process, Perform Quality Assurance, is done as part of the executing process group. And the last process, Control Quality, is done as part of the monitoring and controlling process group. In the next 3 screens, let us look into each of these processes in detail. The aim of the Plan Quality Management process is to identify the relevant requirements or standards to execute the project effectively to achieve the desired quality level. Quality planning results in the creation of the Quality Management Plan. Aim of the Plan Quality process is to identify the standards. A standard is an agreed-upon process to work or achieve a result. A standard can be set from within the organization or government. Once all the standards for the project are identified, the aim of the quality planning activities involves determining what work needs to be done to meet those standards. Before adhering to the standards, you should question their relevance with the project. Implementing all possible standards applicable to the project in random will have cost and time implications. Let us look at the inputs to this process. The Project Management Plan provides the scope, schedule, and cost baseline, all of which have an implication on the Quality Management Plan. Quality Plan has a direct correlation with these. It might also have an impact on and be impacted by other subsidiary management plans, such as risk management. The stakeholders of the project may have specific requirements and views about the quality parameters of the project, and these have to be considered. The risk register gives an indication about the kind of risks that are inherent in the project, and also those which must be considered while planning the activities to ensure quality. The requirements for the project need to be considered for planning quality-related activities, because quality is all about meeting the requirements. In addition to these, enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are also listed as inputs, because the standards can be either from within the organization or from government or other external bodies. Standards from within the organizations are usually the best practices learned over a period while executing numerous projects. An example of government standards can be standards to control air pollution by the motor vehicles, which vehicle manufacturers must adhere to. To accomplish quality planning, first, analyze the benefits versus the costs of meeting quality requirements. Next, identify the cost of quality and confirm if that kind of investment in quality is justified. In addition to these 2, benchmarking helps in analyzing the quality of activities of similar projects executed in the past. This helps in identifying the particular quality of output of the previous project, which in turn acts as a basis for the current project's quality planning. Design of experiments can also be used for quality planning. This is a statistical way to determine what variables will improve quality the most. For example, in case of manufacturing doors, it can be determined that increasing the quality of the wood can have maximum impact on improving the quality of the door. In addition, the 7 basic quality tools, also known as the 7 QC tools, are used to determine the plan to achieve the desired level of quality. Statistical sampling as a tool becomes relevant whenever the quality plan cannot be applied to all the artifacts produced. For example, if destructive testing is a requirement, then it can be carried out only on a sample, not on the entire population. Statistical sampling helps in arriving at a representative sample that can give useful information. Other additional tools, such as brainstorming, force field analysis, etc., may be used to determine the quality management plan for the project. Conducting regular meetings is another important tool. The quality management plan has to be determined in a collaborative manner by consulting the team members and other stakeholders. Quality management plan is a key output of this process. Checklist is a list of items to inspect. For example, many of the office buildings have housekeeping checklists to ensure that all floors, cabins, etc. are cleaned. Checklists are created during quality planning and used in quality control. Metrics are project-specific data that need to be measured to check the status of the project. The simplest project metrics can be cost and schedule. Metrics are also decided during quality planning and used in quality control. One of the roles of the project manager is to not only manage the project, but also improve processes in the project to decrease the instances of defects, which in turn saves time and money. Such activities are listed in the Process Improvement Plan, which eventually becomes part of Project Management Plan. As a result of the planning activities, other project documents may also get updated. For example, the Quality Management Plan may result in updates to the cost or resource requirements. There may be questions in the PMP exam based on the Plan Quality Management process, so please ensure you have a fair understanding of the concept before you take the exam. In the next screen, let us discuss the second quality management process. Once the quality planning is over, the next process in project quality management is quality assurance, which involves determining whether the standards are being met and the processes are being followed. Therefore, the input for this process is the work that has been completed during the quality planning stage. They are project documents, quality management plan, process improvement plan, quality metrics, and quality control measurements. Let us look at the tools and techniques used in this process. Quality audit is the process to check whether the project is complying with the organization policies, standards, and procedures, and determine whether these policies, standards, and procedures used are efficient and effective. So a good audit not only looks at this compliance, but also for the new lessons learned from the current project that can help make the future projects better. Process analysis involves using the lessons learned from doing the initial few work to make the remaining work more efficient. For example, if the project involves installing a software package, then the lesson learned from the first few installations can be used to improve the process on remaining installations. Apart from these, all the quality management and control tools, such as the 7 basic quality tools, will be relevant to this process. The key output of this process is project documents updates to ensure that if there is any deviation from agreed standards, it is corrected. Also, if there are any lessons learned that can help improve the future projects, the organization process assets get updated. This quality assurance may result in improvement suggestions, change requests may be generated, and the project management plan may need to be updated. Understanding characteristics of quality assurance tools and techniques may be useful while answering the exam, so prepare this topic well before you take the exam. In the next screen, let us discuss the last process of quality management. The key focus of the quality control activities is on the correctness of the work. Quality control helps answer questions like, is everything okay with the project? Does the project plan require changes to successfully execute the project? Will the project succeed, etc.? Let us look at the inputs to this process. The quality metrics measurements are done continuously to see whether the project quality is improving. The project deliverables are inspected against the planned checklists. Quality control acts upon the deliverables and work performance data produced in execution. It also refers to the project management plan for understanding deviations from the plan. It also considers the approved change requests. information from other project documents, and organizational process assets. There are 7 popular tools and techniques used in doing the quality control activities. They are collectively known as 7 basic tools of quality. Other relevant tools are statistical sampling, inspection or testing, and review of the approved changes. Quality control activities result in quality control measurements, the verified deliverables, validated changes, information about the work being performed, recommended changes, and updates to the organizational process assets, project management plan, and other project documents. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Six Sigma is a highly disciplined process that focuses on developing and delivering near-perfect products and services consistently. If a large volume of data is plotted over a period of time, you would most probably have a bell-shaped graph. Such graphs are also called normal distribution graph. It's called as normal distribution because any large volume of data is plotted with the intent to track variations would most probably be in a bell-shaped curve. The line corresponding to the top of the bell curve is the median of the data sample. Standard deviation concept is used to measure how far any data is from the mean. Standard deviation is also called sigma. One standard deviation from the mean covers 68% of the data. 6 sigma means 6 standard deviations from the mean. This would cover 99.99966% of the data. We will look at an example of 6 sigma in the following screen. To understand 6 sigma, let us look at an example. A tire manufacturing company produces 100,000 tires a day. It is not possible to verify each and every tire manually to ensure it is defect-free. Instead, random sample of these manufactured tires are taken and checked for defects. Assuming that the thickness of the tires is a parameter to measure defect, any tire that has a thickness more than or less than 10 millimeters is considered to be defective. Now, if you measure the actual thickness of all 100,000 tires manufactured daily and plot them on a graph, you get normal distribution graph. One standard deviation from the mean covers 68% of the data, meaning if the thickness of the 100,000 tires are plotted, 68,000 of them lie within one standard deviation above or below the mean. Now, if a company operates at 6 sigma level, they would ensure that all tires that are up to 6 standard deviations from the mean are defect-free. Therefore, in such cases, you can expect only 3 defective tires out of 1,000,000 tires manufactured. Let us now check your understanding of the topics covered in this lesson. Here is a quick recap of what was covered in this lesson. A project is said to meet quality expectations when all the project requirements agreed in the beginning of the project are met and the resulting product is usable. Quality management includes creating and following policies and procedures that meet the project's defined quality needs. Quality planning defines the standards, templates, policies, and procedures. Quality assurance determines if the project is complying with the policies and procedures. Quality control measures specific project results against standards. Plan quality management, perform quality assurance, and control quality are the 3 project quality management processes. 7 basic quality tools are used to plan and achieve the desired levels of quality. At 6 sigma level, there would be only 3 defects out of 1,000,000 units manufactured.
If you are looking to become a skilled project manager, have a look at the postgraduate program in project management by Simplilearn.
Project Human Resource Management includes the processes that organize, manage, and lead the project team. One of the key elements of human resource management is that each of the project team members should have clear assignment of their roles and responsibilities. In addition, even the team working on project management tasks should be a part of the project team, and they are responsible for project management functions like initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing, along with other leadership activities. In the next screen, let us understand the difference between functional and project manager. An organization may have both functional managers and project managers. The difference: functional manager is the one who handles a business function or department. For instance, the HR manager is responsible for the HR department in an organization. Therefore, an HR manager will be a functional manager. Generally, a functional manager is also a subject matter expert. The roles and responsibilities of the functional manager depend upon the core business of the organization and overall organization structure. Functional managers normally own the resources and provide the projects with necessary resources. They also negotiate with the project manager regarding resources. The project manager, on the other hand, is responsible and accountable for the success or failure of a project and the quality of the project. They are not technical experts. The project manager may not have authority over the resources, depending upon the organizational structure. They often have to negotiate with the functional manager for the resources and are responsible for the product quality. A project manager will credit the team with the success of the project and accept the blame for the failure. Now let us look at an example to understand the roles played by functional and project managers. The CEO of an organization initiates a new project to secure an ISO 9001-2008 certification for the company. Now, this project would require team members from each of the company departments, and whoever is the project manager of this project will have to request the functional manager to assign one of their team members to the project. Resources assigned to the project go back to their respective departments once the project is completed. Let us now discuss the project human resource management processes in the next screen. There are 4 project human resource management processes. The first process, Plan Human Resource Management, is done as part of the planning process group. The next 3 processes are part of the executing process group. These processes are Acquire Project Team, Develop Project Team, and Manage Project Team. Let us now look into each of these processes in detail. In the next screen, let us begin with Plan Human Resource Management. Plan Human Resource Management is the process of identifying and documenting project roles, responsibilities, required skills, reporting relationships, and creating a staffing management plan. This process is part of the planning process group. In addition to that, finalizing the project hierarchy of who reports to whom, and designing the staffing management plan is also part of this process. The first input to this process is the project management plan. There could be a lot of information in the project management plan and subsidiary plans that may be relevant to the creation of the human resource management plan. For example, the project lifecycle processes, the timelines, how the work will be accomplished, etc. The other key input for this process is the activity resource requirement. Team members can be identified based on these requirements. In addition to this, enterprise environmental factors like current employment outlook, etc., are also important. For example, if the economy is booming and there are ample job opportunities for the team members, the reward and recognition system can keep the project team interested in the project. Organizational process asset is also an input to this process. An example of the organization process assets can be template or a form to request for a new resource. Let us now look at the tools and techniques used to develop human resource plan. The roles and responsibilities are captured in the form of organization charts and position descriptions. There are various ways to draw this chart. It can be either hierarchical chart, which shows the reporting function, or it can be text-based. The other technique used for developing the human resource plan is networking. This involves formal or informal interactions within the organization and outside by the project manager to identify the best team for the project depending upon various interpersonal factors. Organizational theory helps to understand how individuals come together and function as an organization. Expert judgment and meetings are required to put the human resource plan together. The output of this process is Human Resource Management Plan. This plan contains documents like Staffing Management Plan, Project Organization Chart, and Roles and Responsibilities Matrix. The Staffing Management Plan is a comprehensive document that describes when and how team members would be added to and released from the project. Another component of the Staffing Management Plan is the Recognition and Reward System. Recognition and Reward System helps project managers motivate their team. The Staffing Management Plan is relevant to the projects of a functional or matrix organization where project team members are always caught in a dilemma about prioritizing project work against regular departmental work. In the next screen, let us discuss organization charts and role descriptions. A project manager needs to make sure that there is an organization chart prepared specifically for the project. It should clearly identify the roles and the reporting relationships between them. A sample organization chart is shown on the slide. Another way of clearly delineating responsibilities among team members is by using a responsibility assignment matrix. One form of responsibility assignment matrix is the RACI chart. In the RACI chart, R stands for responsible, A for accountable, C for concerned or consulted, and I for informed. For each important activity or deliverable on the project, it needs to be clearly identified who is responsible or contributes to it, who is ultimately accountable, who is merely concerned about the success, and who needs to be informed or kept in the loop. An example of the RACI chart is shown on the screen. In this case, project manager John is accountable for the project plan, and the other team members, Chris, Sally, and Ting, are responsible for completing the plan. Similarly, you can note the roles of each resource in the other activities. In the next screen, let us understand resource histogram. Resource histogram is a method of depicting how many resources are required for the life of a project. If you observe the chart shown on the screen, it indicates that the number of staff hours required on the project increases to a peak in 2014 and then slowly tapers off. Especially for long-running projects, the level of staffing needed may vary considerably over a period. This has implications for other parts of the plan as well. For example, the cost will vary as the number of resources change. This piece of information helps a project manager to understand at what time they need to onboard and offboard resources on a project. In the next screen, let us look into the second human resource management process, that is, acquire project team. Acquire project team is the process of confirming human resource availability and obtaining the team necessary to complete project activities. This process belongs to the executing process group. Acquiring resources may not be required in the planning phase. Therefore, it is done in execution phase. Though you may plan to acquire few in the planning phase, major acquisition is done in execution phase. This may be true where large projects are run spanning over many years with several detailed activities. The key input is the Human Resource Management Plan. Enterprise environmental factors help understand which team members will be available to work on the project, how much they will cost, etc. Organizational process assets will help understand the hiring procedure of the company, the policies that govern the use of team members on the project, etc. The key technique for acquiring the project team is negotiation. As a project manager, you have to negotiate with the company's senior management, resource manager, or with prospective candidates to secure the most suitable resources on the project. Sometimes the resources may be pre-assigned to a project. This typically happens when they are the key resources, without which the project cannot take off. Sometimes the project team is acquired by getting required resources through external vendors. Most of the bigger organizations have approved a list of vendors who provide resources on a contractual basis. Nowadays, the concept of virtual team is also quite popular to get a project team. So even though the project is being conceived in one country, a big part of the team can be in another country. For example, if the project is conceived in the USA, majority of the team can be in Germany, and both the teams can coordinate over the phone, email, chat, etc. Multi-criteria decision analysis is also an important tool to achieve the objectives. While acquiring the human resources for the project, it is important to consider a number of factors, such as availability, cost, skill set, experience, attitude, relocation needs, etc. These criteria have to be considered in totality and balanced out against the project's requirements. The output of this process is project staff assignments, resource calendars, and updates on project management plan. Let us now discuss the next process: develop project team. Once the project team is acquired, the next step is developing the project team. Develop project team is the process of improving competencies, team member interaction, and overall team environment to enhance project performance. This process belongs to the executing process group. The inputs to this process include project staff assignments, resource calendars, and human resource management plan. One of the techniques used in developing project team is interpersonal skills. It is more of an art than a science, and this is where individual characteristics of project managers matter a lot. If the project manager genuinely commands trust and respects the team members, developing the team becomes easy. Team members look up to the project manager not only for getting project-specific instructions, but also for their career advancement as well. Social activities like celebrating a team member's birthday, going for parties outside the office, etc., helps in team building. Training is also an important tool for developing the project team, as it helps in increasing the knowledge of competencies of the team members. Sometimes, co-locating the team members at a single place also helps in developing team bonding. This is especially important if team members work from different geographical locations. Knowing a person face-to-face does help in reducing conflict. Project managers can also encourage the team members by providing recognition and rewards. Personnel assessment tools give the project manager insights into the strengths and opportunities for improvement in the team members. These tools also help in understanding members' aspirations so that the project manager can better align the project goals with the individual aspirations. Finally, the project manager should also set some ground rules in the project to ensure that team performs their work without any problems. Some such rules can be: everyone should reach office for daily meeting by 9:30 a.m. sharp. If there is more than a 10% delay in completing any activity assigned, it should immediately be escalated to project manager. If there are any unforeseen circumstances, it should be immediately brought to the notice of the project manager, etc. The output of this process is team performance assessments. This is done by the project manager to evaluate and enhance the effectiveness of the team as a whole. This is a document which explains team effectiveness. As information about the team evolves, the enterprise environmental factors may also be updated. Questions that test a project manager's role in developing a project team can be expected in the PMP exam, so ensure that you have a fair understanding of the role before you take the exam. In the next screen, let us discuss the Manage Project Team process. Managing the project team is different from developing the project team, though it is also done during the execution process group. It relates to measuring team members' performance, providing feedback, resolving issues, and managing changes to optimize project performance. To measure team members' performance, the manager should know the work assigned to them as well as their performance on the assigned work. Hence, project staff assignments and team performance assessments are listed as input to this process. The Human Resource Management Plan serves as a guideline for managing project teams. Some organizations have template and procedures to do such assessment, and that being the reason why Organization Process Asset is also one of the inputs to this process. The work performance reports, as well as issue logs, will be inputs because the team management activities have to be performed in this context. Observation and conversation is a technique where the project manager monitors and discusses the tasks done by the team. This does not imply formal project status reports, but having an informal interaction with the team before documenting the project status report. Knowing about the issue early helps in resolving them early. Formal performance appraisals are helpful in evaluating the team members' performance on the project. The project manager creates these with the help of the team supervisors. It is an established practice in most organizations to evaluate team members for their work. This may have a bearing on their future assignments, salary, promotions, etc. Since the power of appraising lies within the project manager, the project manager can use this as an effective tool for managing the team. Since multiple resources work on a single project, it is quite natural to expect conflicts. It is the responsibility of project manager to resolve conflicts. Conflict management has been discussed in detail later in the lesson. You can expect questions on conflict management in the exam. The other tool is interpersonal skills. The output of managing a project team includes corrective action recommendations, like which team members to be changed, implementing some reward system to motivate the team, etc. Updating the project management plans, documents, organization process asset, and enterprise environmental factors are the other outputs of this process. There can be questions in the PMP exam that test a project manager's skill in managing a project team. So ensure that you are aware of the inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs of managing a project team. Let us discuss team dynamics in the next screen. Any team naturally goes through several stages as it gets together. These stages are forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. In forming stage, a team formally comes together for the first time. In storming stage, disagreements start to surface. This is followed by norming, when the teams start working together and trusting each other. In performing stage, they are able to deliver results as a team. Finally, the team is adjourned when the work of the project is completed or the project is terminated. In the next screen, let us discuss conflict management. Many organizations look for people with diverse background to get different perspectives about work. If people with diverse backgrounds and culture work on a project, it is quite natural to expect conflict. Conflict often results in opportunities for improvement. The root causes of conflict can be scarce resources, scheduling priorities, and personal work styles. While the popular belief is that personality or ego can be the key reason for conflict, it is the least possible reason for conflict. As a project manager, if you find yourself in between a conflict with a team member, sit across the table and resolve it. If not, they should get their immediate managers involved and try to resolve it. To avoid conflicts, a project manager should let everyone involved have complete clarity about the project. Assign the roles and responsibilities to each of the team members clearly. Ensure that there are no overlapping responsibilities, which could be a possible cause for conflict. Sometimes boredom at work can also lead to conflict. So one of the responsibilities of project manager is to keep motivating the team members and let them work on interesting and challenging assignments. Business scenarios-based questions on conflict management can be expected in the PMP exam, so it is essential to have a fair understanding of the topic. In the next screen, let us look at conflict resolution techniques. There are 5 techniques of resolving conflict. They are withdraw or avoid, smooth or accommodate, compromise or reconcile, force or direct, collaborate, or problem solve. In withdraw or avoid, one retreats from a potential conflict situation or defers the resolution to a later date. This does not resolve the conflict, but allows for more time. In smooth or accommodate, areas of agreement are emphasized to reduce the intensity of the conflict. Again, this does not on its own result in a resolution, but it may succeed in changing the perceptions about the situation. In compromise or reconcile, there is some give and take in order to bring some satisfaction to all parties. Depending on how the process went, this may be perceived as a win-win or a lose-lose situation, because none of the parties really get what they want. Enforce or direct, a person in a position of authority directs how the matter should be resolved. It may be necessary to do this when the matter has to be resolved immediately. However, this may result in upsetting one or more of the conflicting parties. In collaborate or problem solving, the parties in the conflict are asked to come together to collaborate and look for a resolution to the problem. This offers the greatest likelihood of a satisfactory and permanent resolution, and should be resorted to whenever possible. Business scenario-based problems, where a resolution technique has to be selected, can be expected in the PMP exam. So understanding the conflict resolution techniques is essential. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. One of the key responsibilities of a project manager is to get work done by the team. There are certain powers that a project manager can use to get the work done. A project manager has to use a combination of techniques to get this accomplished. Various powers of a project manager are legitimate or formal, reward, penalty, expert, and referent. In legitimate or formal, project manager can formally assign a work to a team member that he or she has to do. Project manager can reward and recognize the team members. The reward could be as simple as assigning challenging or sought-after work to a team member. This can motivate good performers on the project. Sometimes project manager can penalize the team members for poor performance. Some project managers are able to command authority because of their expertise in a certain field. Project manager can be considered as a reference of higher authority to get the work done. Sometimes referent authority also arises from the personal charm or charisma of the project manager. Legitimate, reward, and penalty are the powers derived from the project manager's position in the company. Expert power exists when the project manager is an expert on the subject matter. Reward and expert are usually the best forms of authority to use. Penalty is the worst way of influencing and managing the team. A project manager should resort to this only as a last option. Regardless of the project manager having formal reporting authority over the team, they are naturally looked upon as the leaders for their projects. Project managers need to be familiar with the leadership styles and be able to tailor their style according to the needs of the project and that of the team. There are 3 leadership styles. The first one is authoritarian or autocratic. In this style, the leader sets clear expectations of the team and expects complete compliance. In a participative or democratic style, the leader offers guidance but also involves the team in decision-making. In a delegative or laissez-faire style, the leader leaves the work to the team without offering much guidance. In most circumstances, you would want your leader to employ a participative style, but there may be occasions when other styles might be appropriate. In the next screen, let us discuss McKinsey's 7S framework. A popular framework in management science is the McKinsey's 7S framework. There are 7 elements that are divided into 2 categories. An organization working on a project will have these elements already in place, and hence these become the hard elements. The first 3 elements of the 7S framework are the strategy, structure, and systems. The leader or project manager is expected to step in and exhibit soft elements to earn the mantle of leadership. The next 4 elements are shared values, skills, style, and staff. There are 47 processes in project management grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped into 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the 7th knowledge area, that is, project communications management and its processes. In the next screen, let us understand communication. Communication can be best defined as a two-way process of exchanging information between 2 entities. As you can see on the screen, if project is an entity, the project needs to communicate with other entities in the organization, like project managers, senior management of the organization, and any other stakeholder of the project. Similarly, these entities may also have to communicate with the projects. The communication between project and the stakeholders is always two-sided. project manager is responsible for ensuring proper communication to and from the project. In fact, a project manager spends almost 90% of his or her time on communication. You can now understand how important it is for a project manager to plan this activity well. In the next screen, let us discuss communication methods. Communication can be done in two ways. It can be done written or verbal. Both written as well as verbal communication can either be formal or informal. Formal means communicating by following some basic rules, whereas informal means taking a casual approach. These two combinations result in 4 different communication methods. They are formal written, formal verbal, informal written, and informal verbal. Formal written method is used for project management plans, project charter, and over long-distance communication. Formal verbal method is used during presentations, whereas informal written method is applicable while writing notes or emails. Informal verbal, on the other hand, is applied during conversations. You can expect questions in the PMP exam which require choosing a communication method for a given situation, so a fair understanding of the communication methods can help you score higher. In the next screen, let us look at the various communication technologies. Communication technology refers to the different media used for communicating. A few such technologies are listed on screen, among which email, fax, and telephone are a few popular communication technologies. In the next screen, let us understand the communication channel with the help of an example. Communication takes place between 4 people in a team. The lines across the members represent there can be 6 unique channels of communication existing within the team. Now, if the team comprises 10 members, how many unique channels of communication will be calculated? You can use the formula n multiplied with n minus 1 and the resulting sum divided by 2. N is the total number of people involved in communication. In this case, n equals to 10. If this is put into the formula, you will get 45 as the result. Therefore, 45 unique communication channels exist in a team of 10 people. It is difficult to manage such a large number of communication channels. Therefore, it is important to structure communication. Otherwise, everyone starts communicating everything to everyone, and it can become a real chaos in the project. In the PMP exam, you may be asked to calculate the number of communication channels in a scenario-based question, so please make a note of the formula to answer the question correctly. In the next screen, let us discuss the basic communication model. Project communications management includes the processes required to ensure that information about timely and appropriate generation, collection, distribution, storage, and ultimate disposition of project is prepared and circulated to all project stakeholders. It is the responsibility of a project manager to ensure that the information requested by the stakeholder is communicated to them. The frequency at which the information needs to be shared may also vary from stakeholder to stakeholder. For example, think about a simple process of sharing a project status report with the customer and senior management. This knowledge area explains how it should be done as per PMI. In the next screen, let us discuss the project communications management processes. There are 3 project communications management processes. Process is carried during different process groups. Plan communication management is done during planning process group. Manage communications is done during executing process group. And control communications is done during monitoring and controlling process group. In the next few screens, we will cover each of these processes in detail. Plan communications management is the process of developing an appropriate approach and plan for project communications based on stakeholders' information needs and requirements and available organizational assets. This belongs to the planning process group. Stakeholder Register is an important input to this process. It is a list of all the stakeholders. The project management plan has information about a large number of the project's requirements and the stakeholders who need to receive communication of various kinds are therefore a critical input to this process. In addition to these two, organization process assets and enterprise environmental factors are also inputs to this process. Many organizations have standard templates to prepare communication management plan, which are part of the organizational process assets and enterprise environmental factors. The first technique used in this process is the communication requirements analysis, where the communication requirements of each of the stakeholders are analyzed and categorized. In this, you try to find how many of the stakeholders need similar kind of information, which can be grouped together. If you send information through an email system, all those stakeholders who need similar information can be marked in CC in the email. Next, you can decide on the communication technology. These days, email is the most widely used technology, but in few cases, you might have to send information using some other technology, like fax or registered post. For example, all government communications are done using registered post to keep a written record. Finally, you need to understand how communication really happens. That is, the communication models and the various communication methods used. You may need to conduct meetings before agreeing on and finalizing the Communications Management Plan. The Communications Management Plan is the primary output of this process, which lays down the procedures around communications in the organization. Communication Management Plan has information like which stakeholder needs what kind of information, at what frequency, and how. As a result of this process, some other project documents may also get updated. There may be questions in the PMP exam based on the Plan Communications Management process, so a fair understanding of the process will help you answer such questions correctly. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Manage communications is the process of creating, collecting, distributing, storing, retrieving, and the ultimate disposition of project information in accordance to the Communications Management Plan. It belongs to the Executing Process Group. Managed communications is done throughout the project lifecycle. Everything cannot be planned during communication planning, so managed communications takes care of responding to unexpected requests for information as well. Communications Management Plan is an important input. Work performance reports have information regarding project performance and status information. Organizational process assets are the standard templates created for the status report by organizations. In some organizations, there are guidelines for communication distribution. Enterprise environmental factors are the other inputs to this process. Various tools and techniques are used in this process. Communications technology represents the means of technology, that is, email, instant messaging, telephone conferencing, etc., that are used to exchange information. The use of communication models helps you determine the technique that is best suited for a particular situation. Communication methods are the various methods used to communicate. For example, whether it is interactive or offline, whether information is being pushed by the provider or pulled by the recipient, etc. Information management systems help design a framework for managing the information within a project. That is, how it is acquired, where it is stored, and how it is distributed and destroyed. In performance reporting, all the information is synthesized in the form of performance reports that are later distributed to the appropriate stakeholders and forms an important part of the communications strategy on a project. The first and primary output of this process is the communications messages that are generated during the project. The other outputs include project management plan updates, project document updates, and organizational process assets updates. In the next screen, let us discuss control communications process. Control communications is the process of monitoring and controlling communications throughout the entire project lifecycle to ensure the information needs of the project stakeholders are met. It is part of the monitoring and controlling process group. The inputs to this process are the project communications, project management plan, and issue log, which has a list of issues that are raised by different project stakeholders, data related to the work being performed on the project, and various other project documents which may have to be communicated. Other inputs include work performance data and organizational process assets. Let us look at the tools and techniques in detail. The information management systems provide tools to collect, consolidate, and present the information in the form of cogent, concise communications. Expertise must be sought from different stakeholders on how you should go about this process. Several meetings may be needed to ensure the efficiency and efficacy of the communications. The major outputs of this process is the work performance information, which indicates that the work performance data has been analyzed, interpreted, and presented in an easily comprehensible form. This process may also give rise to change requests, updates to the project management plan, project documents, and organizational process assets. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer.
If you are looking to become a skilled project manager, have a look at the postgraduate program in project management by Simplilearn.
Project risk management includes the processes of conducting risk management planning, identification, analysis, response planning, and controlling risk on a project. It has been mentioned in practice standard for project risk management that project risk management aims to identify and prioritize risks in advance of their occurrence and provide action-oriented information to project managers. Project risk management is an integral part of the project management. It provides an approach through which uncertainty can be understood, assessed, and managed within the projects. Effective project risk management is essential for the success of a project. Let us discuss the interdependencies between project risk management and project management in the following screen. When you say risk management is an integral part of project management, it means that they are dependent on each other. The output of many project management processes can be considered as an input for risk management and vice versa. For example, by getting the information about the project progress in terms of schedule, you realize that it is not in line with the expected progress, which can become a risk for the project. So, risk management plays an important role to decide what response must be given or what actions are to be taken. Similarly, based on the response of risk management, the project management plan with respect to the deliverable will change. As you already know, all the projects have uncertainty. Project management can be seen as an attempt to control this uncertain environment through the use of structured techniques like estimating, planning, cost control, activity allocation, earned value analysis, monitoring, and review meetings. Project risk management provides an approach by which uncertainty can be understood, assessed, and managed within projects. So, effective project management is a critical success factor for project success. Let us continue this discussion on project risk management and project management in the next screen. The management or project manager should not look at project risk management as an optional activity or overhead. The interface between project risk management and other processes of project management must be cleared to address the uncertainty. The outputs of project risk management should be considered within the project management processes. They can impact various aspects like estimating resources, cost or duration, assessing the impact of scope changes, resource allocation, and project progress reports to the stakeholders. The effectiveness of project management process is increased by using the information and results from project risk management. On the other hand, some of the outputs of other project management processes, such as work breakdown structure, WBS, estimation of schedule and cost, and assumptions are important prerequisites for project risk management. Let us first discuss how we can make risk management process effective in the next screen. You make risk management more successful, effective, or consistent by using processes, methodologies, or a set of activities. However, before using these processes, you should keep some points in mind. Risk management process should be scalable to meet different elements like available resources, methodology and processes used, tools and techniques used, supporting infrastructure, review and update frequency, and reporting requirements. It is important to have a clear understanding of the risk threshold that defines the views of key stakeholders on acceptable levels of risk. It is equally important to identify the framework to manage the risk, starting from the initiation stage to its successful implementation. Project risk management activities, resources, and attention should be appropriated to the project. Since different projects warrant different levels of risk management application. Some of the actions required for tailoring are defining objectives against which risks will be identified, defining how the elements like resources, methodologies, tools, infrastructure, and communication are scalable for the project, and defining risk thresholds, tolerances, and the assessment of framework. The outputs should be documented, communicated, reviewed to ensure common understanding of the scope and objectives for the project risk management processes. In this screen, we will look into the high-level activities carried out in the 6 project risk management processes. The first process is Plan Risk Management. In this process, you define the scope and objectives of the project risk management processes. The key output of this process is the Project Risk Management Plan. The second process is Identify Risks. In this process, you identify maximum possible known risks. You will be focusing on the tools and techniques used in the process of identifying risks. The key output is the risk register. The third process is Perform Qualitative Risk Analysis. This process is about prioritizing risks and ranking them as high, medium, and low for further action. The focus will be on tools used to prioritize risks. The fourth process is Perform Quantitative Risk Analysis. In this process, you evaluate the combined effect of risks on the overall project outcome. The risks are quantified numerically. The fifth process is Plan Risk Responses. This process helps us determine appropriate response strategies and actions for each individual risk and for overall project risk, and integrates them into overall project management plan. The sixth and last process is Control Risks. This process focuses on implementing risk response plans, tracking identified risks, monitoring residual risks, identifying new risks, and evaluating risk process effectiveness throughout the project. In the next screen, we will look into the flow of all these 6 processes and how it works logically. There are 47 processes in project management grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to 5 process groups. In this lesson, we will look at the 10th knowledge area, that is, Project Stakeholder Management and its processes. In the next screen, let us understand who stakeholders are. A stakeholder is anybody who has a stake in the project. A stakeholder may be an individual, a group, or an organization who may affect or be affected by or perceived to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of a project. Further, the nature of the impact can be positive or negative, thus giving rise to the notion of positive or negative stakeholders. Irrespective of whether a stakeholder is positive or negative, it is important to engage with the stakeholders and get them involved in the project. This can make a critical difference to the success or failure of the project. A single disgruntled stakeholder can bring the entire project to its knees, whereas an actively engaged and influential stakeholder can have the opposite effect. Let us understand who the common stakeholders of a project are. There are several categorizations of stakeholders. The project managers themselves are important stakeholders. The project team members represent stakeholders in the project. The senior management of the organization, which is working on the project, has a stake in the project. The sponsor, that is, the person or entity that provides the money and resources for the project and essentially champions the project, is an important stakeholder. The customer, which may be different from the sponsor, is a stakeholder as well. For instance, in many of the projects in the social sector, the sponsor may be the government or a development agency, whereas the customers would be the people who actually benefit from it. The end users, which may be different from the customers or the sponsors, are stakeholders too. The vendors or suppliers who provide goods or services to the project are important stakeholders. People whose lives may be impacted by the output of the project are also stakeholders. For example, if a highway project requires possession of privately owned land, people whose land is being taken away are the stakeholders. If the construction of a dam or water reservoir benefits the downstream farming communities, they are the stakeholders here. Competitors who provide alternative goods or services are stakeholders too. Sometimes environmentalists or other social groups may become stakeholders. The government or political leadership may become stakeholders for projects in the public domain. It is sufficient to state that there could potentially be hundreds of stakeholders for a large project. It is in the interest of the project manager and the project team to clearly identify all such stakeholders up front and then actively manage them throughout the project. In the next screen, let us discuss the classification models for stakeholder analysis. Not all the stakeholders have the same amount of influence or power over the project. Therefore, the way to manage each stakeholder needs to be calibrated based on a proper classification of the stakeholders. This is the role of the classification model. You can come up with a grid that maps the power of the stakeholders, the interests they have, the influence they may have, or the impact that they can have on the project through the power interest, power influence, or influence impact grids. It can be represented by mapping stakeholders to a power or interest grid. The diagram on the screen has x-axis, which represents interest level, and y-axis, which represents the power level. Based on the various combinations of power levels and interest levels, the grid can be divided into 4 quadrants. The stakeholders on the top right quadrant, with high power and high interest, need to be managed closely. That is, you have to monitor their involvement and engagement very closely. The stakeholders on the bottom right quadrant, with high interest but low power, need to be kept in the loop. That is, you should share information with them and keep them regularly informed. The stakeholders on the top left quadrant, with high power but low interest, can be managed by keeping them happy, for example, by making sure that their interests and opinions are taken into consideration. The stakeholders on the left bottom quadrant, with low power and low interest, may be managed less actively by simply monitoring how things are going with them. The salience model describes classes of stakeholders based on their power, ability to impose their will, urgency, need for immediate attention, and legitimacy, appropriateness of their involvement level. This is a useful framework to guide the stakeholder management strategy on a project. Practice creating power grids for business scenarios. This will help in understanding the level of engagement a project manager needs to maintain with various stakeholders. In the next screen, let us discuss the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. The Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix allows visualizing the current and desired states of a stakeholder's involvement in the project. The 5 levels of involvement are as unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and leading. Unaware is where the stakeholder is not aware of the project or its impact. Resistant is where the stakeholder is aware of the impacts and is resistant to change. Neutral is where the stakeholder is aware of the project and is neither supportive nor in opposition to the project. Supportive is where the stakeholder is aware of the project and its impact and is supportive of the change. Leading is where the stakeholder is aware of the project and impacts and is actively engaged to ensure that the project is successful. Let us now look at the matrix. The table has 1 row per stakeholder identified. You place C in the column which best indicates the current level of engagement for that stakeholder. Then you place D in the column which best indicates the desired state of engagement. This table can be a quick visualization tool that helps understand where work has to be done in the stakeholder management activities. In the next screen, let us discuss the skills required for stakeholder management. Stakeholder management is both an art and a science. Since it involves dealing with people, and people are inherently nonlinear and unpredictable, there is no one size that fits all strategies or tools that will work while managing them. However, a project manager may use a few traits and techniques while managing stakeholders, which are classified as interpersonal skills and managerial skills. A project manager must possess good interpersonal skills. That is, must invest the time and energy to build trust. This involves multiple things, such as establishing a personal rapport, following through on commitments, being punctual, etc. Once the trust is established, it helps in smoothing many difficult bends. Conflict management is an important skill for a project manager. While communicating with stakeholders, the project manager must practice active listening. They must not assume that they have all the answers. Instead, they should spend some time to understand the issues and the stakeholders' points of view. This alone can go a long way in smoothing ruffled feathers and building constructive relationships. Resistance to change is natural. A project manager must know how to convert that into a positive energy in its favor. Managerial skills that may help in accomplishing the project objectives. A project manager must be able to build consensus among the group. While absolute uniformity may not always be possible or desirable, the project manager must use techniques to ensure widespread discussions and arrive at a path that the group can buy into. The project manager must be able to influence people, often without necessarily being in the position of authority. The project manager must be skillful to negotiate agreements. The project manager must be able to understand and modify organizational behavior in order to move the project in a certain direction. Earned value technique is an excellent way to track the project progress against the project plan. It is a method of measuring the project performance objectively and comparing it against the project baseline. Results from an earned value analysis indicate deviation of the project from cost and schedule baselines. Baseline is the initial approved value along with approved changes. Therefore, schedule baseline is the first approved project schedule along with approved changes. There are various terms used in earned value technique. Planned value is the authorized budget assigned to the scheduled work. Earned value is the work performed in terms of budget authorized for that work. Actual cost is the cost incurred in work performed. Budget at completion is the budgeted amount for the total work. Estimate at completion is the expected total cost for the project. Estimate to complete is the expected cost to finish all the remaining project work. Variance at completion is the projected budget surplus or deficit at the end of the project. All the parameters displayed on the screen are measured in terms of cost. You may come across business scenario-based questions on earned value management in the PMP exam, so ensure that you develop a clear understanding of this topic. Let us look at an example of a planned value in the next screen. Planned value is the estimated value of the work planned. This value is measured in terms of currency, say dollar. If the planned value is $340, then the work planned is worth $340. How do you calculate earned value? The solution is add the budget allocated to each of the activities that have been completed at the point of time. The resulting value is the earned value. In the next screen, let us look at the formula used to calculate earned value. In cost variance, negative means the project is over budget. Positive means the project is under budget. Similarly, in schedule variance, negative means the project is behind schedule, whereas positive means the project is ahead of schedule. The value of the next two parameters, Cost Performance Index, CPI, and Schedule Performance Index, SPI, values vary between 0 and 1. For example, a CPI of 0.8 implies that 80 cents of work is obtained for every dollar spent in the project. Similarly, if SPI is 0.9, it implies that project is progressing at only 90% of the speed originally planned. The next parameter is Estimate at Completion, or EAC. There are different ways of calculating the EAC value. The method used depends on how the cost and schedule variances are expected to play for the rest of the project. BAC by CPI is used if you expect that the current cost performance will continue until the end of the project. AC plus BAC minus EV is used if you expect that the rest of the project will be managed at the budgeted rate. AC plus BAC minus EV by the product of CPI and SPI is used if you want to factor in the impact of the cost as well as schedule variances. AC plus ETC is used if you want to re-evaluate the project based on a forecast value for the estimated cost of the remainder of the project. The next parameter is Estimate to Complete, or ETC, which is the cost of project from this point to the end. This is calculated by subtracting the actual cost from the estimate at completion. In addition, variance at completion can be calculated by subtracting the estimate at completion from the budget at completion. Variance at completion is the cost estimation whether it is over or under budget. Another parameter is the To Complete Performance Index, or TCPI. This is the cost performance needed to achieve a desired outcome. For example, if the project needs to be managed to the original budget, BAC, then TCPI, that is, the CPI that must be maintained for the rest of the project, is calculated as BAC minus EV by BAC minus AC. Similarly, if it has to be managed within a revised target, say EAC, then TCPI is calculated as BAC minus EV by EAC minus AC. Before the start of the PMP exam, please make a note of the formulas of earned value technique. In the next screen, let us look into a business scenario to understand this concept better. After reading the problem statement, click the Solution button to look at a possible answer. Let us take the example of a software development project. There are 4 phases, and each phase takes a month to complete and is expected to cost $10,000. The phases are planned to be completed one after the other. The status of the project at the end of the month 3 is summarized in the table. Requirements definition is completed and actual spending on this is $10,000. Architecture and design is done and actual spending on this is $12,000. Development and unit testing is only 50% done, though it was supposed to be completed by 3rd month. It has cost $9,000 until date. System testing and go live has not yet started. Note, S indicates start time, F indicates finish time, and PF indicates that it is partly finished at the end of the month. Based on the above information, calculate the CV, SV, CPI, and SPI of the project. Let us look at a solution in the next screen. Before we end this lesson, let us also look at a few definitions that might be useful for your PMP examination. Law of diminishing return. This means the more you put into something, the less you get out of it. For example, Doubling the number of resources working on a project will not necessarily have the time. Working capital, the amount of money the company has to invest on the project and the day-to-day company operations. Funding limit reconciliation, the process of comparing the planned expenditure in a given period with the available funding for that period. Large assets purchased by the company lose value over time. This is called depreciation. There are two forms of depreciation: straight line and accelerated. Same amount of depreciation is taken every year. For instance, a car with a price tag of $10,000 and useful life of 10 years is depreciated $1,000 per year. At the end of the 10th year, the value of the car is considered zero for all accounting purposes. Accelerated depreciation depreciates faster than the straight line depreciation. For instance, a car with a price tag of $10,000 depreciates $3,000 the first year, $1,500 the next year, $1,000 the third year, and so on.
So first, let's find out what exactly is CPM. Now, the critical path method is an algorithm that's used in project management to schedule project activities. Now, one of the biggest advantages of CPM is that it gives you a model. You create a model through which you can determine the different tasks that are required to complete the project, the dependencies between these tasks, and the duration required to complete a particular activity. The critical path is the longest stretch of activities and a measure of them from start to finish. Now, to understand the critical path method, there are certain things that you need to know. So let's have a look at a completed critical path method diagram or a network diagram. So this is somewhat what a final version should look like. So here you can see these circles with numbers in them. We'll also need ABC. So let's talk about what this is. So the two major components in a diagram, a network diagram, are events and activities. So as you can see here, a circle, this circle with a number in between it, represents a particular event. This is present at the start and end of an activity. So here, A, B, C, D, E, F represent activities. And each activity, like I mentioned, has a start and an end node. So for activity A, this node, node number 1, is called the tail node. And event 2 or node 2 is known as the head node. Likewise, each of these activities have a different tail and head node. There are also other things that you need to know before you can start drawing your own network diagram. The network that you create should have a unique starting node. Here you can see there's only one starting node, one unique starting node, which is node number 1. There's no multiple nodes starting off the network. Then the network should have a unique completion node, which is node number 6 here. There's only a single node which completes the entire network. No activity should be represented by more than one arc in the network, which means that this arrow that you see, this represents an arc. There's only one activity responding to an arc. This means that no two activities can have the same starting node as well as ending node. And finally, there's this thing known as a dummy activity, which is represented by dotted lines between two nodes. Say, for example, 4 and 3. So this dummy activity represents a relationship between node 4 and node 3. But at the same time, there's no duration or there's no activity. And if there is, that activity will have 0 value, unlike every other activity that you see in the network. So this is the basics of the critical path method. Let's understand this better with an example. Our objective here is to determine the critical path of this data represented here. Now here you can see, let's have a look at each of these different columns. We have activity, immediate predecessor, and duration. Now the duration, let's assume, is in months. So let's write that down. Alright. So now let's have a look at activity and immediate predecessor, because that's what's currently important. So here we have activity A, who does not have any immediate predecessor. Similarly, activities B and C don't have immediate predecessors as well. So first, let's draw activity A. So since it does not have an immediate predecessor, it will have a node of its own connecting to it. So first, let's draw node number 1. This is node number 2. Let's connect them both. Here we write down the activity connecting them and the duration, which is 3. Likewise, let's have a look at activity B. It also does not have an immediate predecessor. Let's see which other activities have B as its immediate predecessor. We have activity D as well as activity G. So let's draw that too. It's node 3, B, 4 months duration. Next up, we have activity C. C also does not have an immediate predecessor, but it also acts as an immediate predecessor for activities H and I. Let's draw a node for activity C. Number 4. Let's write down the duration, which is 6. Now, let's have a look at activity D. Now, D is preceded by activity B. However, a combination of C and D act as immediate predecessors for H and I, which means that C and D will have a common point of origin, which is right here. So let's connect node 3 and node 4. This represents the activity D, which is 3 months. Now let's have a look at activity E, which is preceded by activity A. So now let's have a look at activity E. The immediate predecessor for activity E is A, so we can directly draw that, and as you can see here, there's no combination of different activities here, so we can draw E directly. So let's draw the node. There we go. Let's connect the node. 5. E, which is 9. Right then, now let's go to F. F is preceded by A. But at the same time, let's have a look at where F is used. F is also an immediate predecessor of K, which is a combination of F, G, H. So let's come back to F in a bit. Let's go to G. So as of now, we've completed A, B, C, D, and E. Let's skip F for now and go to G. G is preceded by B. At the same time, it is used as a combination of F, G, H, which means G can come here. Which is 4. So G is complete. Now there's only F left. Now H. H is a combination of both C, D, which means its origin point comes from here. So whose origin point is the node 4? Both H and I originate from the node 4. So as we can notice here, F, G, and H both act as immediate predecessors for K and L, which means at some point they all need to unite, which is exactly here at node number 6. So let's combine H and G. Which has a duration of 5. So let's now go back to F. Now F we can combine to node number 6, since we know that F, G, and H come together at some point. So let's combine F to this node. There you go. F with the duration of 1. Now we're done with node number 6, or we're also done with H. Now for activity I. Now activity I is preceded by CD. I also acts as predecessor for M, so it's an independent activity. So let's add that separately here. Preceding 4. Let's connect that. Node 7 with I, which is 4. Right. I is complete. Let's go to J. J is preceded by E right here, and is only used as combination for N in the end. So at some point, J and K need to combine. As you can see here, L, M, and N don't act as immediate predecessors, which means they represent final nodes, or they connect to the final node, as you found out earlier, which is one of the rules when you're creating a network for yourself. So let's draw K. K and L are both preceded by F, G, and H. But we also know that for N, J and K connect with each other, which means we can draw J here. So finish J. And since J and K together connect towards N, we can also assume that K moves from here, from node 6 to 8. That's right, K, which has a duration of 6. Now for L. Now L is preceded by FGH, but it is not an immediate predecessor for any other item, which means that it connects to the final node right here. That would be node 9. L, which duration is 3. So now we have M and N left. M is preceded by I, so let's draw that. And N is preceded by J and K. So this is N is 9, and M is 6. So now the network is complete. And now let's find out how to create the critical path. So to understand the critical path, or to determine the critical path, we need two paths, the earliest start times and the latest completion times, which are both represented by ES and LC. Now the earliest start time refers to the earliest starting times of each node. Likewise for latest completion time. So each node has its own earliest start time and latest completion time. They are represented in a box. So we'll create boxes for each of these nodes. There you go. And each of these boxes need to be divided . So in these boxes, the lower half represents the earliest start time and the upper half represents the latest completion time. So first off, we'll find out the earliest start time. So the process of finding the earliest start time is referred to as forward pass. Now the earliest start time can be determined with a formula. So the formula is earliest start time of the ending node is equal to the max earliest starting time of the starting node plus the distance between them. So let's see what we mean here. So one thing you need to know is that the earliest starting time of node 1 is always 0. So let's write that down in a different color. It's always 0. So let's have a look at the earliest start time for node number 2. So the earliest start time when it comes to the previous node, which is node number 1, is 0 plus the distance, which is 3, which means the earliest start time for node number 2 is 3. Let's write that down. Let's have a look at node number 3. Here the earliest start time for node number 3. 0 is the earliest start time of the previous node, plus 4, which is the distance, which equals 4. Let's put that down here. That's 4. So now let's have a look at node number 4. So here, however, there's a difference. Since there are two nodes coming towards it, which is from 1 to 4 and from 3 to 4, we'll need to determine the maximum from both of these coming nodes. So for the earliest starting time for node number 4, it's either 0 plus 6, which is C here, 6, or 4 plus 3, which is B plus D, 7. So here, considering that we are taking the maximum of both, we'll have to choose 7, which we'll write down here. I hope you guys understood how we did that, which is basically we took the maximum of both the values that are coming towards the node number 4. Likewise, we'll have a look at some of the other ones that are coming soon. So let's have a look. So here we have a similar issue for node number 6. So for node number 6, we have 3 points coming towards the node. There's F, G, and H. So which of the following is the least? Let's find out. So here 3 plus 1 is 4. So for ES5, earliest start time, node number 6 would be, it's either 3 plus 1, 4, or 4 plus 4, 8, or 7 plus 5, 12. So since we're taking the maximum, let's take number 12 and write that down. So the earliest start time for the node 6 is 12. Likewise, let's have a look at node number 5. Since there are no different nodes connected to it, we'll just have to add the number from the previous starting node, which is 3, and the distance, which is 9. We combine to form 12. Let's write that down. Now for node number 8. So when you have a look at node number 8, you can see that there are two nodes connected to it. There's one from 5 and one from 6. So let's have a look which one we'll select. So it's either 12 plus 3, which is 15, or 12 plus 6, which is 18. So let's go ahead with number 18. So the earliest starting time for this node is 18. So let's have a look at node number 7. So since there are no other different nodes connected to it, we can directly go with 7, which is the earliest starting time of the previous node, plus the distance, which is 4. This is totaling to 11. And finally, we have node number 9. So 9 has 3 different points connecting to it, which is 18 plus 9, 12 plus 3, and 11 plus 6, which you can see here, 18 plus 9, 12 plus 3, and 11 plus 6. As you can see, the winner is the maximum, which is from node 8, which is 27. And like that, we've completed the forward pass, which we've determined the earliest starting time of each of these nodes. Now, let's have a look at the latest completion time. For this, we'll start from node number 9 and work our way back to node number 1. So for latest completion time of the last node is always equal to the earliest starting time, which means that here, latest completion time of this node is 27. Now the formula for latest completion time is, latest completion time of the previous node is equal to the minimum latest completion time of the head node minus the distance between them. So let's see what we're talking about. Let's go to node number 8. So basically, when there are multiple connections shooting out of a particular node, we need to decide a number of different options. In this case, node 8 is directly connected to node 9. Basically, we can calculate the latest completion time for node 8 by using the formula directly, which is 27 minus 9, which will get 18. So let's put that here. The latest completion time for node 8 is 18. Let's have a look at number 7. Here again, we have a direct connection between node 7 and node 9. So therefore, we can find the latest completion time for node 7 by directly applying it with the formula, which is 27 minus 6, which is 21. So let's write that down. Let's go to node number 6. Here there are 2 points extending out of node 6, which means we'll need to choose from 2. Here we have 27 minus 3, which is 24, or 18 minus 6, which is 12. Now we need to choose the minimum of the both. So let's go with 12. Let's write that down. So the latest completion time for node 6 is 12. Now let's go to node number 5. So for node number 5, the latest completion time will be, since we're directly connected to node number 8, 18 minus 3, which is 15. Let's write that down. Let's go to node number 4, which has 2 points connecting out of it, H and I, to nodes 6 and 7. So let's choose among the two. So for node number 4, it'll be either 12 minus 5, which is 7, or 21 minus 4, which is 17. So which one should we choose? The minimum, which means the connection towards node 6 is the correct answer, which is 7. 12 minus 5, 7. Now for node number 3. So node number 3 has 2 points shooting out of it. So we need to choose from either the connection to node 6 or node 4. So for node 6, it's 12 minus 4, which is 8. Or it's from node number 4, which is 7 minus 3, which is 4. Hence, we'll take the connection from node number 4. So let's take the latest completion time of node number 3, that's 4. Now for node number 2. So since there are 2 connections coming out of it, we'll need to choose between the connection to node 5 or the connection to node 6. So for node 6, we can directly conclude that choosing the node number 6 would be a bad idea, because the final answer would be 12 minus 1, which is 11. Or it could be 15 minus 9, which is 6. So clearly, the answer is 6, since we've taken the minimum of the both. And finally, we've come to node number 1. So here, the final answer, it's either A, B, or C, which is node 2, 3, or 4. So for node 2, we have 6 minus 3, which is 3. For node 3, we have 4 minus 4, which is 0. And for node 4, we have 7 minus 6, which is 1. Clearly, we have a winner, which is node number 3. So let's write the latest completion time. It's 0. And there we go, the backward pass is now complete. So how do we now find the critical path? The critical path can be determined with the help of satisfying certain conditions. Let's have a look at what they are. So to determine the critical path, we need to satisfy 3 conditions. They are: the earliest starting time and the latest completion time need to be equal. Similarly, for the head node, the earliest starting time and the latest completion time also have to be same. And finally, the earliest start time of the second node, which is the head node, minus the earliest starting time of the tail node, should be equal to the latest completion time of the head node minus the latest completion time of the tail node. They should also be equal to the distance between the 2 nodes. So let's have a look at which of the following satisfy these conditions. As you can see clearly, node number 1, node number 3, node number 4, node number 6, node number 8, and node number 9. So all of these nodes I mentioned satisfy these 2 criteria. Let's have a look at if it satisfies the third criteria. Here we have 4 minus 0, which is 4, 4 minus 0, which is 4. We have a correct answer. 7 minus 4, which is 3. Similarly, 7 minus 4, which is 3. 12 minus 7, which is 5. Likewise, all of them connect, which means we have just found out our critical path. The critical path for this question is B, D, H, K, and N. The critical path is B, D, H, N. And thanks to the help of the critical path, we can also determine the maximum amount of time to complete our project, which we can determine by combining the durations of each of the members of the critical path, which is 4 plus 3 plus 5 plus 6 plus 9, which is equal to 27, which means 27 months. And there you go. We've just solved a question with the critical path method.
Agile project management, as the name suggests, is a flexible approach to building a project. In Agile project management, the project is broken down into several stages or sprints. Agile does not work on the principle of delivering the final product at the end of the project. It works on delivering sections of a project or mini projects. The process of project management in the case of Agile is Agile based. So there won't be any central control of project manager as it was there in the traditional way of working. Before we move forward, let's have a look at the Agile development cycle. Agile methodologies consist of several small cycles or sprints. At the end of each stage, we get a mini project. There's a product backlog that explains new features, changes in the existing features, and several other improvements in the project. Then we have a sprint backlog, which has a list of tasks that are to be completed during each sprint. The sprint consists of planning, designing, execution, testing, and deployment stages. And at the end of each sprint, a mini project is delivered. With every sprint, new features are added to the product, which plays a significant role in the overall project growth. After all the sprints and early validation in the development, the final deliverable has a fewer chances of failure. Let's now have a look at some reasons why industries have started moving towards Agile project management. The first reason is high product quality. When we talk about high product quality, we refer to the build of the product as per stakeholders' demands. Testing is performed at short intervals of time wherever needed to ensure high quality of the product. Then another reason is customer satisfaction. Whatever is done in the project is known by the customer. The deliveries don't take longer durations as they used to take in the case of traditional ways. The changes may be provided by the customer in the execution phase of the project. Third reason is reduced risk. Since the project is divided into sprints, so if the risk affects one sprint, it doesn't mean whole of the project will be at risk. The process of risk analysis continues to take place with all the other processes. Another significant reason for Agile project management is better and faster return on investment. The project is now developed in several sprints and each sprint has its own version. Therefore, the project becomes market ready after a few sprints only. Since the projects can now be released with ease and in shorter duration, this helps the organization to stay ahead in competition with respect to other organizations which have still not moved to Agile methodology. Now we shall check the principles of Agile project management. There are 10 principles for successful Agile project management. The first principle is the satisfaction of the customer by delivering the project fast and with least number of errors. The next principle refers to decreasing the amount of time between the phase of planning and delivery. The third principle states that the team of managers and developers work together and increase the productivity of their work. The next principle states that the changes requested by the stakeholders can be taken into consideration and worked upon during the development phase as well. The fifth principle pays attention to the factor of coordination among the team members. Then the sixth principle refers to the process of monitoring and tracking the progress of the project at the end of each sprint and making amendments wherever needed. Moving on, the next principle states that there must be a feeling of trust and support towards the team to complete the project's objectives. The next principle emphasizes on face-to-face conversations with the development team. The face-to-face conversation helps in both solving problems and easy knowledge sharing. Then the ninth principle emphasizes on finding solutions and maximizing the amount of work done with simplicity. This ensures timely completion of tasks by all the team members. The last principle states that Scrum tools like Monday.com or Zoho sprints must be used to simplify the complicated codes, which further helps in saving time. We shall now see the steps in Agile project management. The goal of Agile methodology is to produce shorter development life cycles and more frequent product releases than traditional waterfall project management. So we will now check 6 steps in Agile project methodology. The first step in the process is project planning. Project planning includes feasibility study, development of scope, breaking the project into executable tasks or sprints, and then estimating the amount of time needed to complete those sprints. The second step is the step of roadmap creation. A roadmap is a plan of action that shows how a project shall evolve over time. A list of all the features that the final product should have is created, and the steps to achieve those features are taken. The next important step is release planning. Since we are doing the project keeping in mind the Agile project methodology, the project will complete in sprints. That means there will be the release of features at the end of each cycle. And unlike the traditional waterfall model, the development cycles will be smaller. The fourth step in Agile project management is sprint planning. The sprints are made keeping in mind what all is to be accomplished in that particular step. At the beginning of each sprint, the goal of that sprint is decided and steps to achieve that goal are taken. The next step in the process emphasizes on daily meetings. There are short meetings every day to discuss if the team was able to finish the task for each sprint and check if there are any amendments that are required. Each team member talks about what they achieved in the last sprint and what are they going to work on in the next sprint. The last step is the step of sprint review and retrospective. There are 2 meetings after each sprint. First meeting is for the sprint review. This meeting is with the stakeholders to show them the finished product. This helps both sides to build a relationship and discuss if there are any issues in the end product. The second meeting is for having a sprint retrospective. This meeting involves the stakeholders to discuss what went well and what went wrong during the sprint. Sprint retrospective takes place after the sprint review and before the next sprint planning. Now when we know the steps needed for Agile project methodology, we must understand some Agile project management frameworks. There are several frameworks available today. Here, we will be discussing some of the most popular frameworks. The first framework we will discuss is the Kanban framework. Kanban framework is a well-known framework for implementing Agile software development. In the case of Kanban framework, work items are represented on the Kanban board, which helps all the team members to see the state of every piece of work at any time. Kanban board not only helps in visualizing the work, but also optimizing the workflow among the team. The next framework we will discuss today is the Scrum framework. Scrum framework is a popular framework for managing complex knowledge work like in the field of research and advanced technologies. Scrum is a simple framework that helps teams work together and learn through their experiences gained while working on a problem. The third framework we will see today is the hybrid framework. The hybrid framework is a combination of Agile methodology and non-Agile methodology. In the case of a hybrid framework, planning is done using the traditional way of project management, while the execution and delivery is done using the Agile methodology. Since the hybrid is a combination of the two, it handles the requirement changes and delivers the product in different stages. The fourth and the last framework we will see is the Lean framework. The Lean framework works on the principle of providing maximum customer value and creating zero waste. It focuses on optimizing the flow of products all through the value stream. This helps in eliminating waste all through the process and create processes that requires less human efforts. This also simplifies the process of information management and makes it more accurate. Finally, let's have a look at some companies that have opted for Agile project management. Today, around 22% of the organizations worldwide have all their teams working on the principle of Agile project methodology. Let's have a look at some of the most prominent companies in the world that use Agile project management. In the list, we have IBM, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, Philips, and Samsung.
So what is project management tools? Why should we use project management tools while doing project management? So project management tools help to keep a streamlining flow in project management processes. The tools help the team or an individual to carry out the steps of project management in an effective and efficient manner. So project management tools, features and functionalities. So basically a project management tool should have minimum fulfilling these features and functionality. They should be simple to use, customizable, they should have API for integration, it should help in collaboration, it should help in risk analysis and real-time reporting. When we say simple to use, The project management tools need to be suitable for every project we do. One needs to find a tool that will have a pleasant interface and increase work productivity. The project management tool must be easy to configure according to the organization needs. Every project management approach, every project management templates, every artifact needs tailoring and adaptation before adopting as part of the practice. There are business patterns that change every day, so having customizable tool is an added advantage. API or application programming interface enables the sharing of data and application between devices. The tools with API integration allow seamless connectivity amongst the team. The project management tools must allow for collaboration so that the whole team can work together. Collaboration not only makes the task easier but also increases the productivity of the project. Risk analysis helps to identify, analyze and respond to the risk quickly and efficiently. It needs to capture all the details of the risks, their impacts, the probability of occurrence of the risk and risk responses and tracking them throughout the project lifecycle. The real-time reporting enables the access of data at different locations of the project management. One can assess or access data at any time about the project's current status. This will help in having a real-time update about the project status to the stakeholders of the project. The top 10 project management tools what we have today in the market are Monday.com, Rick, Jira Software, Trello, Asana, Teamwork, Meister Task, Basecamp, Oracle's Primavera and Microsoft Project Management Tool. So let us look at these one by one. So Monday.com was released during the year 2012 and it is known for providing features to enable flexible planning and monitoring capabilities. The website where you can find Monday.com access the tool is www.monday.com. So this tool is used by more than 90,000 teams across the globe. Monday.com features and functionality includes it is easy for collaboration, highly customizable, excellent for analytics, integration with Dropbox, Google Drive and Pipedrive is possible. So pricing, the basic version is $25 on monthly basis, so which will provide you 5 GB storage, 1 board per dashboard and it is billed annually. The standard package includes 5 GB storage, 3 boards per dashboard and it is $39 per month which is billed annually. Professional includes unlimited storage, 10 boards per dashboard and it costs $59 per month and it is billed annually. Monday.com is used by the following customers, organizations of Monday.com, that is Carlsberg, Discovery Channel, Adidas, Tom, Philips, etc. Rick is another project management tool which was released in 2006. So this application provides its user with robust features and allows them to collaborate with each other. The website to access the tool is www.rick.com and this is used by over 18,000 organizations across the globe. The features of Rick includes it has collaborative editing, flexible workflow, real-time reporting, and efficient work management. The pricing includes 0 to 5 users. It has basic integrations and which is free, whereas professional includes $9.8 per user per month, which has a slabs of 5, 10, and 15 users, and Rick Proof free trial. Business version has 5 to 200 users and Rick Proof free trial, whereas $24.80 per user per month. The companies which uses the Rick tools are Airbnb, L'Oreal, TeamViewer, Tiffany & Co, etc. Now let us look at Jira Software. Jira Software was released during year 2002. It is a software development tool used by Agile teams, famous for its bug tracking system. The website to access this tool is www.atlassian.com/software/Jira, used by over 65,000 customers. The features of Jira Software includes Agile reporting, rich toolkit for developers, bug tracking, mobile applications. So the pricing of Jira Software is as follows. So for forever 2 GB storage and community support, which costs $0, but a standard is around $7 per user per month, which includes 250 GB storage and 9 to 5 standard support. Premium is $14 per user per month, unlimited storage, and has 24/7 premium support. Jira software is used by the organizations that is Hitachi, Visa, Dropbox, Nestle, Domino's, Coca-Cola, Samsung, etc. Now let us look at the tool Trello. So this application was released in 2011. It is known for providing flexibility in organizing and prioritizing the tasks with the help of its boards, lists and cards. Website to access the tool is www.trello.com, used by over 50 million people. The features of Trello includes smooth editing, easy file uploads from Dropbox or Google Drive, high security standards, and easy data searching techniques. So the pricing includes it is free for 10 MB per attachment and 10 team boards. Business class includes 250 MB attachment, unlimited team boards, and it costs $9.99 per user per month annually. Enterprise version provides 250 MB per attachment, unlimited team boards, and costs around $20.83 per 100 users per month. The companies who use Trello are Google, Adobe, PayPal, UNICEF, the New York Times, etc. Now let us look at Asana. The Asana tool was released during 2008. It is an high quality task management software that makes the tracking of tasks easy across the project management. The website to access this tool is www.asana.com, used by over 140,000 companies. The features includes incredible task management, Gantt charts, privacy controls, easy progress tracking. The pricing includes the basic model Asana is provides 0 to 15 people, beginners in the project management. So premium includes custom fields, priority support, where the pricing is $10.99 per user per month annually. The business version includes advanced integration, priority support, and it costs $24.99 per 100 users per month. The companies which uses Asana are Deloitte, Vodafone, Red Bull, Uber, Salesforce, NASA, etc. Let us look at Teamwork tool. Teamwork was released during year 2007. It is a cloud-based project management solution that helps in managing group activities and establishing flexible communication. The website to access this tool is www.teamwork.com, used by over 370,000 organizations. The features of Teamwork includes high-quality CRM, help desk software, risk register, and easy time tracking. The pricing includes 0 to 5 users and 100 MB file space is provided free of cost, whereas Pro version includes 5 to 50 users, 100 GB file spaces, which cost $9 per user per month. Premium version costs around $15 per user per month, which includes 5 to 100 users and 250 GB file space. The organizations who use Teamwork are Forbes, eBay, Microsoft Studios, HP, PayPal, Disney, Honda. Now let us look at the tool Meister Task. So this tool was released during year 2015 and it is known for providing automated and streamlined workflows to make the overall processes more productive. The website to access this is www.mastertask.com, used by over 2 million users. The features of this tool includes it is simple to use, seamless workflow, Gantt charts, flexible project boards. The pricing it is $0 per month up to 3 projects and unlimited project members. The Pro version includes unlimited projects, unlimited integrations, which costs around $8.25 per user per month, whereas Business costs $20.75 per user per month, which has security restrictions, priority email and phone support. The organization who use the tool are Virgin, Optics Consulting, and Datan Succots Expert.d, etc. Basecamp. The Basecamp tool was released during the year 1999. It is a real-time communication tool that allows users to keep track of priorities and actionable tasks. The website to access this tool is www.basecamp.com, used by over 3 million users. The features of Basecamp includes easy to use, various third-party integrations, daily backups, and comprehensive project calendar. The personal version is free and 0 to 20 users and 1 GB store space is provided. In business version it is $99 per month for unlimited users having 500 GB storage space. The companies who use Basecamp is ThoughtPod, Harvest, WLB, Groupon, etc. Oracle Primavera. So this tool was released during the year 1983. which is acquired by Oracle Corporation in the year 2008. Primavera helps project manager to handle a vast number of tasks with the help of its unlimited resources and target plans. Website to access this tool is www.primavera.com, which is used by over 7,143 companies. So features of Primavera includes creation of WBS, the work breakdown structure, issues and risk recording, supports large number of activities, and easy collaboration with project users. The Enterprise Project Portfolio Management version costs around $2,750 per user, which improves planning and execution. Professional Project Management version is USD 2,500 per user, handles large-scale, highly sophisticated projects. So Oracle Primavera Contract Management version module costs around USD 2,000 per user, keeps construction projects on schedule and on budget. So the companies which use Primavera are Burns, McDonald's, Pond, Arcadis, etc. Microsoft Project. So Microsoft Project Management tool was used during the year 1984. So this tool allows users to develop a schedule, assign resources, track progress, and manage budgets all through the project. The website to access this tool is www.office.microsoft.com/project. The features of Microsoft Project includes simple to use, effective monitoring, easy communication, enhanced decision making. So this is a cloud-based solution, and the pricing is Project Plan 1 costs around $10 per user per month on an annual commitment. Managing projects via web browser is the feature. Project Plan 3, which costs around $30 per user per month with annual commitment, which is fully updated project desktop application. Project Plan 5, which costs around $55 per user per month with annual commitment. Evaluating project ideas from anywhere in the organization is possible through this. Project Standard 2019 version costs around $620 per PC per user for those who don't need collaboration tools and advanced features. Project Professional version 2019 costs around $1,030 per PC per user, syncing with Project Online and Project Server. The organization which uses Microsoft projects are Comptel, Airbus, Intel, Volvo, Xerox, etc.
So Trello is a simple and easy to use collaboration tool that can enable you to organize projects and everything related to it into boards. With Trello, you can find all kinds of information, like what's being worked on, who's working on what, and what progress the project is making.
Today, we will talk about something super important for any team, which is prioritization techniques. Have you ever felt overwhelmed jumping between tasks without knowing which ones really matter? We've all been there, but don't worry. There are ways to get organized and focused. For product managers, prioritization is one of the most crucial skills. It's the key part for any product management interview process. As a product manager, you must prioritize features, requirements, and tasks effectively to ensure your team delivers maximum value to customers. Let me tell you a story about Samantha, who was a part of an Agile software team. Their projects were all over the place. They would work on one thing, then another, with no clear plan, missing deadlines, and frustrating clients. That's when Samantha's boss stepped in and taught them about prioritization, deciding which tasks to do first and how important they are. He showed them techniques like Moscow for categorizing tasks as must do, should do, could do, etc., and RICE for scoring tasks based on things like impact and effort. Using these methods, it was a total game changer. With Moscow, they identified the critical task, and RICE helped them to prioritize the high-impact work efficiently. Suddenly, projects were organized, work was delivered on time, and clients were happy. As success spread, other teams started prioritizing it too. It boosted productivity across the whole company. Samantha felt proud to be the part of making the work better. From then on, prioritization became the core part of how they operated for clarity and focus on what mattered the most. In this video, we will be covering what is prioritization technique, importance of prioritization, 7 most popular prioritization techniques like Moscow method, Kano model, weighted shortest job first, rice scoring model, value versus complexity effort matrix, Eisenhower matrix, walking skeleton method, etc. Also choosing the right prioritization technique. Well, prioritization technique is a method used to determine the order of importance of task, activities, or elements within a project or process. It helps to identify what needs to be done first, what can wait, and what may not need to be done at all. This technique involves assessing the relative significance, urgency, or impact of different items and arranging them in logical sequence or order of importance. By prioritizing effectively, you can allocate resources, time, and effort more efficiently, ensuring that you address the most crucial aspects first to achieve your goals effectively. But why is prioritizing so important? Let's discuss. The importance of prioritization. Prioritization is crucial for several reasons. At first, we have limited resources. Every team has limited resources, whether time, budget, or manpower. Prioritization helps you make most of these resources by focusing on the most important features first. Then we have customer satisfaction. By delivering the most valuable features first, you can keep your customers happy and engaged with your product. Moving on to competitive advantage. In today's fast-paced market, prioritization can give you a competitive edge by allowing you to quickly adapt to changing customer needs and market trends. Now that we have understood the importance of prioritization, let's dive into some of the most popular prioritization techniques. The 7 most popular prioritization techniques we will discuss today are as follows. At first, we have Moscow method, moving on to Kano model, rice scoring model, Eisenhower matrix, value versus complexity matrix, weighted shortest job first, and then at last we have the walking skeleton method. Let us start with the first method, which is the Moscow method. Moscow is a simple way to prioritize tasks and features when working on a project. It stands for must, should, could, and want. Let me break it down for you. Must. These are the essential features that absolutely have to be included. If you do not have these, the project will fail. Then should. These are the important features that you should try to include, but they are not critical. They would be great to have if possible. That's it. Then we have could. These are nice to have smaller improvements or additions, and leaving them out won't really impact the project. Want. These are the lowest priority items that don't match the current needs or goals. You can safely leave these out for now. By separating everything into these 4 buckets, you can get super clear as a team on the true priorities and make sure you're laser focused on checking those must-have boxes first. So what are the pros and cons of this method? Well, first off, it's dead simple. No complex calculation or scoring systems are needed. You can prioritize a massive backlog just by rapidly categorizing each item. It's also flexible since there are no strict rules or timelines within each bucket. If a should item needs to be deprioritized, no problem. Just move it to the cloud or want as needed. And finally, the clear separation into these universal terms helps get everyone, developers, designers, product managers, and stakeholders on the same page instantly when it comes to understanding priorities. Of course, there are some downsides too. While it's easy to categorize, Moscow doesn't give you a specific implementation plan or sequence to follow. You have to figure that part out separately. You can also lack some bigger pictures perspective by just focusing on individual feature priorities. You might miss out the strategic product goals or overarching business objectives. And sometimes those category lines can get you a little blurry. In a certain feature, a must-have or a should. Reasonable people may disagree, but in all, Moscow is a simple yet powerful prioritization technique, especially for smaller projects or tighter scopes where you need priorities locked in quickly. For bigger, more complex undertakings, it can't be your only prioritization method. You likely want to pair it up with something more robust. Let me give you an example of a product. For example, a mobile app for buying crypto. The must would include the ability to buy and sell coins, maintain a portfolio view, and set up payment methods. Those are the essential no-brainer priorities. Shoulds could be things like advanced chart analysis, alerts, price tracking, and maybe even integrated social trading features. They are really valuable, but not required for an MVP. Could might include custom valuable additions, might include captivating video intros or integrated video calling features. Unnecessary additions could be custom app themes. Features user might dislike include intrusive ads or sneaky premium upsells. By prioritizing based on this model, you can perfect the essential experience before focusing on extra features, themes, or watch list, but doesn't break the core experience. And warns for our initial launch could be things like advanced tax tools, purchase of other asset classes, or automating trades with bots, just not crucial priorities for the first version. By categorizing your backlog into Moscow, you can clearly see that you need to prioritize those 3 must-have items above everything else to have a chance at a successful initial launch. The rest can be prioritized separately within their respective buckets. So that's Moscow in a nutshell, a simple, flexible way to rapidly categorize your priorities at a very first step. Next, we have the Kano model. This one is all about making sure that we are delivering what our users want and care about. It splits features into a few buckets: must-have, one-dimensional, attractive, total time wasters, and stuff. That's all. It splits features into few buckets: must-have, one-dimensional, attractive, total time wasters, and stuff. To use it, we survey our potential users and get them to categorize each feature based on how it impacts their satisfaction. The must-have are things that absolutely need for the product to work at all. One-dimensional features are nice to have that will please them if you get them, but disappoint if you don't. Attractive features are awesome bonus points that delight users, but it's no big deal if they're missing. Indifferent stuff doesn't really matter either way. And reverse features are things users actively hate having. The pros are that it really highlights what matters most to customers and ranks features by their priorities. The downsides is that it ignores how difficult these features are to get built. It's also time consuming to get that user feedback in the first place. This is all for the pros and cons, but when does it make sense to use Kano? Well, it's great for branding new products to get an initial reality check before you start designing, or for validating prototypes and making sure you're on the right track. Let me now give you an example. Say like you're building a dating app, the must-have might be the ability to create profile, browse potential matches, and message people. One-dimensional could be stuff like advanced filtering, super likes, etc. Valuable additions might include captivating video intros or integrated video calling features. Unnecessary additions could be custom app themes. Features user might dislike include intrusive ads or premium upsells. By prioritizing based on this model, you can ensure you perfect the essential experience before focusing on extra features. Next, we got the RICE model, which is little more number driven. It scores each feature by looking at 4 factors: the reach or number of users who use it, the impact it have, your confidence in its success, and the manpower, effort required to build it. You grade each factor like impact, which could be massive, high, medium, low, or minimal. Then you plug those ratings into a formula to get a RICE score. Higher scores means higher priorities. It scores each feature by looking at 4 factors: the reach or number of users who will use it, the impact it will have, your confidence in its success, and the manpower effort required to build it. You grade each factor like impact, which could be massive, high, medium, low, or minimal. Then you plug those ratings into a formula to get a RICE score. Higher scores means higher priorities. The pros of RICE are that it's comprehensive, accounting for user value, technical cost, risk, and all that good stuff. And it uses real metrics instead of just gut feelings. The cons are that it can be calculation heavy for every single feature, and you might be missing some of the data points for brand new products. Now, why does it make sense to use RICE? It's awesome for established products with good product metrics and usage data to draw them. Probably not the best approach for totally fresh projects without any of those numbers yet. Let's look at an example of a yoga studio app. For a new class booking feature, reach could be around 25,000 monthly active users. Impact could be massive, like 3 on the scale. Confidence in its success is medium to high, so maybe considering it to 80%. And the engineering effort is estimated around 3% months. Plugging into that formula, the RISE scores come out to be 25,000 into 3, multiplying by 0.8, which is around 20,000. You can then compare that against the scores for other potential features and prioritize accordingly. Moving on to the next model, which is the Eisenhower matrix, we don't have any complicated formulas here. Just simply divide your task into 4 buckets based on whether they are urgent, important, both, or neither. The urgent and important stuff goes into the top priority bucket to be tackled immediately. Important, not urgent tasks go in the scheduled bucket for later. Urgent but unimportant fire drills get isolated in their quadrant so you can properly manage those. And then at the last area is for the total time wasters, neither urgent nor important. The pros of this method are it's very simple to use, and that it keeps you focused on the truly important tasks that drive business value. The downside is that it's quite subjective and qualitative. No hard numbers or scoring system is involved. You might be wondering, why should we use the Eisenhower matrix when it works great as a personal time management framework or as a first pass for broadly prioritizing a bunch of tasks? But most likely, we want to complement it with some other techniques for a more rigorous product prioritization. Let's look at an example of a brand new e-commerce business. The urgent and important stuff is setting up the payments and shipping integrations would be a top priority. Important but not urgently needed tasks are implementing product filters or recommendations would go in the scheduled section. Redesigning the logo just cause would be urgent but unimportant busy work. Adding multi-language support way down the line would be the lowest priority section since it's neither urgent nor crucial for the launch. Next, we've got the value versus complexity matrix. This one is similar to the Eisenhower matrix as it works with the quadrants and dimensions, but instead of urgent and important, it axes value and complexity. With this one, we map out each feature based on its expected user or business value on one axis and the implementation complexity or engineering effort level on the other. We can use whatever scoring or definitions make sense, but the goal is to prioritize these high-value, low-complexity items first since they're easy wins. Really valuable but high-complex stuff comes next. After that is the low-value, low-complexity stuff we have. The pros are that it balances business user demands with what's feasible to build, looking at the value and effort, and then we can tweak the scoring criteria according to our needs. The cons are that it can still be pretty subjective and may not be ideal for massive code bases and products. But when does value versus complexity work well? It's perfect for smaller teams and products early in the life cycle when you need to ruthlessly prioritize. Not the greatest for large, complex, established products with crazy requirements. Let me give you an example of a productivity app. A high-value, low-complexity features might be the core ability to create and assign tasks super useful and not too hard to build. A high-value, high-complexity one could be integrated with all other major productivity tools. Low-value, high-complexity might be some insane reporting dashboard with a zillion visualizations. And the low-value, low-complexity stuff could be like smaller tweaks, custom emoji support, etc. By mapping those out, you can prioritize the top left quadrant of a major value adds with minimal effort first. Alright, we are getting into some of the heavyweights. Weighted shortest job first or WSJF. It uses some heavy duty calculations, but for a good reason. For each feature, you estimate the cost delay and how much you're losing by not having that feature. Then you look at the job durations or how long it will take to implement. You score the cost of delay based on factors like user business value, how time sensitive it is, whether it reduces risk, and so on. Higher scores means higher cost of delays. Then you divide the cost of delay by the job duration to get WSJF score for each feature. The pros of WSJF are that it's detailed, consistent calculation approach and it optimizes for faster ROI with limited resources. The cons are that it gets calculation heavy quickly and may unintentionally deprioritize bigger long-term projects. Use WSJF when you need to double down on those minimum marketable features and quick, high-impact wins. Don't rely on it too much for full-blown product roadmaps though. Let me show you an example. Adding an offline mode to the Notes app. Take a look at the cost of delay factors. The user business value is high, maybe 4 out of 5, since it's frequently requested feature. The time criticality is also high, 5 by 5, since it's the pain point for the users. And it reduces the risk of potential data loss, so say 4 by 5 for risk reduction. Adding those up, the total cost of delay is 30. If we calculate the job duration to be around 2 months, then the WSJF score comes out to be 13 divided by 2, which is 6.5. You would calculate scores that weigh out for potential features too. Then prioritize the ones with the highest scores, like offline mode first. Last but not the least, we've got the walking skeleton method. This one is all about identifying and prioritizing only the bare minimum core features needed to ship an initial MVP, which means minimum viable product, that basic walking version of your product. The idea is to map out the skeletal requirements that are critical for the product to function and show its core value proposition to users. The pros are that it enables fast prioritization and MVP delivery. We can get the market quickly, test our scores, idea, user feedback, and iterate rapidly from there, instead of over-engineering an overstuffed version. The cons are that it will be shipping a pretty basic product initially by cutting out tons of extra features. And there's a risk of taking it too far and crippling the product if you're not careful. Use the walking skeleton method when we are focused on delivering an MVP as soon as humanly possible to validate your idea and get moving. Don't use it as your sole prioritization technique for full product roadmaps though. Let me give you an example of a brand new video streaming service. Using the walking skeleton approach, the top priorities would be ability to browse a video catalog, playing those videos back smoothly, user login and subscription functionality. That's the core skeleton. Everything else like recommendation, watch list, parental controls would all be delayed for future iterations after getting the MVP out. By hyper-focusing only on these critical first few steps, we can take an entirely new product from concept to market fast while still shipping a functional experience to start generating feedback and data. Let us now discuss how to choose the right prioritization technique. When considering the prioritization method, keep in mind the following criteria. Simplicity. The simpler the method, the faster you can prioritize. Data-driven prioritization. Some methods rely more on assumptions while others are based on proven data. Balance between technology constraints and business value. Some methods focus more on customer value while others consider technical complexity. Best use case, prioritizing for an MVP might require different techniques than prioritizing for a mature product. Remember, these methods are not mutually exclusive and you can combine them at different stages of your product development lifecycle. So there you have it, a full breakdown of different prioritization techniques from the statistical model to the dead simple matrices. Each one has its own pros and cons. And certain methods will make it more sense than others depending on your project stage, complexity and data availability.
So guys, let's start by understanding what is product market fit. Guys, product market fit refers to the moment when company's product resonates deeply with its target customers. It's when customers not only buy the product but also use it regularly and recommend it to others, helping the product gain attraction and sustain growth over the time. This concept is critical for any business that wants to achieve long-term profitability and also success. Entrepreneurs and venture capitalists like Mark Anderson, who is widely credited with popularizing the idea, describes product market fit as finding a good market and creating a product that meets the needs of that market. It's not just about launching a product, it's about ensuring that the product satisfies a significant demand within the chosen market. Without this alignment between the product and market, growth will be significant and demand will be chosen within the market. So guys, without this alignment between product and market, growth will be stunted and profitability will be difficult to achieve. Dan Oslin, a renowned product management expert, developed a framework known as the product market fit pyramid, which helps basically companies navigate the process of achieving this alignment. Now, let's try to move ahead and understand why product market fit is important. So guys, Alex Schultz, Facebook's Vice President of Growth, has emphasized that one of the common issues he observes in the company that he advises is misconception around product market fit. Many companies believe that they have achieved it when they actually haven't. Why does it matter so much? Why do venture capitalists frequently require evidence of product market fit before investing in a company? And why do Mark Andersons divide the startup journey into two distinct phases, before product market fit and after product market fit? The answer is pretty simple, guys. Until you confirm that your product has a large enough market of customers willing to pay for it, your company shouldn't focus on scaling other strategic objectives like upselling and before product market fit. These efforts are premature and potentially counterproductive. For example, guys, spending money on advertising or expanding sales team doesn't make sense if you haven't first proven that there's sufficient market for your product. Achieving product market fit means that your product has demonstrated enough value that a significant number of people want it. It's at this point that the business can begin focusing on growth strategies. But before reaching this stage, the primary goal is to validate that the product solves a real problem for the market. In short, guys, product market fit is the foundation for long-term growth. Without it, even the best of the sales and marketing efforts are likely to fall short. So guys, as you can see all over here, so there are certain reasons like product market fit is important, like I have mentioned, sustainable growth, resource efficiency, investors' confidence, customer loyalty, and competitive advantage. So these are some of the main reasons why product market fit is important. But now the question arises, who is responsible for the product market fit? While product market fit is often associated with the roles of product managers and marketers, the reality is that it's a company's wide responsibility. Every team from sales to customer support and finance plays a role in helping the company reach this milestone. The product team may be at the forefront of creating a product, but customer feedback from sales and support teams can provide invaluable insights. The finance department also plays a key role by tracking key metrics that indicate invaluable insights and also whether the company is making progress towards product market fit or not. In essence of achieving product market fit, it requires collaboration across all the departments. It's not just about developing the right product, it's also about making sure that the entire organization is aligned and focused on meeting the needs of customer. Now, let us talk about a very important question, that how to measure the product market fit. So guys, there's no definitive metric to tell a company that it has achieved product market fit. However, several indicators can signal that you are on the right path. Andrew Chen, a venture capitalist, offers some useful guidelines for assessing the product market fit. The first one is customer feedback. Like, are customers showing a willingness to switch to your product? When your potential customers try your product, do they express a preference for it over other competitors? Market differentiation. Like, have customers who previously rejected other solutions now turn to your product? Are you offering something distinct that captures their interest, like the competitive grouping? Do customers intuitively understand which other products yours competes with? If they place your products in the same category as leading alternatives, it indicates you are playing right in the market. So guys, as you can see all over here, now let us try to understand some of the other measures. The next reason is product understanding. Like, do customers clearly grasp what sets your products apart? If they can easily identify your product's unique selling points, then you are on the right track. Next, we have the retention rates. Like, how do your metrics such as customer retention rates compare to those of your competitors? Strong retention is a good sign that you are providing value to your customers. These signals encompass both qualitative and quantitative measures, reflecting that product market fit is just not about numbers, but it's also about customer perception and behavior. So guys, now let us discuss about some of the qualitative measures. For example, we have first one, that is word of mouth. According to Mark Anderson, one of the best indicators of product market fit is when customers start promoting your product on their own. They essentially become your sales representative by recommending your product to others. Next is media attention. Like, you get increased call from media outlets and analysts suggest that your product is gaining visibility and credibility in the industry. Frequent media coverage can indicate growing market interest in your offering. By tracking both qualitative and quantitative metrics, company can better understand where their products stand and warn the path toward product market fit. Now, the biggest question arises, how to achieve product market fit? So guys, there is no universal formula for achieving the product market fit. The Dan Olson's book, The Lean Product Playbook, provides a 6 framework that helps team towards this goal. So guys, the first is determine your target customer. First, identify who your product is for. This involves understanding the demographic, psychographic, and behavioral characteristic of your ideal customer. Without a clear target audience, it's difficult to design a product that meets the real needs. Next is identify the underserved needs. It means that you have to assess the unmet or poorly met needs of your target audience. By identifying the gaps in the existing products, you can tailor your solutions to address those areas. This step is very crucial for differentiating your product from the competitor. Next is define your value proposition. Based on the needs you have identified, craft a value proposition that clearly communicates why your product is the best solution for your target audience. You have to also tell what unique benefits does it offers and how does it solve the customer problem more effectively than the alternatives. Specify your minimum viable product. So guys, specifying your MVP feature set is very important. An MVP is the simplest version of your product that still delivers value to your target customers. The goal is to focus only on the core features that addresses the most pressing customer needs, rather than trying to build a fully featured product right way. By launching an MVP, you can give the feedback and iterate quickly. Develop your MVP, then once all the MVP feature set is defined, the next step is to build and launch it. The initial version of your product should be focused on delivering the core value proposition while allowing you to gather data and insights from real customers. Next is test your MVP with the customers. Finally, once the MVP is live, collect feedback from your target customers. Use this feedback to refine and improve the product. Testing helps validate whether your product meets the needs of the customers and market, and also provides the valuable insights for future iteration. Achieving product market fit is an ongoing process. It requires continuous refinement of your product based on customer feedback and market conditions. However, by following this structured approach, your team can stay focused on the key elements that drive the product market fit. So guys, we have come to the end of this video. And before that, I want to say something. That product market fit is a vital milestone for any company. It is the point at which your product gains enough attraction in the market to support sustainable growth. Without it, even the most ambitious business strategies are unlikely to succeed. The journey to the product market fit is often challenging, and it requires both a deep understanding of the customer needs and willingness to iterate on your product. But guys, once achieved, product market fit can unlock the potential for rapid growth and long-term success.
Welcome to Simplilearn's PMP 6th edition training tutorial. I am CMR, Chandra MR, a certified project management professional, Prince 2 practitioner, ITL expert, ITL 4 managing professional, COBIT 5 and DevOps. Today we are going to look at understanding what is the PMP certification, what is PMBOK, eligibility criteria to appear in PMP examination, the project management framework, the project management process groups, knowledge areas and processes. So now imagining the world where you have a project being done and you are the project manager, and how best a project can be conducted. So to make a project successful, it is required to follow a best practice. So if you have a certification, just imagine having a certification that lets the world know that you know what you are doing in project management. So PMP certification gives you all. So what is PMP certification? So the PMP, the Project Management Professional Certification, is a certification of PMI, the Project Management Institute, which is at USA. So is an internationally recognized credential for project managers. See, the certification indicates that the certified professional has a sufficient experience, education, skills and competency. Reason being, Before going for PMP certification, it asks for specific prerequisites which involves experience in project management as well as formal education of project management and demonstrated skills. So that being a prerequisite for project management professional certifications, it is very essential that one need to understand what it takes to become eligible for PMP examination. So that we will go through in the subsequent slides. So the moment one has the PMP certification, that itself indicates the prerequisites to take up a PMP certification is accomplished already before going for certification, and then the individual will go for a certification and become certified professional. So that way it concludes, it also indicates that person who holds the PMP certification has sufficient experience, education, skills and competency. Moreover, there are more than 100,000 PMP certification holders across the globe. So PMP certified individuals earn 25% more than non-certified individuals. So now PMP certification also has the advantages which are given here, like helps the project manager to practice the project management better, create the results better, demonstrate the project management capability better. So this also helps project manager to show the commitment towards the project management profession, and having PMP certification provides the recognition across the globe, which helps in getting better salary compared with people, the professionals who are not certified, and also helps in increasing the network, project management network, who actually practices project management, the fellow practice project managers who are practicing the project management. So there are certain vocabularies, jargons which are used specifically while doing the project management. PMP helps to understand those. So now let us look at what does the official guide which is used in PMP that can help to become a project management professionals. So that is PMBOK, which is referred as Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK, which is the collection of processes, best practices, terminologies and guidelines accepted as standards within the industry. So the latest edition of this is 6th edition, which was released in 2017. The first edition of PMBOK guide was published in 1996, and the 6th edition, as I mentioned, was released in 2017, and the exam format was revised from 26th March 2018. So PMBOK guide will become the basic reference to appear in the PMP examination. So one needs to go through the training based on PMBOK guidelines, so that will help them to pass the examination easily. So eligibility criteria for appearing for PMP certification examinations. So you can have two types of eligibilities which PMI defines. So option 1 includes someone who has secondary degree should have 7500 hours of leading and directing project. That is an experience what it is asking as a prerequisite before the professional go for examination, plus 35 hours of project management education formally from a registered education provider like Simplilearn. Option 2, someone who has 4-year degree, project management experience, leading and directing project. This experience will be 4500 hours, whereas as we saw in option 1, in option 2, 35 hours of project management education is required, and that is from registered education provider like Simplilearn, as I mentioned earlier. So this training, which is conducted by registered education provider, will have their trainings aligned with PMBOK, the latest edition. So Simplilearn enables people to learn what are the topics in PMP framework, plus make the professionals ready to appear the examination and become successful. The project management framework, which is defined in PMBOK, includes 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas and 49 processes. So when we say 5 process groups, this indicates the way the project flows, how each of these process groups are connected while project happens in the project lifecycle. Whereas 10 knowledge areas are the one which needs to be looked up to, demonstrated up to, considered while doing the project management. And the 49 processes distributed across 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas has the activities, the objectives, the inputs, outputs, tools and techniques clearly defined so that those can be applied while doing the project management. So those are aligned the way it is shown in the table. So 5 process group, that is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and control and closing. These are the process groups. Whereas 10 knowledge areas includes project integration management, project scope management, project schedule management, project cost management, project quality management, project resource management, project communication management, project risk management, project procurement management, and project stakeholder management. So each of these knowledge areas and process groups are aligned in such a way where the processes aligned with a specific process group and knowledge area can be demonstrated accordingly. If you look at a process which goes from initiating to planning, planning to executing, and then monitoring and control. While you do monitoring and control, if there is anything found as a deviation, it may come back to planning or executing for necessary corrections. Once the necessary corrections happens, again it moves to monitoring and control to check whether it is completely done as expected or not. If it is confirmed everything is done as per the requirements defined, then it moves to closing. This is how the project flows in the project lifecycle. Whereas all the 10 knowledge areas happens in parallel. So now if you look at initiating process group, you can see 2 processes, that is develop project charter and identify stakeholders. So develop project charter and identify stakeholders basically defines project charter required for the project as well as initial identified stakeholders who are required to move forward in the project. Similarly, if you look at planning process group, you have 24 processes which are distributed across all the 10 knowledge areas. So these processes creates a plan for the project which involves scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline, quality management approach, then resource management approach. Means the plan, I mean to say, when I say approach, I am speaking about the plan. Similarly, communication management plan, risk management plan, procurement management plan, stakeholder management plan, and all of these will get consolidated into project management plan in the integration management knowledge area. Once this plan is done and approved, then it moves for execution. All that project manager do during execution is directing and managing project work and managing the project knowledge. At the same time, project manager would take responsibility of managing quality, acquiring resources, developing team, managing team, then communications which are planned as per the communication management plan. Communication should happen during execution. So similarly, implementation of risk responses defined while doing the planning and conducting the procurements as planned and then managing stakeholder engagement. So actual execution of those work packages, execution of those deliverables happens from the team. Now as those deliverables happens, the delivered products are checked, monitored and controlled. You can see validate scope, control scope. Likewise for each knowledge areas, there is a control process which checks is that happened in execution as it was planned in planning process group. So then that is consolidated here for monitoring and controlling the project work in entirety, integrated. Similarly, performing integrated change control. Any deviations found in any of these checks which is being done in the control. Now that deviations needs to be corrected. So change will be raised. So request for change will be raised and that will be approved and controlled and necessary directions are given, approvals are given, and that moves towards execution for implementation. Once it is implemented, again validation happens. Once control checks if everything is okay, then it moves to the closure. Now activities in closure, a project or a phase involves just an activities of closure. The products or services or results which are created from the project does not go to closure until those are validated, checked, confirmed and signed off. Only then it goes to closing project or phase and necessary formalities which are required to be completed before conclusion will happen in closing project or phase. This is how the project flows. Second point which you should keep in mind is a project manager is also called as an integrator. So main focus the umbrella view, the bird's eye view project manager should have from project integration management. So this layer, project integration management, where project manager should have an umbrella view, total view about entire project, what is happening. So bigger picture, only when project manager has a bigger picture, project manager can come to the lower levels and see are they progressing the way it is supposed to. So then go back, look at the bird's eye view again and see is it going in the right direction, which is very essential. So further, I guess we will look at each of these process groups and what happens in each of the process groups. Similarly in knowledge areas. So let us move forward. Now project management process groups. So these process groups details the necessary requirement that need to be satisfied to ensure that project resources are used efficiently, and these represents the chronological phases that all projects go through during the project lifecycle. So starting from initiating stage, it moves to planning. Once the plan is ready, then it moves to execution. As the execution happens, validation checks happens in monitoring and control, and as you find some deviation in monitoring and control, for correction of the deviation it comes back to execution, or if any necessary changes needs to be done in planning also while doing these corrections, then it may move to plan, then execution, and then monitoring and control. So this loop continues until the confirmation, yes, it is delivered as per the plan, and then it moves to closure. So that's how the project flows, and the project life cycle would be like that. So initiating process group. So initiating process group involves the processes, activities and skills needed to define the beginning of the project. As I mentioned earlier, in initiating process group, the creation of project charter happens and identification of the basic stakeholders, main stakeholders who are required to understand the further requirements in detail, who needs to be engaged. So those are identified. So setting up permits, authorization and initial work orders which should be in place and are important for effective and logical progress of the project and success across all project phases. So this clearly sets up the phases for the work to be completed, initializing teams and having a well thought out budget, which is very important. So this gives that view in totality, but it may not give you the full granular details, but it sets the directions, provides that insight. And also one important thing we should keep in mind is in initiation stage, appointment of project manager happens. The formal declaration of appointment of project manager happens and project charter will be formally handed over to project manager, and that formal declaration of assignment of project manager happens. From then project manager takes over, and first activity project manager does is identification of stakeholders. So next process group is planning process group, where we have around 24 processes to define the project scope, cost, schedule, quality, resource, risk, then procurement, stakeholder engagement. So comprehensive plan if it is waterfall approach, or basic skeleton plan which is required if it is agile approach. So it also clarifies the goals and expectations while putting in place the infrastructure to achieve the goals, keeping in timeline and budgetary constraints. The end-to-end view of the project is provided in planning. So this acts as a basic reference while the execution and monitoring and control happens. So based on the planning, the way it is done, execution will happen. Now next process group is executing process group, where the role of project manager is to direct and manage project work and manage the project knowledge, main activities, being an integrator of a project. Secondly, acquiring resources. It may be human resource or technology resource or any other resource required for the project. Then if it is human resource, there needs to be necessary training, development of the team, and then managing them. So a lot of team dynamics are involved. That needs to be handled. So this involves managing teams while handling time expectations and achieving benchmark goals. Team members delivers those results. Team members does all the activities and then creates that results. So team concerns needs to be addressed, because as you see the people together, the team members together, it is quite obvious conflict may occur. So conflict resolution should happen. The engagement with the team member should happen. So demonstration of work which is done by the project team, that needs to be monitored and controlled. Parallelly, which happens during the execution, monitoring and control is also happening. So project manager should look at both. So concerns needs to be addressed. Execution, is that happening as per the plan, has to be checked as part of monitoring and control while execution is happening. So bird's eye view in entirety, which says how the execution should happen, that needs to be directed and monitored. Whereas coming on ground, seeing is that happening the way it is required, that is also very essential. So next is monitoring and control process group. Now, as part of these process group, as I mentioned, while execution happens, it is very essential to check, validate, and control. So this process group involves processing change orders. Any deviations being found, change requests are raised. And if that change request needs some modification or changes in planning, then it goes to planning. If no such planning requirements, simple change, then it straight go to execution, change get executed, and then again validation happens. So integrated change management, which is there in this particular process group. So this also focuses on addressing ongoing budget considerations, handling unexpected circumstances that could hamper the team's ability to meet the initial project expectations. So it goes on throughout the project lifecycle. So two process groups, if you closely observe, planning process groups and monitoring and control process groups are the process groups where you see processes in all the knowledge areas. Otherwise, if you see an initiating process group, it is only two processes. One is in integration management, other one is stakeholder management. If you look at execution, you don't see in scope, time, cost, and risk management. Similarly, if you see closing process group, only one process, which is in initiating process group. So these are the only two process groups, planning process groups and monitoring and control process group, where you see the most of the processes. So next process group is closing process group. So closing process group, closing project or phase is a process what we have in this process group, which basically focuses on addressing the culmination of project management skills shown throughout the other interconnected processes that guided the projects. So all the aspects of process are closed and all the necessary paperwork is submitted. So it can lead to great reviews and word of mouth referrals in the future. So all the activities which need to be done for formal closure and conclusion, which is done in the closing process group. So this is about all the 5 process group defined in the PMP framework. So now let us move towards understanding each of the knowledge areas and the different processes within it. So how many processes in each of the knowledge areas aligning with the process group, we just saw in the table, but when we look at it, understand what are those exactly. So now knowledge areas are necessary for effective project management, which can take place during any of the explained process groups. So there are 10. So those are project integration management, project scope management, project schedule management, project cost management, project quality management, project resource management, project communication management, then project risk management, project procurement management, project stakeholder management. So many people ask me, when I train the people, they ask me, how do we remember all of this? So remembering process group will be easy because it's the flow which you can remember, then remembering the process group will be easier. But to remember the knowledge areas, so one thing you should keep in mind is initially when PMBOK were defined, mostly in until 3rd edition or 4th edition, we used to focus on triple constraints. So when we say triple constraints, we used to tell scope, cost, and time. Now later, when as the best practices evolved, as the PMBOK evolved, so it did not limit on triple constraints. It actually said 6 constraints. What are the 6 constraints? Scope, cost, time, quality, resources, and risk. So if you can able to remember the 6 constraints, so each of associated with each of these constraints, there is a knowledge area. Like you have project scope management, which is one of the area of constraints. Similarly, schedule management linked to time, cost management, quality management, resource management, and risk management. So out of 10, easily you can able to remember 6. Further, there are 4. Now integration management by default integrates all the 9 knowledge areas. So remembering that may not be difficult. So to consolidate this, to conduct the project properly, you need stakeholders. You need to procure something and you need to communicate. So other three knowledge areas remembrance should happen by linking to this. So firstly, remember 6 constraints, that is scope, time, cost, quality, resource and risk. Then you have communication which needs to happen. To communicate, there should be stakeholder, and also there should be supply which needs to happen to the project. So if you can link like this, 9 knowledge areas you can remember. So all these 9 knowledge areas you will integrate and manage in integration management. So in fact, all the plans which are defined in rest of the 9 knowledge areas except integration management. So all those plans are called as subsidiary plans. So all these 9 subsidiary plans, that is scope management plan, schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, resource management plan, communication management plan, risk management plan, procurement management plan, and stakeholder management plan. So all these 9 subsidiary plans are integrated together and consolidated in project management plan. So that happens in project integration management. So this we should keep in mind. So project integration management, what does it do? So project integration management basically includes plans to develop project charter, a document that sets up the project and assigns the project manager created during the initiation phase. So a project management plan is also created, which is a roadmap for the entire project to become a success. So the project plan, once approved by stakeholders and sponsor, is monitored and tracked through the change log. It also directs and manages the project work. This process is monitored, analyzed and reported to identify and control any changes or problems that could be encountered. So one thing we should keep in mind when we say project integration management, this is the only knowledge area where we see processes in all the process group. So we have process in initiating process group, we have processes in planning, we have process in execution process group, we have processes in monitoring and control process group, and also in closing process group. So project integration management is only knowledge area where it has a processes in all the process groups, which we don't see in any other knowledge area. Now next we'll look at the list of processes. Like develop project charter is in initiation process group. Develop project management plan, which consolidates all the 9 knowledge areas, is in planning process group. Direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge. These two processes are in executing process group. Monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control. These two processes are in monitoring and control process group. So close project or phase is in the closing process group. So now we will move to project scope management. So when we use the term scope refers to the boundary within which we need to do something. So first thing we should keep in mind when we say project scope, two things. One is the scope of that product, service or results which we are creating, which comes out as a product or a service or result out of a project which comes out. What is getting created? So scoping that part of it. So other scope part of it, the processes, the tools, the resources, what is being used during the project so that deliverables happen. So two part of the scope we should look at. So project scope management involves those areas, deals with the work of the project, and involves plan scope management, an important part of project management plan. The collection of requirements of the product or service also takes place in this process group, and also project scope management knowledge area deals with work of the project, which involves plan scope management, an important part of the project management plan. So the collection of requirements of the product or service also takes place in this stage. The scope of project is also defined in the scope statement. This is expected to undergo change over the course of project. The scope is validated during the project, ensuring that the deliverables are approved by sponsors or stakeholders. So as I mentioned earlier, it involves the scope of the results, what is being created, and also scope of those processes, resources, tools which are used during the project. So processes in project scope management knowledge area. So plan scope management, which is in planning process group, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS. Even these three processes are in planning process group. In total 4 processes in planning process group. Whereas validate scope and control scope, these two processes are in monitoring and control process group. So when you say plan scope management, it's about defining how to collect the requirements, how to manage those, entire scope management planning. And requirements management plan also has to be defined. Then requirements are collected from the stakeholders who are being identified, and then scope will be defined. Now, very important thing here is about work breakdown structure. So we have a product or a service or a result which we are working on to create as a result of the project. So how will you understand all the parts of it? That needs breaking down that particular product or services or results which we are going to create into multiple pieces in a structure which would look like a tree, so that you will get a necessary insight towards what is being delivered. So firstly, product breakdown structure is made, and for each of the layers of this product breakdown structure, you will be assigning an activities, assigning resources, effort estimation, cost estimation, sequencing those. All this will be done later. Basic thing needed is work breakdown structure for that. So to create WBS, the technique called decomposition is used, and this approach is top-down approach. Next, validate scope and control scope. As WBS provides the structure of various things which needs to be delivered, referring to that, as the execution happens, validation should happen, whether it is delivered accordingly or not. And is that scope management is being done according to the plan. Control scope will be checking that. So next is the project schedule management. When we say schedule, it's quite obvious for us to understand when what needs to be done. So what needs to be done is already told in scope, and when are you going to do that? For that you need to have a specific schedule, the timeline. So the project will have various different activities, tasks, which is assigned to the particular WBS element. So these activities will have a specific start date, end date, and this will have a specific output which is coming out as part of those actions which happens. So the project is divided into tasks, each with their own start dates and deadlines and budgets. So these are revised as the project moves forward, depending on how the project is progressing. A schedule for the project and determining who is responsible for that. So helps us to understand which resource is required at what point in time. Similarly, the cash flow requirement can also be understood by having a defined schedule. So the tasks are placed in a sensible order, and the dependencies between each of them are noted. Once sequenced, the resources required for the tasks are estimated and assigned. The time required for each of these tasks are also determined. Now when we say this, we are required to understand and visualize while doing a project, the WBS structure is defined and in what sequence each of these elements are delivered and what timeline, start time, end time, and how each of these are connected to other WBS element, in what sequence, what activities required, what resource required, what effort required, what competency skill required. So all these are put in. So since we schedule and sequence it, we know when is that required. So this requires working with other knowledge area very closely. When I say WBS element, it's quite obvious, it comes from scope management. When I say allocation of resources, obviously it has to work with resource management to create a resource calendars. If I say cost management, to understand the flow, money flow, cash flow. So budget should be there for the project. So cash flow, when what amount is required. To understand that cost is linked to schedule. So all these knowledge areas should work very closely with coordinating with each other, interfacing with each other. So project schedule management also uses a very important technique called network analysis technique, where we speak about critical path, then forward pass, backward pass, then identification of floats. So when I say critical path refers to the longest path in the established network diagram of a project, and that will be the minimum time required for project to complete. So this critical path needs to be closely monitored as the execution of the project happens, because any delay in this critical path will delay the project itself. So that's about some summary about schedule management. Now let us look at the processes which are involved in schedule management. So plan schedule management, define activities, sequence activities, estimate activity durations, develop schedule. So all these 5 processes are in planning process group. So schedule management, how it has to be done, needs to be clearly planned as part of plan schedule management. Then when to define activities, it is quite obvious. We need to know what needs to be delivered. So WBS element helps us. When the scope baseline is provided as an input here, so taking that, activities are defined. Then the sequencing happens. Then when we say estimate activity durations, so we speak about two terms like effort and duration. If I want to deliver something, let me assume to deliver X for a person it requires 1 day, or for a person it requires 10 days if we say. So to create that working piece of a product it takes 10 man days, we will say. That is an effort. Now if I have 100 pieces of such needs to be created, how many man days I need? So 10 into 100 piece, 10 days into 100 piece, so 1000 man days. Now how many resources I have? I may have around 25 resources. Now 1000 divided by 25, it will be around, I guess, 400 man days. No, I think 1000 divided by it's about 40. So 40 man days of effort means that is duration, whereas effort is 1000 man days. 40 days will become duration. So likewise, looking at how many resources we have, how many, what is that effort is actually required, is involved, and then what is the duration within which we need to complete it. Either you look at how many resources I have, based on that I will look at the duration, or I will look at the target date. Mainly target date is given by customers, as you discuss, when the project needs to be completed. Accordingly, you are required to acquire the resources. So this itself is showing us these knowledge areas now work very closely. Now, without scope, you cannot define activities. Now, without understanding the activities, you don't know what is the effort. So now once you understood the effort, you know what resource, what competency, when. So you need to work with resource management. So to have those resources onboarded or acquired, you need to have money, cost. So what cost it takes. So likewise, it goes one by one elaborating. That's why you see 24 processes in the planning process group distributed across all the 10 knowledge areas. So this is about schedule management. Now I look at the cost management, project cost management. So when we say cost, it is quite obvious. It's all about money. What money? The expenditure, the outgoing money. So project incurs cost. If any individuals, I keep getting these questions in a lot of trainings. So is checking the revenues, the invoice raising and collection of payment, is that a job of a project manager? Now when we say the project management and look at it as a project management activities, now it's all about delivering the results of the project. So when we say I need to collect invoices and to submit invoices, collect payments, when you say that, so that doesn't mean it is part of a project management role. No. Now, if in your organization, if you have a designation of project manager or some manager or something, and invoice submission and collection of payment is also part of your job description, you have to do. You don't have any choice. So designation is totally different when compared with the meaning of the role called project manager. So any other things which are associated with your designation in the organization, it may be project manager also, designation possible. Depending on what job description, what job activities are associated with it, accordingly you need to do. But when you do a project management activity in specific, when you involve in the project, so all these aspects what we are defining, that needs to be taken care 100%. Along with it, raising an invoice, collection of payment, or coordinating with some other department to find out new opportunities in the existing customer, those are all additional things which are given to you as an individual with that designation to justify many things. So as a professionals, I have a position in organization with some designations, and there is a CTC salary which is given, and that needs to be justified. To justify that, various different roles are attached to you for your designation. So that you need to look up to. Accordingly, you need to deal with. Now let us come back to project cost management. So it's about expending money, what we're speaking about, which basically focuses on estimating and allocation of budget to the project. That is first thing. One needs to estimate, approximate what cost it takes for a project. Now, what are those cost components? So where is that cost incurred? So cost is incurred to the resources acquired. Cost is incurred to the tools. Cost is incurred in all that activity what we do. Right? So everywhere, the one we create a result for raw material what you acquire, the people, the technology resource what you acquire, the facility what you have. So all this involves money, the cost, expenditure. So approximation of the cost needs to be done, what it takes to complete this project, and confirm, budget it. So this involves project budgeting. So good estimation tools need to make sure that the funds are within the need of the project and stakeholder sponsors are kept informed. So estimation and budgeting cannot happen in isolation. Project manager cannot do alone. That requires to involve the experts, the domain experts, who can determine how the budget can be established, how it can change, how it can be controlled, what are the regulators needs to be kept in mind. So it considers all those processes required to do that. All the tasks which are involved like cost and combining them would determine project budget. So firstly approximation would happen. Based on that approximation, then the approximation of that will be submitted. Then the budget is confirmed after allocation. So this needs to be monitored and controlled throughout the project lifecycle. So initially I also mentioned earlier about triple constraints, scope, time and cost. So it is very important to monitor these three critically. So for that there is a technique which is used, which is very popular, earned value management, which speaks about or provides you the insight towards how the project is progressing in terms of scope, time and cost, which are basically very important ones. Then comes rest of the things, quality, resource, risk, which complements to this, right? So project cost management involves four processes, that is plan cost management, estimate cost, determine budget, which are part of planning process group, and control cost is part of monitoring and control process group. Now next knowledge area is project quality management. So when we say quality, it's all about ensuring that grades are set, requirements are clearly defined, and how are you going to ensure that inherent characteristics what are defined are accomplished. So you need to have a quality management approach, quality management plan in place. Now what quality management I should follow? There are a lot of standards, a lot of best practices. So that is based on the project environment, in which organization are you doing. In any given organization, there will be quality management practices which are followed, an approach that may require to get reflected in the projects which is being done in that environment. Or if project has a specific requirement, that specific quality management standard or practice needs to be followed, then that needs to be defined. Accordingly, the quality management should happen. So quality management is a part of entire project management plan, which speaks about quality specifications, products or service, the artifacts which are used as part of the project. So when we say quality management approach, we speak about many terms like acceptance criteria, quality criteria, customer quality expectations, then quality assurance, quality control. So all these needs to be kept in mind and brought in place. And this in execution, if you look at, there is a process called manage quality. When we looked at scope, schedule and cost, there was no processes defined in execution. But since the accountability of ensuring quality is with project manager, there is a process. Now remember, all these 49 processes defined in PMP are project management processes. These are not the processes which are for execution. So these are all project management processes. If any team member is configuring something, creating something, delivering something, none of those activities are defined as part of these processes. As plan, when you make a clear plan, like when I said create WBS, where you have the elements which needs to be delivered are defined. When you're putting an activities into it, adding activities into it, that anyway you have a domain expert to do it. Accordingly, execution happens by team members. But as a project manager, you are not involved in that in entirety. In execution, I'm saying. So project quality management will have the processes like plan quality management, manage quality and control quality. So plan quality management is part of planning process group, manage quality is part of executing process group, whereas control quality is part of monitoring and controlling process group. So the next knowledge area to look at is project resource management. So when we say resource, by default we think about human resources. So that's how the knowledge area was in the 5th edition. So it was called as project human resource management. But as the discussions happen, as the realization happened, it is not about just human resource, many resources involves, technology resources, facility resources. So the renaming of that knowledge area happened in 6th edition as project resource management. So project resource management focuses on ensuring identification of those roles, identification of those resources, having a plan in place so that resources can be managed better. So predominantly when we say resource, it's quite obvious we think about human resources. So which is very, very unpredictable kind of resource. Whereas when it comes to technology resource, it is predictable. The nature, the behavior, the configuration, everything is predictable. But only those human resources are the one which requires a special treatment, a special approach to engage with them. So this knowledge area helps to identify roles within the project team as per the project management team structure defined. So there should be project management team structure defined. And what needs to be delivered from which are the roles, which also include how they fit into overall structure of the project. So these team members or resources need to be acquired. If it is human resources, those needs to be educated, an induction needs to be done about the project, and they needs to become fit into the project. So when I say people, it's quite obvious conflict occurs, various different preferences they come across with. They have their own experience backgrounds and dynamics associated with them. So close monitoring is required, mentoring is required, demonstration of leadership skills are required. So generally we speak about three main ways of demonstrating leadership, which involves authoritarian leadership, then laissez-faire leadership, and participative leadership. So authoritarian is also called as autocratic, which means the project manager will become hold that authority, power. With that power, the project manager demonstrates this is how it should be, makes the decision. So such power demonstration may be required when something needs to be influenced strongly and direction needs to be set and decisions needs to be made. But when it comes to participative leadership, when some problems needs to be resolved, when people's involvement is required, that needs to be encouraged. That is very essential. Reviewing or creating solutions, that approach, leadership style is required. But when it comes to laissez-faire, delegative approach, so where there are specific domain experts who will do it, so assign to them and then monitor, review with them. That is delegative approach. So these three leadership styles has to be demonstrated effectively while doing project resource management. So team will have their own dynamics, so that needs to be understood and accordingly dealt with. So this knowledge area has around 6 processes, that is plan resource management, estimate activity resources, acquire resources, develop team, manage team, and control resources. So plan resource management and estimate activity resources are part of planning process group. Acquire resources, develop team, and manage team are part of executing process group, whereas control resource is part of monitoring and control process group. So next knowledge area we are going to look at is project communication management. So when we say project communication, firstly we need to understand what is this communication is all about. So communication is used to convey something to someone. So there should be two parties, the communicator and the one who receives it, means sender and receiver. So very important here is when sender sends certain message, at the receiver's end, how it is received. Is the meaning what is actually perceived by a receiver is same as what is meant by the communicator, means sender. So this will become a big gap. If what I told versus what someone understood, if there is a gap, then the communication is not effective. So it is very essential to understand this dynamics. Communication should be very effective, and based on that communication, there is always a resultant action. So always communication will have two parties minimum, one is sender and receiver. And in the receiver's perspective, one needs to understand who would be the receiver generally. When I say project manager communicates with sponsor. Project manager communicates with team members. Project manager communicates with customers. Project manager communicates with other functions within organization, suppliers who are external to the organization. Now each of these communications will have a specific objective and intention. So project manager should understand that. And what sorts of vocabularies, jargons which needs to be used while communicating, the words, the communication methods which needs to be used, the communication channel, the language, the syntax, Understanding all of these will become very important while doing the communication in the project. So project communication management is the area that informs the team and stakeholders about the project. So the communication management system is determined along with how it is done and how often it is done, how frequently the communication has to be made. So managing communications should also involve reviewing how effective the communication is and how the regularly the modifications are being done to ensure the communication is actually fulfilling the requirements of communication needs. That needs to be discussed regularly and looked at. Is that helping? So it is very essential as the stakeholders are identified that communication requirement should also identified. And what communication? Why is that communication? How often, how frequently the communication has to be made? What channel, what template which has to be used, and what language? So all these needs to be understood, signed off. So when you go and inform or sends a message to the sponsor, it will have specific objective of that communication. Similarly, when you send it to team member, specific objective. Here in this two aspect, the frequency will change, the language will change, the stakeholders to whom the communication is made by changes, and impact it has to create in that communication will also change. So that needs to be understood. The project manager should be very sensitive about it. So communication management plays very important role, whereas 90% of the time project manager will be spending his effort and time in communicating. If that is not effective, it is difficult to become successful in project management. Now let us look at the processes in project communication management. So there are three processes, that is plan communication management, manage communications, and monitor communications. So plan communication management is part of planning process group, manage communication is part of executing process group, monitor communication is part of monitoring and control process groups. The next knowledge area is project risk management. So when we use the term risk, it's all about an uncertainty, what we're speaking about. So every assignment we take up, every initiative we do, everything involves risk. Similarly, project also involves risk. So risk, which is termed as an uncertainty of certain occurrence, are both positive as well as negative. The positive risk we call it as opportunities, whereas negative risk we call it as threats. So each of these risks has to be treated certain way. So before you treat or decide on certain treatment of the risks identified, risks needs to be analyzed. So qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis has to be done, and risk responses has to be planned. So the project risk management is the knowledge area which will identify how the risks are itemized, categorized, and prioritized in the risk register. Similarly, risks are prioritized and qualitatively and quantitatively analyzed. So based on their impact on the project, the necessary response plan will be defined. So risk has to be controlled by reviewing the risk register regularly and removing the risks that no longer impact the project. Now the risk once identified, mainly risks are identified, some set of risks are already identified, captured in project charter, whereas in detail risks are identified during the planning associated with many different aspects of the project. The risk related to scope, schedule, time, cost, quality, resources, maybe procurement, stakeholders. So risks are categorized accordingly and identified. Now this is not the list which is made, it is not an exhaustive list which is made in one go. So this acts as a basic list. As the project progresses, all these identified risks needs to be evaluated on continual basis, and also new risks needs to be identified regularly, so that what are the kinds of risks which comes up are understood, and then response plans are accordingly taken. So this helps in managing the risks effectively and efficiently. The processes involved in risk management knowledge area are plan risk management, identify risk, perform qualitative risk analysis, perform quantitative risk analysis, and plan risk response, which are part of planning process group. Whereas implement risk response will be part of executing process group, and monitor risks. This will be part of monitoring and control process group. So when we say identify risk, this is when you identify the risk here and captured in the risk register. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not a list which is exhaustive. So at the moment, whatever the risks are being identified, so these risks are analyzed now as part of this planning, qualitatively as well as quantitatively. But the analysis of the risk, assessing those risks, should continue throughout the project lifecycle, because the impact level of the risk would vary as it progresses throughout the project lifecycle. Now, as we have a risk response plans defined, and for some it is already implemented, some you cannot implement, you need to make yourself ready to tackle the scenario of issues when it occurs, when risk occurs. You need to handle those. So have that capability built, or having some contingency plans. Any of such actions are taken, and project should be ready. Means when risk occurs, the impact occurred, and I'm just okay with it, that will not work. So project will get impacted. It may escalate the cost. It may delay the project closure. Many things it will happen. So proper analysis and then actions in time. Right risk response plans can be implemented. So for positive risk, for opportunities, generally acceptance or exploit or taking advantage of that would be the kind of response we will see. For the negative risk, the threats, the kind of responses what we would see is like avoid or have a contingency plan or mitigate the risk in terms of having some measures implemented. Transfer risk is another thought which is done. So if someone says avoid risk, that behavior is called as risk averse behavior, someone who don't even take risks. So if I take up this, I have the risk of so much, so I will not even take up that, such behaviors. So those are the kinds of risk responses may come across, which needs to be implemented as part of executing process group. Then whatever the plan, whatever the implementation which has happened, that needs to be monitored as part of monitoring and control. So next knowledge area for us is project procurement management. So when we say procurement, so every project involves procuring something. So a main decision which happens here is make or buy decision. So should I make it myself? Should I create myself within the organization, or should I do something or purchase something? So make or buy decision. So when I decide I'm going to buy certain things from outside, because we cannot make everything as part of our organization, because the direction of the business is totally different. If I am a bank and I am doing an IT project, I need not go and sit and start configuring a server. So I need not hire people who configure and then they come and sit here and I start managing them. So my entire focus of banking services, which I need to focus on, will go for toss. I should not do that. So instead I'll give to an experts. So procurement of an IT services from an IT service provider I will do. So to giving it to the experts rather than doing myself, which helps me to have that expertise coming to me. So procurement management involves in identifying those resources, the products or services which needs to be procured to use in my project, so that I need not spend time on that. So this involves identification of the suppliers, having those subcontractors, right? So they will have an engagement through a contract, and monitoring and managing them and establishing a relationship with them and engaging with them in appropriate way that is required. It is very essential to be done in every project. So that way project procurement management would guide in terms of handling all the procurements what we do from outside, external to the organization. So this knowledge area handles outside procurements like hiring subcontractors. Outside needs of projects are identified and how much they are determined. This involves a statement of work, terms of reference, request for proposal, and choosing a vendor. So to do this, bidder conference happens. Floating request for proposals can happen. Request for quotation can happen. So many such actions are taken, and the processes involved here are three mainly. So plan procurement management, which is part of planning process group, conduct procurement, which is part of executing process group, and control procurement, which is part of monitoring and control process group. So the next knowledge area is project stakeholder management. So when we say stakeholder, who is the stakeholder? Stakeholders are internal, stakeholders are external, stakeholders are the one who influence, stakeholders impact, they will get impacted, they are influenced. So likewise, For every project, every initiative organization takes, there are stakeholders. For me, for my project, I need to identify all the stakeholders. So now identification of stakeholder, engaging with stakeholder, managing these stakeholders will become very essential. So as part of this knowledge area, after identification of stakeholders, the need of stakeholders needs to be understood. So not every stakeholders are identified will have very close to the project. They are not in very close proximity to the project. The distance of the stakeholder from the project may be far. Still, they may have an impacted because of this. We need to understand that. If I am building a flyover, construction of a flyover is happening, obviously people living in that region will get impacted. But they have no direct involvement in the project. However, their cooperation is required. So likewise, as we identify the stakeholders, we need to understand what kind of impact or influence that stakeholder will have on them or on the project from them. This needs to be analyzed. So stakeholders needs to be identified, their concerns need to be identified and must be managed. Some stakeholders would come up with certain powers, authorities. So we need to understand that as well. So each of the stakeholders needs to be listed out, their concerns prioritized based on their impact on the project. Then the stakeholders need to be engaged and determine if their needs are being addressed. If not, what can be done to rectify those, if at all any issues exist. So various stakeholders, state also can exist. There is a stakeholder who should be very supportive in the project, actively involved in the project, but the stakeholder may be in an unaware state. So we may require to engage with a stakeholder, bring that clarity, explain, and then ensure that stakeholder is supportive to the project. Some stakeholders may be resistive, some stakeholder may be neutral, some stakeholder will be very supportive, unaware. So various different state of stakeholders would exist, but one needs to analyze what kind of state that stakeholder should be in this project. That needs to be discussed, understood, and then decide. So accordingly, engagement should happen. So stakeholder engagement plan needs to be defined very clearly. So now here we have 4 processes. So one process in initiating process group, that is identify stakeholder. Then plan stakeholder engagement, which happens in planning. Manage stakeholder engagement, which is executing process group. And monitor stakeholder engagement is monitoring and control process group. As I mentioned in risk management, in stakeholder management also, identification of stakeholder, analyzing the way stakeholder engagement should happen and deciding that engagement. This is very dynamic, which has to happen throughout the project lifecycle. And this is not one time register what we create, like stakeholder register if we create, it is not one time register, it is dynamic, which gets updated throughout the lifecycle of the project.
And today, we will learn about PMP certification. Before we begin, let's have a look at an incident where 2 project managers, John and Ted, are talking to each other. John is a senior project manager while Ted is a part of his team. John finds Ted to be upset. So he asks him, is there anything he can help him with? To which Ted replies that his project failed. John further asks him what could be the possible reason for the project failure. Ted tells him that it's because he was not able to manage the time and budget. Now John asks him if he is PMP certified, to which Ted says he isn't. Then John suggests Ted that he must take the PMP certification, which will not only give his project better performance, but also help him upskill in his career. So today we will discuss about PMP certification in detail. Let's first have a look at all the topics we will cover. We will begin with what is PMP, then we will check top 10 reasons to get PMP certified, followed by the basics of PMP. Then after we know the PMP basic concepts, we will check who can get this certification and pattern for the PMP exam. Then we will learn about the PMBOK guide, which is an integral part to prepare for the PMP exam. Finally, we will see the cost and the validity of the certification. So without any further ado, let's begin with what is PMP. PMP, or Project Management Professional, is the world's most renowned project management certification for project managers. This certification is provided by the Project Management Institute. Now, when we know what is Project Management Professional or PMP certification, let's have a look at some reasons why you should get PMP certified. Today, I will give you top 10 reasons to take PMP certification. PMP certification helps you become a better project manager. The process that helps us acquire the certification goes to several phases like gaining project management experience and passing the PMP exam, which helps you in bringing sanity to the project manager. The process helps project managers to learn different industry trends, have practical knowledge, and several other project management constraints. The second reason that we have is project management certification makes a resume more valuable. As we have discussed earlier, that PMP certification is the most renowned project management certification, so having it on the resume will definitely help the interviewer recognize our skills. There are companies that only accept project managers who are PMP certified. PMP certification not only helps in switching the job or finding a new one, it helps in progressing in the current company as well. The third reason that we have is it provides more job opportunities. When one acquires the PMP certification, it proves that one has expertise in completing the project effectively and efficiently. So the certification increases the trust factor of the interviewer in you and increases your probability of getting that job. The fourth reason that we have is salary hikes. PMP certified project manager is one of the highest paid jobs around the globe, and this trend will continue to grow. The global survey by the Project Management Institute shows that PMP certified project managers tend to get 20% more salary than the non-certified project managers. The next reason that we have is PMP certification validates your dedication to the job. The certification requires several months of training. It requires several hours of project management experience and exposure. This experience and exposure explains the seriousness of a project manager towards its career path. Then, sixth we have is PMP certification is globally acknowledged. PMP certification is the most renowned certification all over the world. It helps project managers to be a part of different types of industries all over the globe. PMP certification is the most renowned certification all over the world. Project managers who are PMP certified may get jobs in different types of industries all over the world. PMP certification not only provides theoretical knowledge but also helps in gaining practical knowledge, which further helps in increasing the confidence of a project manager. The next reason that we have is better project performance. PMP certified project managers tend to deliver better projects than the non-PMP certified project managers. This is because PMP certified project managers are well aware of 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, and 49 processes, which helps them have a clear picture of different aspects involved in a project. The eighth reason that we have is it increases your networking opportunities. There are several communities that one becomes a part of when they sign up as a PMI member. These communities have meetings regarding new job opportunities, and this helps in having a professional network. The ninth reason that we have is job security. Job security is a major reason that a professional thinks of before opting for a particular profession. Today, in the world of recession, where companies are drowning, the demand for PMP certified project managers goes on increasing. The last and the 10th reason we have is expertise in practical application. When one appears for a PMP exam, they need extensive preparation. They need to have thorough knowledge of process groups and knowledge areas, which help them develop several essential skills and move ahead in their career. Now, as we move further, we will look into the PMP basic concepts. The PMP basic concepts are the 5 project management steps. These project management steps start from the day we begin our project to the day we end our project. They begin from initiation to closure. The first step that we have is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closure. Now, let's have a look at each of them in detail. The first step we have is initiation. Initiation involves defining the project scope. This is the step where we explain what our project will have, for whom we are making that project. It helps us to identify our stakeholders, who all will be the part of that project, and determine the project feasibility. After the step of initiation, when we have decided the scope of our project, the second step that comes is planning. In the planning phase, we define a flow to all the activities of a project. We define this flow keeping in mind all the constraints of a project like time, resources, and risk. After we have defined the flow of these processes, it is time for us to look at the execution. In the execution phase, we evaluate the plan and the sequence of the tasks we have made. We finally put the plan in action and the project tends to start. After the project building has started and the process of execution has started, it is time for the monitoring and the controlling phase. In monitoring and controlling phase, the progress of the project is tracked and important steps for quality assurance are taken. In monitoring and controlling phase, the work being done is compared with the work as defined in the project plan. In this phase, the progress of the project is tracked and important steps for quality assurance are taken. Finally, we have the closure step. In this step, the deliverables are delivered to the client, the documentation of all that took place during the project lifecycle is done, and project is fully evaluated. Now, when we have seen reasons for getting PMP certified and we know the basic concepts of PMP, it is time for us to know who can get PMP certified. For getting PMP certified, there can be 2 cases. The first case says you must have a secondary degree. A secondary degree means high school diploma or an associate degree or a degree that is globally equivalent to all of these. Then you need to have 7,500 hours of leading and directing projects and 3,500 hours of project management education. There can be two cases. First case can be you must have a secondary degree. That means a high school diploma, associate's degree, or the global equivalent degree. Then you must have 7,500 hours of project management experience and 35 hours of education in project management. The second case can be you must have a 4-year degree along with 4,500 hours of project management experience and 35 hours of education in project management. Now, when we know who can get PMP certified, we will see the PMP exam pattern. The exam comprises of 200 questions, out of which 175 questions are used for evaluation. One can answer these questions if they have thorough knowledge of 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas. The time provided to complete the exam is 4 hours. The questions that are asked are of different types, the most common type being formula-based, situation-based, and knowledge-based. Now, when we have discussed about the exam pattern, discussing about the PMBOK guide becomes very important. So the next topic that we have is PMBOK guide. PMBOK guide or project management body of knowledge is a book that comprises of several processes and different terminologies needed to crack the PMP exam. The whole syllabus of PMP exam is covered in the PMBOK guide by the project management and 10 knowledge areas. Apart from this, there are 49 processes that are divided amongst 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas. Finally, let's have a look at the cost and validity of the PMP certification. When we talk about the cost of the certification, there can be two cases. The first case can be if we are not a member of Project Management Institute, the exam fees is $555. The second case can be if we are a member of Project Management Institute, the exam fees is $405. If we talk about the validity of the certification, the certificate is valid for a period of 3 years. After every 3 years, the certificate needs to be renewed. To renew the certificate, one needs to furnish a proof of 60 PDUs of professional development units. After so much information, Ted thanks John for his time and promises to take the PMP certification at the shortest notice. Now, let's have a look at the salary trends of a PMP certified project manager and a sample resume. If we consider the salary of a non-PMP certified project manager, it is approximately $91,000, while if we consider the salary of a PMP certified project manager, it is approximately $111,000, which is approximately 20% higher than the non-certified project manager's salary. Now, let's have a look at the resume of a PMP certified project manager. If you are somebody with PMP certification and looking for a project manager or a senior project manager role, your resume should look something like this. The summary in the beginning would include how much experience you have and anything that supports your claim of being a project manager. Like here, James Brown has written, he has more than 10 years of experience with generating and building projects. Then, when you talk about your experience, you should put something that emphasizes on the responsibilities that you had, your area of expertise, put something that shows your skill set for the desired post, and also something that you learned from your former job role. This shows that you have command over your work and also the determination to skill and upskill yourself. Like here, James Brown has 3 years of experience as an assistant manager training new associates and then more than 3 years of experience as a project manager where he not only led projects but also learned new project management tools like Trello and Primavera. After this, add relevant information regarding your education. Your resume must include skills that you have or you have gained in your years of experience. Like here, James Brown has divided his skills into 2 parts, where he has written his technical skills and non-technical skills. He has included a skill of Agile and quality assurance software, as well as he has his knowledge of different project management tools. Then putting your certifications play a major role. This proves that you are up to date and updated with current market trends. James Brown has his certifications in C and Java, and more importantly, he has his project management certification, Project Management Professional. In this session, we will discuss about project manager roles and responsibilities. Let's first have a look at all the topics we will be covering today. First, we will see who is a project manager. Then, we will check the roles and responsibilities of a project manager. Moving forth, we will analyze the salary of a project manager and the steps that will help us become a project manager. Finally, we will see a project manager's resume. So without any further ado, let's get started with who is a project manager. Project manager, in simple words, is a professional who manages the project. Project manager plays an integral role from the first phase of the project lifecycle to the last phase of project lifecycle. This individual is a part of all the activities that produce the final deliverables and strive towards the success of the project. Now, let's consider some must-have skills of a project manager. First we have is strong communication skills. The communication skills help the project manager to communicate the organization's mission and vision to the team members in a clear, concise manner. These communication skills help project manager to explain their thoughts and requirements to customers and stakeholders. The next we have is effective leadership skills that helps in forming a team of skilled professionals and lead them in the best possible manner. The next skill that a project manager must have is a team management skill. As a project manager, it is very important to know how to manage your team to achieve a common goal with complete harmony. A project manager must have strong negotiation skills, as project managers have to negotiate at each and every step. This negotiation might be with the customers, stakeholders, or team members. These negotiation skills become of utmost importance when project members get into a fight or an argument. Then we have critical thinking. This is what makes a project manager more effective and efficient in project management. This thinking capability is needed to take difficult steps, talk to stakeholders, and resolve several issues throughout the course of the project. The last skill that a project manager must have is risk management skill. Handling a project is an important step, but what is equally important is risk management. This is the process required to identify, analyze, and respond to the risk factors throughout the project lifecycle. Now, when we know who a project manager is, we must have a look at the roles and responsibilities of a project manager. The first and the foremost role of a project manager is to set up a project scope, check its feasibility, and determine the resources that are needed to satisfy the project scope. Second role that a project manager has is the development of a project plan according to the project scope. The plan is needed to encourage the team to hard work with all their dedication. Next, a project manager is supposed to set deadlines for the project deliverables. He or she is supposed to manage time as a priority and communicate with the team at regular intervals. Next important role is to analyze, track, and control the budget of the project. Project manager has to make sure that the project does not run out of budget and is optimized as possible. Moving forth, effective communication is one of the most important skills of a project manager. He/she is supposed to maintain communication with all the stakeholders throughout the project. Then we have is the identification and evaluation of risk in a project. Project manager must take steps to minimize the effect of risk in a project. The next role of a project manager is to track and control the performance of the team. This helps in yielding the best outputs with the least number of resources. Last role a project manager must have is to provide reports and documentation of all the steps involved in project management. This helps in future projects and makes sure that the mistakes that happened in the project will not happen again in ongoing projects. Now, it's time for us to check the salary of a project manager. The data shows that an average salary of a project manager in India is approximately 14 lakh rupees per annum, while the average salary of a project manager in United States is $83,215 per year. The next important thing we must learn is how can we get a project manager's job? There are 4 important steps that one must fulfill to become a project manager. The first step is to have a bachelor's degree. It is important for a person to be a graduate. One can hold a bachelor's degree in any area of interest like marketing, computer science, or even engineering. This entirely depends on the type of project manager one wants to be. The second important step is gaining project management experience. This means that a person must have experience in leading and directing projects. Project management experience helps in taking different project management certifications, which further help in having a good paying job. The third essential step is to learn project management tools. There are different project management tools for different area of interest. These tools help in quick and efficient management of work. Project management tools are used widely by organizations now. Learning these tools will increase the chances of getting selected in one of those organizations. The fourth and the last step is getting project management certified. Project management certifications help an individual to increase the value of their certification and validates their dedication to the job. Nowadays, several organizations have made it compulsory for a project manager to be project management certified. There may be several project management certifications, out of which Project Management Professional Certification or PMP Certification is one of the most common and widely accepted certifications. The Project Management Institute or the PMI predicts that there will be 22 million new project management jobs by the year 2027. Now, it's time for us to know how a resume of an aspiring project manager looks like. If you are somebody looking for a project manager role or a senior project manager role, then your resume should look something like this. The summary in the beginning would include how much experience you have and anything that supports your claim of being a project manager. Like here, James Brown has written, he has more than 10 years of experience with generating and building projects. Then, when you talk about your experience, you should put something that emphasizes on the responsibilities that you had and your area of expertise. Put something that shows your skill set for the desired post and also something that you learned from your former job role. This shows that you have command over your work and also the determination to upskill yourself. Like here, James Brown has 3 years of experience as an assistant manager where he trained new associates, and then 3 years of experience as a project manager where he not only led projects but also learned new project management tools like Trello and Primavera. After this, add relevant information regarding your education. Your resume must include skills that you have or you have gained in your years of experience. Like here, James Brown has divided his skills in 2 parts where he has written his technical skills and non-technical skills. He has included his skill of Agile and quality assurance software, as well as he has his knowledge of different project management tools like Trello and Primavera. Then putting your certifications play a major role. This proves that you're up to date and updated with current market trends. James Brown has his certifications in C and Java. And more importantly, he has his project management certification in Project Management Professional or PMP.
So, the PMP certification acknowledges project managers who have demonstrated their skills in managing people, processes, and business priorities in professional projects. It's essentially a mark of excellence and leadership in project management. So, before you can apply for the PMP exam, you need to make sure you meet certain criteria. So, it's like a checklist to confirm that you have the right background to take on the exam. So, let's look at what you need to qualify. So, there are 2 main sets of criteria based on your educational background. Let's break them down. Now, if you have a 4-year college or university degree, you need to meet these requirements. You need 36 months of experience leading projects in the past 8 years and 35 hours of project management education or training, or you need to have a CAPM certification. Now, if you only have a high school diploma or secondary school diploma, here's what you need. 60 months of experience leading projects in the past 8 years and 35 hours of project management education or training, or a CAPM certification. So first, you'll need to gather information about your experience and training. So here's what you'll need to document. Number 1, projects you have led, like where did you work, what was your role and what were your responsibilities, and how long did the projects last. And second, training you have completed, which must include which institutes did you attend, what courses did you complete, how many qualifying hours of project management training do you have, and so on. So make sure to have all these details ready to go for your application. So once you've gathered all your information, it's time to complete and submit your PMP application. So here's a quick overview of the process. So start by setting up your PMI account. You can do this now or wait until you are ready to apply. So take your time with the application because it's a save as you go process. So you can take breaks if you need to. Now, before you begin, you must make sure that you have registered for a PMI ORG user account. So having known all that, now let's move on to how the PMP exam will look like. So you'll need to pass a rigorous exam consisting of 180 questions, and you'll have 230 minutes, which is just a little over 3 hours and 45 minutes to complete the entire test. So that's a lot of questions. So managing your time effectively is key. Now, this isn't just any test though. It's designed by experienced project leaders to reflect real-life scenarios you'll face on the job. Now, the exam is also available in multiple languages, including Arabic, Chinese, English, French, German, Hebrew, etc. So this ensures that project managers from around the world can take the exam in their preferred language. Now, what does the PMP certification actually validate? Let's break that down now. So number 1, motivating people and teams. You'll learn how to inspire and guide your team through every phase of a project, ensuring everyone stays on track and motivated. Number 2, using various approaches. You'll be skilled in predictive, agile, and hybrid methodologies. This means you'll know how to choose the best way to work for each unique project. Number 3, highlighting project success. you'll be able to demonstrate the success of your projects and show how they contribute to the strategic goals of your organization. So now, having known all this, where do you actually study for the PMP exam? So some of the resources you can consider is Andrew Ramdale's YouTube channel. So as you can see, on his channel, you'll find a treasure trove of content, including PMP exam tips, detailed explanations of key concepts, and live Q&A sessions. His videos are engaging and packed with valuable information that can help you prepare effectively for your PMP exam. Now next, PMBOK Guide. So the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK Guide, is an official handbook for the PMP exam, published by the Project Management Institute. So it's packed with all the essential knowledge you need about project management processes and practices. Now next are PMP exam prep books. So some of the books that you can refer is PMP Exam Prep by Rita, the PMP Exam How to Pass on Your First Try by Andy Crow, Head First PMP by Jennifer Green and Andrew Stellman. Now next is online courses. So online courses are another great way to prepare for the PMP exam. These courses offer video lectures, practice exams, and interactive content. So you can check out Simplilearn's PMP Certification training designed for project managers across industries. This comprehensive program equips you with the skills and knowledge required to excel in project management. So dive into key concepts, methodologies, and best practices, and you can get hands-on experience with real-world projects. And our expert instructors will guide you through the PMBOK guide, preparing you to ace the PMP exam and achieve certification. So join thousands of professionals who have transformed their careers with Simplilearn. You can enroll today and take the first step towards becoming a certified project management professional. Now the next is practice exams. Now practice exams are crucial for getting a feel for the actual exam. They help you identify your strengths and weaknesses and get used to the exam format. So you can try out PMI's official practice exam. So the PMI website offers an official practice exam that's a great way to experience the test environment and question types. Now you can also consider Simplilearn's free practice exam. So the Simplilearn's practice test is free and based on PMBOK guide. It includes around 200 multiple choice questions. So that was a complete overview of the PMP exam. Now let's see some of the tips that you can keep in mind while preparing and writing the exam. So understand the exam content outline. So first, make sure you're familiar with the PMP exam content outline. This document breaks down the exam into domains, tasks, and enablers. So understanding this outline helps you focus on what's really important for the exam. Focus on the 5 domains like people, process, business environment. Make sure you know the tasks and enablers for each domain. Now, practice, practice, and practice. One of the most important tips is to practice as much as you can. Taking practice exams helps you get familiar with the question format and identify weak areas. Use flashcards for key terms. So flashcards are a fantastic tool for memorizing key terms and concepts. Then focus on the most common concepts. So some concepts appear more frequently on the exam than others. So focus on these high impact topics. So key concepts include the 5 process groups, 49 processes, knowledge areas, and formulas. So make sure you're comfortable with these areas. And then understand the agile and traditional frameworks. So the PMP exam tests both agile and traditional project management approaches. So understand the principles of agile as well as the traditional PM methodologies. Review the Agile Manifesto, Scrum framework, and how Agile practices integrate with traditional PMP processes. Now, while writing the exam, read questions carefully. So during the exam, read each question carefully. Make sure you understand what's being asked before you jump to an answer. Now, manage your time wisely. So time management is crucial for such exams. You have 230 minutes for 180 questions, which means you should aim for around 1.5 minutes per question, and then eliminate wrong answers. So if you're unsure about a question, what you can do is use the process of elimination to narrow down your choices. So that's a wrap on our tips for passing the PMP certification exam. I really hope you found these insights helpful and that they boost your confidence as you prepare.
So guys, let's start with the first fundamental question, that why do companies conduct market research? So guys, market research is a process of gathering, analyzing, and interpreting information about a market, including its customers, competitors, and overall industry dynamics. It involves collecting data from various sources such as surveys, interviews, observations, and secondary research also, and using that data to gain insights into market trends, consumer preferences, and competitive landscape. The primary objective of market research are, first, understanding the consumer needs, preferences, and behavior. Second one, we have is identifying market opportunities and potential threats. Third one we have is assessing the feasibility and viability of new product or services. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the major categories of market research. Here are top 4 major categories of market research. The first one that we have all over here is quantitative research. This category focuses on collecting numerical data from a large sample size to quantify consumer behaviors, preferences, and attitudes. It involves methods such as surveys, online polls, questionnaires, and experiments, which allows for statistical analysis and generalization of findings. Next one we have all over here is qualitative research. Qualitative research aims to gain deeper insights into consumer motivations, perceptions, and attitudes through non-numerical data collection methods. Techniques such as interviews, focus groups, ethnographic studies, and observations are commonly used to provide rich, descriptive insights into consumer behavior. Third one we have all over here is primary research. Primary research involves collecting first-hand data directly from the target market using methods such as surveys, interviews, and observations. This type of research provides customized and up-to-date information tailored to the specific research objective of the project. And finally we have is secondary research. Secondary research involves gathering and analyzing existing data and information that has already been collected by other sources. This can include industry reports, government publications, academic studies, market intelligence reports, and data from online databases. Secondary research is often used to supplement primary research findings, provide context, or validate research hypotheses. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the benefits of using marketing techniques. So guys, using market research techniques offer numerous benefits, including few of them are: the first one that we have all over here is understanding customer needs. Market research techniques allows businessmen to gain insights into customer preferences, behaviors, and needs. By understanding what drives their target audience, businesses can develop products and services that better meet customer expectations, leading to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities. Through market research, businesses can identify new market trends, niches, and opportunities for growth. By analyzing market data and consumer insights, businesses can uncover unmet needs or underserved segments, which allows them to capitalize on emerging trends and gain a competitive edge. Third one we have all over here is informed market decision. Market research techniques provide valuable feedback that can be used to inform product development efforts. By gathering insights from customers through surveys, interviews, or focus groups, businesses can identify product features, functionalities, and improvements that align with customer preferences and market demands. Next one we have all over here is measuring ROI. Market research enables businesses to measure the effectiveness of their marketing initiatives, product launches, or strategic decision by tracking the key performance indicators or KPIs and also conducting post-campaign analysis. Businesses can evaluate their return on investment and identify areas for improvement or optimization. Overall, market research techniques provide businesses with valuable insights, enabling them to make data-driven decisions, stay ahead of market trends, and maintain a competitive edge in today's dynamic business environment. Now let's move on and discuss about top marketing research techniques. Here are some of the top 8 marketing techniques. The first one that we have all over here is surveys. If I talk about surveys, guys, surveys are a research method which are used to collect data from sample of individuals by asking them questions about their attitudes, behaviors, preferences, or opinions. Surveys can be conducted through various channels such as online questionnaires, phone interviews, face-to-face interviews, or mailed questionnaires. Second one we have all over here is focus groups. Focus groups are a qualitative research method that involves gathering a small group of individuals representing the target market to participate in a guided discussion led by a moderator. Focus groups provide insights into consumer perceptions, opinions, and attitudes through group interaction and discussion. Third one we have all over here is social media listening. Social media listening, also known as social media monitoring or social media listening, involves monitoring and analyzing conversations, mentions, and trends on social media platforms. To understand consumer sentiment, preferences, and behavior. Social media listening allows businesses to track brand mentions, monitor competitor activities, identify emerging trends, and engage with customers in real time. Fourth one we have all over here is experimental research. Experimental research is a method which is used to establish cause and effect relationships between variables by manipulating one or more variables, observing the effects on another variable. Experimental research involves control experiments conducted in laboratory or real-world settings to test hypotheses and draw conclusions about the effects of interventions or treatments. Next one we have all over here is data mining. Guys, you would have heard about data mining. Data mining is the process of extracting patterns, trends, and insights from large data sets using various statistical, machine learning, and data analysis techniques. Data mining allows businesses to uncover valuable insights about consumer behavior, preferences, and trends hidden within large volumes of data. Next one we have is observation. Observation is a research method used to systematically observe and record behaviors, events, or phenomena in natural or controlled settings without direct interaction with participants. Observation allows researchers to gather data about participant actions, interactions, and behavior as they occur in real time. Next one we have is public domain data. Public domain data refers to the information that is freely available and not subject to copyright or other legal restrictions. Public domain data can include government publications, open access research articles, historical records, and other types of data that are accessible to the public without restrictions. Next one we have all over here is competitive analysis. Competitive analysis is the process of evaluating and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of competitors with a specific industry or market. Competitive analysis involves gathering information about competitors' product, pricing strategies, marketing efforts, and market share to identify opportunities and threats and inform strategic decision making. So guys, I hope so you would have got an idea regarding what are the top 8 marketing techniques that you can apply for your business. Now let's move on and discuss a case study of Apple, where we are going to discover how their market research made one of the most successful product, which is known as iPod. So guys, in the early 2000s, Apple revolutionized the music industry with the introduction of iPod, a portable digital music player. Apple's success with the iPod can be attributed in part to its meticulous market research and understanding of consumer needs. Before developing the iPod, Apple conducted extensive market research to identify opportunities in the digital music market. They recognized the consumers were frustrated with the existing MP3 players, which were often bulky and had limited storage capacity, and were difficult to use also. Additionally, Apple identified a growing demand for digital music downloads and recognized the potential for a device that seamlessly integrated hardware, software, and content. Apple's market research guided the design and development of the iPod, focusing on the key features that address the consumer pains, points, and preferences. These features include a sleek, portable design, a user-friendly interface with the iconic click wheel, and significant storage capacity to hold thousands of songs. Additionally, Apple partnered with the record labels to secure licensing agreements for its iTunes Music Store, offering consumers a convenient and a legal way to purchase and download digital music. The iPod was launched in October 2001 to a widespread acclaim, quickly becoming a cultural phenomenon and transforming Apple into a dominant player in the digital music industry. Apple's market research-driven approach enabled them to create a product that resonated with the customers, driving significant demand and establishing the iPod as a market leader in the portable music players for years to come. This case study highlights the importance of market research in understanding consumer needs, identifying market opportunities, and guiding product development efforts. By conducting thorough market research, companies like Apple can develop products that meet consumer demands and achieve commercial success in the competitive markets.
Introduction to Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto is a seminal document in the field of software development, created in 2001 by 17 software developers who sought to outline a more flexible and efficient approach to project management and development. It emphasizes individuals and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change over traditional processes, documentation, contract negotiation, and plan following. This manifesto has since become the foundation for Agile methodologies. promoting a flexible, team-oriented approach that values adaptability and customer satisfaction above rigid adherence to plans. With the manifesto in mind, let's start exploring the four core values of Agile. The four core values of Agile focus on people and results rather than rigid processes, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, prioritizing teamwork and communication above strict adherence to tools and processes. Imagine a team deciding together how to solve a problem instead of just following a manual. It's like choosing a group discussion over filling out forms. Working software over comprehensive documentation, valuing functional software that meets user needs over detailed paperwork. Think of it as cooking a meal that tastes good and serves its purpose, rather than writing a detailed recipe book before the meal is even made. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation, emphasizing ongoing engagement with customers rather than sticking strictly to initial agreements. It's like working with a home builder who listens and adapts to your changing needs during construction instead of sticking strictly to the original plan. Responding to change over following a plan, being open to change and adapting plans as needed instead of rigidly following a set path. Picture a road trip where you're open to taking a more scenic route based on new information rather than sticking to the fastest route Google Maps suggested initially. These values guide the Agile methodology towards flexibility, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development, as outlined in the Agile Manifesto, advocate for customer satisfaction through early and continuous software delivery. Prioritizes getting a functional product to the customer as soon as possible, then updating it regularly. Example, a team releases a basic version of an app to meet initial user needs, then adds new features based on feedback. Welcoming changing requirements even late in development. It is time consuming to handle large and complicated work while managing project activities. Therefore, a better strategy is to break the task into manageable, sizable chunks. In addition, it would be simpler for the team members to see possible bottlenecks and deal with delays if the clients were always kept informed. For example, if users need a new feature because their needs have changed, the development team works to incorporate it, even if it wasn't in the original plan. Frequent delivery of working software. According to the Agile methodology, working software is frequently delivered in a shorter amount of time. Team members must consistently raise their performance standards as a result of this iterative process. For example, delivering updates every 2 weeks to continuously improve and adjust the software based on user input. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. In order to ensure that the business and development sides of the project can communicate effectively and, more importantly, collaborate, a bridge between them must be built. To facilitate an intellectual exchange that both parties can agree on, make use of the same tools you would have used in managing remote teams. For example, regular meetings between the client and the team to discuss the project's direction and adapt as necessary. Build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. The project manager must establish a supportive and stimulating environment where team members are free to express their ideas and make recommendations for enhancing the output of the group. This results in a massive improvement in their general performance, eventually aiding the project. For example, allowing a developer to choose their tools or method of working to solve a problem can lead to more innovative and effective solutions. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. Efficient communication among the parties concerned is stressed strongly in the Agile Manifesto. Thanks to improvements in communication technologies, it's now simpler. Instead of having a quick conference in the office, all participants can now meet via video conferencing. For example, solving misunderstandings or clarifying requirements through direct discussion rather than through emails or reports. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Delivering a functional product that pleases the consumer is the single determinant that can guarantee success. Before Agile, numerous success metrics decreased the quality of the finished product. For example, a team focuses on delivering a basic but operational piece of software first, rather than ensuring every document is perfect. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Burnout will occur if you work on a project for a long time. It's inevitable, Avoid placing too much of a workload on your employees. The value of your project will be affected. So, assemble the best team for the job that will work hard but refrain from overworking themselves and endangering the project's quality. For example, instead of pushing for long hours to meet an unrealistic deadline, the team sets a realistic timeline that allows for steady progress without overtime. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Any agile team's main goal should be to provide value to the client. Therefore, a multi-skilled team that can manage all the project's technical components and offers the chance for continual improvement is crucial. For example, regularly refactoring code to improve its structure without changing its external behavior. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. You should avoid adding extraneous complexity to a project if you want to complete it swiftly. You can accomplish this in various ways, including by using agile tools, which eliminate busy work and offer you more significant influence over all project related decisions. For example, developers decide not to add a feature that only a few users would use, keeping the system more straightforward and easier to maintain. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self organizing teams. Simply said, a self organized workforce with decision making autonomy would function better since each team member would be responsible for meeting client expectations rather than a lone project manager. For example, a team decides who will work on what tasks based on each member's strengths and current workload rather than having a manager assign tasks. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Agile techniques are constructed on the notion of iteration, where teams consistently enhance their game by learning from their previous wrongdoings. Project managers should inspire team meetings where everyone evaluates their work and discusses how to develop their management and technical skills. For example, at the end of each development cycle, the team needs to discuss what they can change to work more efficiently in the next cycle. With core values and principles in mind, let's have a look at implications of Agile values and principles. The implications of Agile values and principles revolve around fostering a culture of flexibility, collaboration, and continuous improvement. They lead to enhanced adaptability to change, allowing teams and businesses to respond swiftly to market shifts and customer needs. Increased customer satisfaction by prioritizing customer feedback and delivering value early and often. Improved product quality through iterative development and a focus on technical excellence. More efficient and motivated teams due to empowerment and a focus on individuals and interactions. These points underline how adopting Agile can transform organizational workflows and outcomes. Now, let's see some real world applications of Agile. Innovation in tech. Companies like Spotify utilize Agile to foster innovation, rapidly testing and deploying new features. Adapting to market changes. Netflix applies Agile principles to quickly adapt to user preferences and technological advancements, maintaining its market leader position. Banking sector agility. Banks have adopted Agile to improve their digital services, making customer transactions smoother and more secure. Healthcare efficiency. Agile methodologies help healthcare providers streamline operations and improve patient care through faster, more responsive services. Manufacturing flexibility. Even in manufacturing, Agile enables companies to respond swiftly to market demands and supply chain challenges. And there you have it, folks.
So guys, before we move on, let us discuss our agenda for today's session. So we are going to begin our session with understanding the project management. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about project management activities in software development. Then we're going to have a deep discussion on 5 variables in project control. Moving ahead, we are also going to discuss about phases or tasks involved in software engineering projects. And at the end, we are going to conclude our session with discussion on benefits of using phases in project. So guys, let us start with understanding the project management. So guys, project management is a discipline of defining and achieving targets while optimizing the use of resources like time, money, people, materials, energy, space, etc. over the course of project, which means a set of activities of finite duration. That's the actual definition of project management. And with that, I hope so you have got a brief idea regarding what exactly is project management. Now, we are going to move forward and try to understand What are the project management activities involved in software engineering? So guys, project management activities encompasses wide range of tasks aimed at ensuring that software projects are completed successfully. These activities are generally grouped into the following phases. The first one is initiation. In this phase, it includes project charter development, where you have to create a formal document that outlines the project objectives, stakeholders, and initial scope. Then it includes the stakeholders identification, where you have to recognize all the parties affected by the project and understand their needs and expectations. Aftermath, we have the next phase, which is the planning. It includes scope, where you have to clearly define what is and what is not included in the project. Under its umbrella, next comes the scheduling part, where you have to create a detailed project timeline including milestones and deliverables. Moving ahead, we have the resource planning in this domain, where you have to determine what resources, means the people, tools, materials are needed, and it also includes the budgeting, where you have to estimate the cost of project and planning for the budget. Next comes the risk management. So under the planning, we have the risk management planning, where you have to identify potential risk and developing mitigation strategies, and finally have under its umbrella the communication planning, where you have to establish how information will be communicated among the stakeholders. The third phase that we are going to study about is known as execution. So guys, it includes team formation, developments, which mean assembling the project team and fostering team development. Then comes task assignment, where you have to assign tasks to team members based on their skills and project requirements. Next come under it is a quality assurance, where you have to implement the processes to ensure that software meets the required standards. Next comes under it is stakeholder engagement, where you have to keep stakeholders informed and involved throughout the project. Moving ahead, we have the fourth phase, that is monitoring and controlling. So guys, progress tracking, where you have to regularly monitor project's progress against the plan. Under it, we have the performance reporting, where you have to provide updates on the project status, including any issues or risk. Under it, we have the next, that is change management, where you have to manage the changes in the project scope, schedule, and resources. Then we have the quality control under this, and it includes conducting regular checks and testing to ensure deliverables meet the required quality standards. And finally, we have the monitoring part, where it means keeping an eye on the identified risks and looking out for new risks. And finally, we move to our last phase, that is the closure. So guys, closure includes the final deliverables, where you have to complete and deliver the final product to the client. Moving ahead, we have the project documentation under its part, where you have to compile all the project documents for future reference. Then you have to do the post-project review, where you have to conduct a review to identify lessons learned and areas of improvement. Then we have the stakeholder satisfaction, where you have to ensure all the stakeholders are satisfied with the project outcomes. And finally, you have release under this umbrella, where you have to release project team members to their next assignments. So guys, these activities help structure the work of project managers and teams, ensuring that software projects are completed efficiently and effectively with clear documentation and communication at every stage. Now let us move on and discuss about 5 variables of project control in software engineering. Project control in software engineering revolves around monitoring and managing key variables to ensure that the project stays on track. These variables include the 5 variables of project control in software engineering. Effective project control in software engineering involves monitoring and managing key variables to ensure project stays on track and meets its objective. So let us delve into these 5 crucial variables. The first one that we have is scope. So guys, scope encompasses all the work required to deliver a product, service, or result with the specified features and functions. It's essentially the project boundaries and deliverables. It includes 2 parameters, that is controls and tools. If we talk about control, it means that to maintain control over the scope. It's vital to ensure that the project remains within the agreed upon boundaries. This involves managing any changes through a formal change control process to prevent scope creep, which can derail the project by introducing unplanned tasks. Next, we have on this umbrella the tools used. So, the common tools for scope control includes the work breakdown structure, which breaks the project into manageable sections, and requirements documentation to outline what needs to be done and change requests from to manage and approve any alterations to the project scope. Next we have all over here is time. Time refers to the project schedule, which includes the start and the end dates, key milestones and deadlines. It's about when things need to happen. If we talk about control, guys, it means keeping the project on schedule. It requires regular monitoring of progress against timeline. Adjustments to the schedule might be necessary to address delays or to accelerate certain tasks if needed. Here, tools used are such as Gantt charts, provide a visual timeline of project activities, project schedules, lays out the sequence and timing of tasks, critical path analysis identifies the longest sequence of tasks that must be completed on time for the project to finish on schedule, and project management softwares used are like Jira, Microsoft Project, which helps in planning, executing, monitoring, and scheduling. Now let us move to the third part, that is cost. Cost involves the budget allocated for the project, covering all the expenses such as labor, materials, equipments, and overhead. If we talk about the control parameter in this, it includes tracking project expenditures against budget and making adjustments as necessary. This might involve implementing the cost-saving measures or managing changes to the budget. Here, tools used are cost estimation models, which helps to predict expenses, budget tracking spreadsheets, and provide a way to monitor costs and earned value management, which also integrates project scope, cost, and schedule measures to help assess the project performance and progress. The fourth one that we are going to talk about is quality. Quality refers to the degree to which the project deliverables meet the required standards and satisfy the customer needs. It's about delivering a product that performs as expected as the needs of stakeholders and expectations. It involves adhering to the established quality standards through systematic testing, reviews, and inspections. We have to also address any defects or issues promptly, which is very crucial for maintaining the quality. Tools used are such as quality assurance plans, which outlines the activities required to ensure quality, testing frameworks, which provide a structure for systematic testing, inspection checklist, which helps in verifying that all the quality requirements are met, and quality control charts also monitor quality performance. And finally, we move to our last, that is the risk. Risk encompasses the potential events or conditions that could negatively impact the project. This could range from technical failures to resource shortages. Effective risk controls involves identifying, analyzing, and prioritizing risk. Developing and implementing mitigation strategies is very crucial to manage these risks proactively. If we talk about tools for risk control, it includes risk registers to document and track risk. Risk assessment matrices helps to evaluate the severity and likelihood of risk. We also do the SWOT analysis to identify strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities, and also threats and contingency plans to outline steps to take if risk materializes. So guys, by keeping a firm grip on these 5 variables like scope, time, cost, quality, and risk, project managers can navigate the complexities of software engineering projects and drive them to successful completion. Now, since we have got a brief idea regarding what are the variables in project control, let us move to our next task, where we are going to discuss the phases or tasks which are involved in software engineering projects. In software engineering, managing project often involves breaking down into manageable phases or tasks. This structured approach ensures clarity, organization, and control throughout the project lifecycle. Each phase is characterized by specific criteria and deliverables, which play a crucial role in project success. The first one that we are going to discuss is about entry criteria. Entry criteria are the conditions that must be met before a phase or task can begin. In software engineering, entry criteria ensures that all necessary preparation and prerequisites are completed before the starting phase. This can include the required resources, approvals, and documentations in place. Next one that we have all over here is exit criteria. Exit criteria ensures that a phase has met its objectives and produced the expected deliverables before moving on to the next phase. In software development, exit criteria for the coding phase might include the completed code, pass unit tests, and code reviews. This helps to prevent incomplete or substandard work from being passed along to the subsequent phases. Next we have all over here is deliverables. Deliverables are the tangible or intangible outputs produced at the end of a phase. Deliverables serves as a milestone and indicates a progress within project. In software engineering, common deliverables include requirement specification, design documents, source codes, test plans, and user manuals. Clear deliverables help in measuring progress and quality, ensuring that each phase contributes to the overall project goals. Next one we have all over here is called reports. Reports are the documents that provide information on the status, progress, and outcomes of phase or task. Regular reporting keeps stakeholders informed and allows for tracking and assessing project performance. In software engineering, reports might include status updates, risk assessment, issue logs, and performance matrices. Effective reporting helps in identifying and addressing issues early, ensuring transparency and accountability throughout the project. Now, let us discuss what are the benefits of these phases. So guys, in context of software engineering, breaking a project into phases or tasks with defined criteria and deliverables offers several benefits. The first one that we get is structured approach. It provides a clear and structured approach to project management, ensuring that each phase has clear objectives and outputs. Next, we have the risk management. Here, the entry and exit criteria helps in identifying and mitigating risk early by ensuring that prerequisites are met and quality standards are maintained. And finally, we have all over here is quality assurance, where a clear exit criteria ensures that each phase produces high quality outputs, contributing to the overall quality of the final product. So guys, by breaking a software engineering project into these well-defined phases with clear entry and exit criteria, resource allocation, deliverables, and reporting mechanisms, the project managers can effectively guide their teams to deliver high-quality software on time and within budget.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneurs. So picture this, you have got this killer product idea, right? And naturally, you want it to be like totally flawless before you launch it out into the world. But here's the thing, no matter how much you sweat over it, there's always going to be some hiccup or snag along the way. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. But fear not, my friend, because there's a game changer known as MVP. But what exactly is MVP and why does it matter? Well, let's start with numbers. Did you know that 42% of startups fail because there's no market need for their product? Shocking, right? That's where MVP swoops in as a game changer. By focusing on the core features and functionalities, MVP allows companies to bring a product to the market quickly and test its viability with real users. And get this, companies that prioritize MVP development are 3 times more likely to experience success with their product launches. In fact, 78% of businesses say that MVP helped them learn what customer really wanted, leading to more successful iterations down the road. So whether you're brainstorming your next big idea or fine-tuning an existing project, stick around as we unravel the mysteries of MVP. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider SP Jain's Professional Product Management course, led by industry experts. This comprehensive program equips you with essential skills and insights to excel as a product manager. Dive deep into the latest industry trends and advancements through live sessions, from strategic planning to product development and marketing. Gain a thorough understanding of the field. Receive practical guidance and certification to stand out in the competitive market. Take the next step towards success and enroll now to unlock endless opportunities in the dynamic world of product management. So without further ado, let's start. So what is MVP? A minimal viable product or MVP is a strategy used in product development where a new product is launched with basic features enough to attract consumers' attention. It's the simplest version of the product a company aims to bring to the market, whether it's a car, website, TV or laptop. By offering the basic version, companies can gather feedback from the potential user to improve the final product before its full release. An MVP typically includes 3 key elements. Firstly, it offers enough features for consumers to consider purchasing it, making it easier for the company to market. Secondly, it includes a feedback mechanism allowing users to provide input on the product. Lastly, it provides future benefits to early adopters, encouraging them to try out the product ahead of others. Some of the fine examples of MVP is Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon began by selling used college textbooks. Their first version of the product was a basic website for delivering books to students. As time passed, they grew their business to become the huge online store we see today. Similarly, another fine example is Airbnb. Airbnb's journey began with a bold idea: renting out air mattresses. Yes, you heard it right. They kicked off with a simple website connecting travelers with hosts offering makeshift accommodations. This quirky start was their MVP, that is minimal viable product. Slowly but surely, they listened to user feedback, fine-tuned their problem, and expanded their horizons. It's a tale of humble beginnings turned into a global phenomenon. Who knew an air mattress could spark a revolution in travel? And there are many more examples like that. But implementing the minimal viable product approach requires more than just having an idea, doing the basics and launching it. It involves strategic planning to ensure its effectiveness and value. Now let's understand the benefits that companies get from MVPs. Creating a minimal viable product can assist you in avoiding many potential mistakes that you might overlook when deeply passionate about your product. Understand the preferences of your target audience. When a company builds a minimal viable product, they make a basic version of their product to see what people like. By doing this, they can learn what features or things their consumers prefer. It's like trying out different flavors of ice cream to see which one people like the most. Helps create a better product. Yes, making an MVP lets companies test their ideas quickly and see what works and what does not. This helps them make improvements and build a better final product. It's similar to making a rough sketch of a drawing before making the final detailed version. Next is it helps to analyze the demand. With an MVP, companies can see how many people are interested in their product. If lots of people like it, they know there's a big demand. If not many people are interested, they might need to change their plans. It's a bit like testing the waters to see if people want what you're offering. Next is ensures quick release. Instead of spending a long time making a perfect product, an MVP lets companies release something quickly. This means they can start getting feedback and making improvements sooner. It's like serving a simple version of a dish at a restaurant first, and then making it fancier based on the customer's say. So this was about the benefits. Now let's talk about how to develop a minimal viable product. So first is understand your goals. Before starting to develop your minimal viable product, it's important to know what you want to achieve. Think about what problem your product will solve or what benefit it will provide to the people. Understanding your goals helps you stay focused and build a product that meets your objectives. The next is study your market. Take some time to reach and understand the market where your product will compete. Look at similar products already available and see what makes them successful or what could be improved. By studying the market, you can identify opportunities and challenges, helping you tailor your MVP to better meet the needs of your target audience. Next is consider the product features. Think about essential features your product needs to have in order to address the problem or provide the benefit you identified. Keep the features simple and focused on solving the core problem or delivering the main benefit. Avoid adding too many features at this stage, as the goal of an MVP is to create something basic that you can test and iterate upon based on the user feedback. The next is gather feedback early and often. Once you have developed your MVP, don't wait too long before sharing it with the potential customers. Gather feedback as early as possible by letting people try out your product and asking for their thoughts. This feedback will help you understand the aspects of your MVP and are working well what areas need improvement, allowing you to make adjustments and iterate quickly. The next is iterate based on feedback. Use the feedback you receive to make improvements to your MVP. This might involve adding new features, refining existing ones, or even pivoting in a different direction based on what you learn from the users. The key is to be flexible and open to making changes based on the feedback you receive, as this will help you create a better final product that meets the needs of your target audience. By following these steps, you can develop a minimal viable product that efficiently addresses a specific problem or need in the market, while also allowing you to gather valuable feedback and iterate towards a more refined and more successful product over time.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new video discussing the top 10 tools for product management. In this video, we will discuss what considerations should be taken before choosing a tool for product management, and then we will look out at the top tools for product management. But before we start, let's brush up on your knowledge. So here's a question for you all. What does a tool stand for? Do let us know in the comments below. Software for product management is an administrative tool used to produce and enhance a company's goods rapidly and effectively, along with successfully enhancing business profits. These tools allow product managers and their teams to gather fresh concepts and develop detailed strategies to turn them into actual products. Although these technologies are typically utilized by product managers and product teams, they also give other departments, such as marketing and sales, additional clarity and insight into product development. Product management is used for product analysis, development tracking, and road mapping. Whenever we concern tools for product managers, we often mean the basic handful of tools that the majority of us use daily. These product management tools typically consist of software for product analytics, development tracking, and road mapping. However, a product manager's duties go beyond simply gathering product perspicuity, surveying the backlog, and evaluating the product plan. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced product manager, you should utilize the right tool to ensure you are not overlooking a crucial aspect of your job. Product managers are frequently in charge of organizing the examination, choice, and purchase of product management solutions for usage inside their company. It might be challenging to choose the best product management solution, though. Now let's move ahead in our session and know what considerations should be taken before choosing tools for product management. Depending on the requirements of the business, each product firm will have a unique collection of tools in its accumulation. The set of tools that the product team employs to manage their operations is known as product management tool accumulation. These tools are frequently integrated, where they perform well together and complement one another. The product development efforts may succeed or fail greatly depending on the choice of product management tools. So, to have a successful product, there should be some considerations to follow up on before choosing a management tool. So, let's take a look at the concerns one must heed before choosing a product management tool. The very first consideration that should be taken is to recognize the demands of your product management staff. Making a charter with a list of questions for your new product management tool is an intelligent method to assess the requirements of your product management team. The charter will aid in outlining particular demands and may be used as a benchmark for assessing items. The next consideration that should be considered is to do some product research. It's time to research the various product possibilities after you have a clearer idea of your demands and criteria for a product. Reading product reviews and seeing product demonstrations are the most significant ways to accomplish this. You will have a deeper grasp of the features and how each product functions by doing the research for the product. Moving on, we have to consider items depending on product needs. Following your research, it's time to analyze the items in light of your unique needs. Start by grading each item according to how effectively it satisfies your needs. To rank the various items, you may add a column to each need to rank the various items. This stage will enable you to evaluate and contrast several solutions and decide which product management suite is best for your team. The next consideration is to aim to stay within your budget. When looking at product management solutions, budget is always an important consideration. But if you work for a startup or a smaller firm, it's much more crucial. Keep in mind that some of the top goods could have steep asking prices as well as ongoing costs. The simplest method to achieve this is to set a predetermined budget for your product tool and use it as a guide when weighing various possibilities. Then we have to make sure that the tool is with effortless use. Make sure the tool you use is simple to use before you buy it. Although it should be obvious, certain technologies are quite complex and need users to undergo many days of training. The technology that works best for you and your team will be the one that you find simple to use. Many tools allow you to try them out for free, so you may decide whether to buy them before you use them. The next consideration is reporting in real time. Find a product tool that offers real-time reporting to save time. Creating reports that reflect the product's current condition will gather data from many parts of the product management systems. Moving on, we have a reputable interface. Although there are a lot of tools available, some of them appear somewhat dated. Expandability needs to be your main criterion when selecting a tool. Opting for something attractive looking doesn't hurt either. The last consideration that should be taken is security. Scalability is great, but if your data isn't secure, neither is the integrity of your product. Examine the security features that your desired tool supplier offers. To keep your client data private and isolated from everyone else's, choose a different dedicated hosting platform. Let's proceed in our session and know what top tools are used for product management. How do you assess and determine which tools are best for your team? Consider your firm and product size and development stage as a starting point. A tiny firm with one product manager, for instance, probably won't require or have the funds for numerous tools. You could pick a few applications that provide a wide range of integrations and features. A huge organization, on the other hand, would require specific tools created for complex work streams and several teams. The very first functioning of product management is user tracking and analysis. User tracking enables you to follow online visitors while they browse your website anonymously and via a variety of methods. A product manager's research creation process includes user tracking in terms of analysis. A wide range of tools is accessible for tracking and gathering data about the demands of the user for the product. These tools may be quite useful for gathering information and understanding how users of your software or visitors to your website interact with your offerings and content. Platforms for product analytics collect and assist you in analyzing what those customers do, but merely what they say and think. You'll want a product management platform, such as Done, that provides distinct analytics and insight into how customers utilize your product. User tracking and analytics can be done using Pendo. The tool used for user tracking and analytics is Pendo. Pendo assists businesses in determining who is using the features and products they are developing. You can find out which features people like and don't like, as well as how they move across your product range with the help of our product analytics tools. Additionally, you may examine how product adoption differs depending on an account, a user's job, or their attitude. Their objective is to provide product teams with the knowledge they need to do their duties more effectively and make daily decisions with less difficulty. Although in-app messaging provides our customers a method to quickly and simply put these insights into action, product analytics are fascinating and powerful. In the end, your capacity to experiment and influence behavior change within your product is what will help you grow your company and give your consumers better experiences. Apart from Pendo, the other tools that can be used for user tracking and analytics are Amplitude, Gainsight, and Google Analytics. The next functionality for product management is product strategy and road mapping. So, product strategy and road mapping is a basic exercise in product management. Even though PMs are renowned for their adaptability, mapping out your course reveals the type of stakeholder negotiating abilities and data-driven planning that make product management so successful. Our knowledge of PM's experiences indicates that Product Board goes toward the making things easier side. AHA is also practical and founded on reliable theoretical understandings of how product managers operate. When choosing your road mapping tool, remember that product managers are reportedly trusted by Airtable, Airfocus, and RoadMonk. The tool used for product strategy and road mapping is Product Board. Product Board is used to prioritize features, create roadmaps, collect customer input, and validate concepts. All the tools required to create a user-centered product. The road mapping capabilities of Product Board are noteworthy. Depending on how you operate, you can organize product features into release, sprint, period, or now, next, later buckets, and you may customize roadmaps for different audiences. For instance, you may develop roadmaps that are customer-centered or that are expressly geared for leadership. The other tools used for product strategy and roadmap development are Product Plan, RoadMonk, and Airfocus. Moving on to the next functionality of product management is flowcharting. Even while not all product managers utilize flowchart and diagram software, it is still an excellent approach to do a task that many PMs ignore but really shouldn't. You and your organization will benefit from having a greater understanding of the whole client experience with your business after creating a customer journey map. A correctly made journey map will display every interaction a person has with your business, from their initial visit to your website or their first phone contact from a sales representative through their eventual purchase and use of your product. The tool used for flowcharting is Microsoft Visio. Visio's flowcharting and diagramming capabilities can be useful for outlining any particular elements of a user's workflow or experience with your product. The flowcharts you generate using these tools may help you get insights into how to strategically prioritize your product roadmap, since they provide a visual representation of that workflow or experience rather than just a list of the stages your client will take. Apart from Microsoft Visio, OmniGraffle is the other good tool that can be used for flowcharting in product management. Now let's move ahead and know the other functionalities and tools for product management. The other functionality of product management is presentation. A key communication skill for a product manager is the ability to present. It is a component of conveying the product strategy to the company and the team developing the product. Additionally, it is a component of consumer communication. We frequently draw attention to the poor performance of roadmap presentation tools. However, this does not imply that Keynote or PowerPoint shouldn't occupy a significant position in your toolbox for product management. For distributing your high-level goals, ideas, and plans within your company and to external audiences like clients, presentation decks may be quite helpful. For instance, vision boards may be a potent tool for selling a group of executive stakeholders the vision of your product. Additionally, using presentations to teach salespeople or educate industry analysts about your product may be quite successful. The best tool for presentation is Microsoft PowerPoint. One of the most often used tools for presentations is PowerPoint. It is a component of the Microsoft Office package and is usable for domestic, commercial, and academic uses. PowerPoint dominated the presentation industry and was most well known for its templates and usability. This program enables anybody, from amateurs to experts, to create presentations utilizing text, graphics, video, audio, and data tables. You may deliver the presentation as you like by using a range of animations and transitions. Other than PowerPoint, Keynote, Google Slide, and SlideShare are tools that can also be used for presentations. Moving on to the next functionality of product management, it's prototyping and wireframing. Design teams experiment by turning their ideas into physical prototypes, which might range from paper to digital. To capture design concepts and user testing, teams create prototypes with varying levels of realism. You may improve and evaluate your ideas using prototypes, allowing your company to release the proper items. You must put a lot of effort into demonstrating that your product concept can be realized before bringing it to fruition. More technologies are emerging as a result of the growing significance of user design and easy consumer journeys. They also employ techniques to minimize discomfort and streamline the delivery process. The number of web-based apps available has increased due to this popularity. Some, nevertheless, are a little questionable in terms of usefulness. Most people are using multi-purpose applications that may be used for prototyping, designing, and whiteboarding. If you're searching for a versatile tool that is also great for prototyping, we may suggest Figma. The best tool used for prototyping and wireframing is Balsamiq. Balsamiq Wireframes is a quick, low-fidelity UI wireframing tool that simulates sketching on a whiteboard or notepad while using a computer. It effectively pushes you to put your attention on structure and substance rather than wasting time on early debates about colors and details. With wireframes, you may quickly produce new ideas, discard the subpar ones, and identify the best solutions. The alternatives of Balsamiq for prototyping and wireframing are Sketch, InVision, and Adobe XD. The next function of product management is product development. Product development involves bringing a new thing or item to market or enhancing already available goods to boost sales. A product is initially merely a sample. For a firm to become something that can be sold on the market, a lot of time and money must be invested. The idea, design, development, and marketing of newly developed or freshly renamed goods or services are all phases in the process known as product development, sometimes known as new product management. The entire process of creating a product, from conception through market launch, is referred to as product development. Product research makes the difference between a product's success and failure, both at launch and throughout the product lifecycle, by helping you understand the requirements and desires of your consumers and keeping an eye on the competitive landscape and environment of your product. The best tool used for product development is Rally. The foundation of value stream management is Rally. By enabling business leaders to address challenging issues like how to prioritize capabilities related to development, how capabilities relate to development outcomes, how to track capabilities progress from planning to delivery, and how to find opportunities to optimize flow, Rally's insight contributes to value stream management. Rally is used by value streams to make complicated processes transparent and enable swift business pivots based on data driven choices. The alternative to Rally for product development is Azure. Moving on, we have project management as the next functionality of product management. A project manager oversees several projects that are necessary to achieve the various goals that a product manager sets for it in terms of vision, goals, and business trajectory. The project manager is therefore more of a man of action, whereas the product manager is more of a master strategist. Making a distinction between projects and products might be helpful. Though product management and project management are two different jobs, still there would be some interactive work. No product manager can operate without zero work support of a project manager. The tool used for project management is Jira. Jira brings teams together for everything from agile software development and customer service to startups and companies. Jira assists teams in planning, assigning, tracking, reporting, and managing work. Jira software, the top solution for agile teams, helps software teams develop better. A workflow is the first step in managing projects and tasks in project management software. Workflows outline your procedure and make task tracking possible for your team. Visualize your process so that your team is aware of the status of tasks and projects. Projects frequently contain checkpoints or milestones that must be met to maintain the overall project's direction. Versions are milestones in Jira Work Management. After creating versions, you may group work into several versions. Other than Jira, Pivotal, Monday.com, and Diagrams.net are the tools that are used for project management. So moving on from project management, collaboration is the next functionality of product management. Working in the product sector offers some of the most intriguing opportunities for cross-functional collaboration. Although there are difficulties, which we'll discuss momentarily, it exposes everyone engaged to every step of the product development and launch process. UX designers have the chance to learn more about marketing, and engineers have the chance to learn more about UX design. The tool used for collaboration for product management is Trello. Trello is one of the more powerful project management applications that aims to improve teamwork inside and between departments. Trello allows you to manage several projects and arrange various activities by allowing you to create boards, lists, and cards. To get a clear picture of everything that is happening, you may also set up calendars, make checklists, and assign productivity indicators. Trello has built-in automation for the best processes and the least amount of manual effort, like many other top products today. Trello is an essential component of your product management stack since the job of the product manager involves coordinating a lot of various moving elements. The alternatives for Trello for collaboration are GoToMeeting, Dropbox, and Zoom. The next functionality of product management is user experience and testing. In the field of product management, the phrase user testing is frequently used. Usability testing is frequently used interchangeably with user testing. During the user testing phase of the design process, you analyze your product or service using actual customers to develop user-centered designs. Through this technique, you may learn how your target market behaves when using your product, giving you useful information for the development process. The best tool used for user experience and testing is Adobe Target. Adobe Target is a rule-based testing and targeting tool that can be integrated with analytics and provide reports for marketing offers, customization, and UX testing. This feature enables marketers to determine which offers, experiences, and messages are engaging customers. It has a user interface, integrated best practices, and powerful features for tracking site traffic. It allows for more conversion and properly filters results according to its self-learning algorithmic methodology. The tailoring of consumer interactions across all marketing channels and business contact points may also be automated. Other tools that can be used for user experience and testing are Helio, Hotjar, and UXCam. In the end, the last functionality of product management is customer feedback and survey. Getting feedback from customers involves talking to them and asking them what they think of a good or service. To properly comprehend their behavior and demands, it is crucial to pay attention to their thoughts and feelings. It is crucial for product managers because before you can offer a helpful solution, you must embrace your people and understand the suffering caused by their issues. It's helpful to have a defined goal before pursuing a certain feedback technique. Outlining your learning objectives can help you concentrate on your study and choose which potential or current clients you should contact. This is particularly important if your product or service appeals to a wide range of demographics. And this is because various client segments may experience your product in drastically different ways. Therefore, it's crucial to be specific about who you want to talk to and what you hope to discover about their needs and expectations. The tool used for customer feedback and survey is SurveyMonkey. Following are the features of SurveyMonkey that may help product managers with customer feedbacks and surveys. Obtain viewpoints and get insightful wisdom. For every audience, it is simple to build polls, quizzes, and surveys. Obtain comments using a web link, email, mobile chat, social media, and other channels. Get sophisticated analytic tools and automatically examine your data. Your data may be exported or integrated with your preferred apps. Make smarter decisions based on facts by utilizing your insights. And alternatives, Typeform, Google Forms, and FormStack. Other than SurveyMonkey, the tools that can be used for customer feedback and surveys are Typeforms, Google Forms, and FormStack. With this, we have come to the end of this session. But before winding up, let's take a look at the bonus tools for you that serves multiple purposes in terms of product management. The very first tool is Slack. To strengthen product organization, Slack has emerged as the most crucial tool. Slack is utilized to cut down on pointless meetings, facilitate teamwork, make information widely available, and involve our consumers in the creation of new products. By acting as a central communication, reporting, and file center, the software boosts efficiency for both small and big teams. Slack Connect streamlines communication by bringing everyone into your virtual headquarters to complete tasks, breaking down organizational walls. From debating the finer points of a contract to analyzing the most recent drawings from your creative agency, Slack Connect enables real-time collaboration. Moving on, we have Canva. Branding image creation is as easy as dragging and dropping using Canva. It will just take a few minutes to do what used to take a lot of work, whether you decide to utilize your logo, social media accounts, or a hashtag. The transparency option in Canva also makes branding your product seem slick and unobtrusive to the viewer. You can maintain brand management with Canva for Teams while enabling anybody on your team to generate on-brand visuals, even without design skills. Your team may quickly create and distribute branded designs using the thousands of professionally created templates at your disposal. Even if you have little to no experience with graphic design, Canva enables you to generate that content fast and effortlessly. But before winding up, here's a question for you all. Which of these tools have you used before? Do let us know in the comments section below. And if you have any queries regarding tools for product management,
well done on completing the project management full course. You have gained essential skills that are highly valued in today's job market. Thank you for joining us in this course. If you have found it helpful, please share it with others and subscribe for more courses on project management and other important skills. Thank you for watching.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.